Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hey, hey, hey. How was everybody's weekend? I'm trying to fix my notebook. I just ripped a page out of it. Just as I hit the go live button, my page ripped. And I can't stand a loose page. So I'm taping it. Good morning, Maria. Hello, Iowa. How are you this morning? Denise went to go reboot her phone. I hope she had a blast this weekend. As we all might have. I had fun. I don't know about y'all. I we did yard work finally, because Thursday, hello Maria. Thursday it didn't happen. Thursday was not. Here, we'll pull this down for a minute. We'll look at some water until the court starts. Good morning, GSD. How are you? Anyways, yeah, so I didn't get to mow grass Thursday night, as a few yeah, we didn't mow grass Thursday night. We ended up doing that Saturday. Saturday we also cleaned air conditioners, which I had no clue that window units could get so dirty. I had absolutely no clue that window units could get so dirty. So that was fun. We took out window units and washed them all in the backyard. What people be calling me? Etna. Like I want to talk to my insurance company. Good morning, Paula. Hey, Cindy. How are y'all this morning? Let everybody be rolling in. Let's see. There's Cindy and Jesse. Anyway, so mental prepare ourselves from the heat wave. I hear you. I hear you. Grass needs to dry. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Heading home from the office. This time of day you're heading from the office? Okay, Paula. Okay. Yeah, no, we have, like, on the back side of our fence, we have an alley in between the streets. And hello, a name here. Good morning. Maria, are you going to make me sing? Are you going to make me sing this morning? To keep me rolling. Okay, don't do that. Hey, Lois. You have a bug? Hey, Trial TV. Trial TV, Katya is still around. I yes, she is still around. My name is Sheila. Hi. Yeah, Katya had a little life interruption happen. So she does pop in from now and time again. Nice to meet you. I know you have a channel. I had another channel that was smaller, but I'm here now. So good morning, Trial TV Live. I see you pop up on computer all the time. So, and I seen Lois in other chats this weekend. I seen GSD Dog Mom in other chats this week. See, we've been cruising the streets this weekend. Life interrupted. There you go. Thank you, Lois. Life interrupted. That's the best way to put it. And yeah, Katya still pops in. You can always pop back on some of the old streams, and Katya's still around. And she does pop in on my lives from time to time. We will be doing Coburger. Good to see familiar faces. No, Katya, it's just a name. Yeah, I'm sorry. You don't like my name? Oh, it's okay. It's actually, if you go back, Trial TV, if you go back, there is a video called Announcement that will go over the situation. You're more than welcome to watch it. It's still up there. I will never delete anything Katya has ever posted. So yeah, Katya's doing great. She's doing great. Actually, while we're waiting, I can drop her other channel. Hold up. While we're waiting for this to go live. Oh, yes, there has. There has, Trial TV. There has. There's been some videos. Yeah, it's okay. I was just joking. It's Rubber Ramada. We're kind of goofy in here. We're a little off the wall sometimes. But yeah, there is, let's see. Here we go. It's good. Yeah. Well, and I totally get that. Here, let me drop her. This is her other channel she's starting. And let's see, hold up.
All right. We are present on 24-1-130234.
Thank you for that, Maria.
132-534.
Videos.
State versus
Here we go.
Ali.
And I will drop the announcement for Trial TV Live, and that way
Mr. Kading is present with Mr.
they can
Ali,
understand what's
Mr.
going
Ali,
on.
and Mr. Leary is present
And
with Mrs. Ali. And
there is
Mrs.
also
Ali.
the
we are before the court on a continuation
link
of
for
trial.
the
This
announcement.
morning, I received.
Yes, sorry for any confusion.
Mr. Leary's
I try to run the channel quite well. I think I'm doing an amazing job. We still had fun, laugh, cover, yes, cry. Thank you, Cindy. Thank you. Absolutely. Yes. And Katya pops in. Yep. It's a hard day, some of these trials, and we try to make it a little more easier to digest, as we can say. Yeah, I hope you stay. Exactly. Hope you stay. You're a little confused as well. And yeah, the videos did clear it up. Thank you, Maria, for that. I appreciate that. Anyway, so Friday there was no court. Thursday ended kind of odd. Ms. Stankus came on stand and told us that it's just, you're right. It is disorienting. I've been here. I've actually been running the channel for a month now, almost. So yeah, it's changed. It's all good. It's all good. But yeah, I've been here for months. So, but anyway, good morning, Evamos. How are you today? All right, we're going to roll on this because you know what, guys? We have Stephan Sterns trial to jump into midday, and it's going to start in about an hour and a half. So we're going to get rolling on this and see what these guys got going on. Let me turn volume up and boost it a little because I can't hear. Okay.
Larry handed me my bench copy because I was out here, and that he had emailed it to my judicial assistant, who has since forwarded it to me. And Ms. Stone, you have received those instructions as well?
That's correct, yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, you indicated that you might have some additional instructions to offer to the court as well, and I just wanted to inquire on that.
Your Honor, I'm still working on those.
All right, so tomorrow?
Hopefully, although I am going to say that I did receive a new instruction from the government late yesterday, so I'm still in the process of putting this together.
All right, Ms. Stone?
That's correct, Your Honor. That's the instruction that the state indicated. I don't recall what day last week. Last week, it might have been Thursday, late Wednesday, sometime on Thursday maybe, as to the exchange between 3508 and 3504 WIPIC, consistent with the information charged in Mr. Ali's case. So we did provide that yesterday to defense counsel. I don't think it's in the right format for the court, so we have to fix the formatting for the court.
All right, and so when will it be provided to me?
This afternoon, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. All right. And I would just indicate that on Friday, I did put together the start of the draft instructions using what I had from the state and what I had from Mr. Kading. I identified just my own notes what I thought was missing. And I will be working on adding Mr. Leary's proposed instructions as well, so that hopefully once I receive the other proposed instructions that people know they're offering as we sit here now, that I can at least get those instructions in a draft format. What I never like to see is when I have provided the draft instructions to the parties the day before we're going to talk about them and no one has looked at them. And so they're reading the instructions instead of us being able to go to the places in the instructions where there is an objection by anyone or exception. That's the most efficient way for us ultimately to address the jury instructions. Ms. Stone, any preliminary issues before we get started?
I think just a forecast to the court, state has Dr. Kim this morning, and then Officer Chavez. Ms. Zoe is doing Dr. Kim, then we're doing Officer Chavez. The state has Officer Bell here as well to testify this morning. I indicated to Mr. Leary and Mr. Kading yesterday that the state intends to introduce some portions of Officer Bell's body camera. There was a discussion, very short discussion late last night about an objection to that. There was some conversation this morning based on the case law associated with that. I think the objection as to the admission of the body cameras itself as a whole, and I don't want to speak for Mr. Leary, but my understanding is that objection itself is withdrawn, but he may have objections to certain portions of that body camera. So I anticipate that the parties are likely following Officer Chavez to ask for a break to see if that is something we can resolve between the parties prior to Officer Bell testifying. I can tell the court we have taken Sergeant Newcomb off of the list for today. So following Officer Bell, we have Officer Howard and then Dr. Gilbert, and those are the state's witnesses for today.
And you anticipate Dr. Gilbert this afternoon still?
Yes, Your Honor.
At 1:30?
Yes, Your Honor.
Or is close there too?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And who's doing the exam of Officer Chavez?
I'm doing Officer Chavez and Officer Bell. And Ms. Zoe has the remainder of the witnesses for the day.
All right. Mr. Leary?
Just to kind of complete the record, Your Honor. So I did provide a case in the statute to the state where it appeared to me that the requirements of the statute weren't complied with, thus making the body-worn video inadmissible. I was provided with an unpublished case that I had not seen this morning that I think runs contrary to my argument, so I'm not making that argument. However, I did not communicate with the state about issues in the section that they're playing because I didn't think it was going to be admissible. So we are going to talk on break about concerns that I have, see if we are in agreement for editing, and if not, we'll bring it to the court. I would have done it beforehand, but I didn't think it was coming in at all. So, but now I'm not making that argument.
All right. Thank you for that information as well. After we conclude with Dr. Kim and Officer Chavez, I will take a recess and we'll address those issues. And if the parties are unable to reach an agreement about what that video exhibit is going to look like, then I will hear argument.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And Mr. Kading, do you have any preliminary issues before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Leary, that was something the state raised, which was also one of your preliminary issues. Do you have any others?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please bring the jury in.
While I'm sitting here having to redo things on my computer. You know, when we did the air conditioners this weekend and we shut off the main power of the house and unplugged the ACs, and we replaced the power outlets. And not even thinking, when we shut the power off, I didn't turn my computer off, my printer off. We didn't turn TVs off, PlayStation, nothing. We didn't turn anything off. We just hit the main breaker trying to figure out which ones were for the AC. So everything was shut down when I came to my computer this morning. So I've been trying to get everything straightened back out. So it's been a morning.
Good morning, members of the jury, and welcome back. We hope you had a good weekend and a good Friday since we were not here on Friday. We will continue with the presentation of evidence at this time. Ms. Zoe, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would like to call Dr. Kim.
Dr. Kim, come forward, please. I'm going to place you under oath. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
Yes.
Please be seated.
Thank you.
Ms. Zoe, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning. Thank you. I'm doing well.
And Dr. Kim, if you could, the microphone you can adjust it, and then you can also move your seat closer to the microphone. And just speak into the microphone, but leave about 4 to 5 inches between yourself and the microphone.
Okay, great.
If you could please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Sure. My name is Sung Won Kim. Kim is spelled Kim.
What is your occupation?
I'm an otolaryngologist.
Okay, and what is a otolaryngologist?
Otolaryngologist is a physician that practices head and neck surgery.
Okay, and where is your place of employment?
I practice in Olympia, Washington. Do you need the address?
No, what do you practice at a specific medical facility?
Yeah, I'm actually in a private practice. I work at ENT Associates in Olympia. I am affiliated with Providence St. Peter's Hospital.
Okay. And what do you mean by you're affiliated with Providence St. Peter's Hospital?
That means that the hospital grants me privileges to practice medicine and perform surgeries at that institution.
Okay. What is your education background?
I went to college at UC Berkeley, and then I got a master's degree at Georgetown University. I got my medical degree at George Washington University. Do you need specific dates?
No.
Okay.
Thank you. How long have you been a otolaryngologist?
Including residency, I would be at my 18th year now.
Okay. When you say including residency, Dr. Kim, what do you mean by residency?
Residency is the 5 years of training that I had to do before I could practice on my own.
Okay. And residency, does that, I take it comes after graduation from medical school?
It's a good question, yes. So I went to 5 years of residency at the Medical College of Wisconsin in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, for 5 years to train to do what I do now.
Okay. And what are some of your responsibilities as a otolaryngologist?
Well, I practice general head and neck surgery, which means for the most part I do ear tubes for children, tonsillectomies. I'm also the primary head and neck surgeon. Specifically, I do thyroid surgeries and other endocrine surgeries around the throat, as well as cancers of the tongue, tonsil, voice box, everything clavicle and up except for the brain.
Okay. And as part of your responsibilities as a otolaryngologist, you mentioned you're also associated with Providence St. Peter's Hospital. Do you also get called to examine patients who have been, say, admitted to the emergency department at Providence?
Yes, that's part of my conditions for having privileges at St. Peter's Hospital is for me to be able to take call. I take call on average about every 5 weeks for a week at a time.
Okay. And as part of your responsibilities, do you sometimes review CT angiogram scans or x-rays that are done on patients that have been admitted to the emergency department at Providence?
Absolutely.
Okay. What's the purpose of reviewing CT scans or x-rays?
Any kind of diagnostic imaging is to help us find out what the underlying cause of the disease process is, and to hopefully eliminate, if not improve, the outcomes.
Okay. And back in October of 2024, did you review scans that was done on a patient by the name of Fatima Ali?
Yes, I did.
And why were you asked to review the, well, let me ask you this question. Who asked you to review the CT angiogram scans?
I don't recall, but it was one of the emergency department physicians that called me and asked me to review the scans, as there were what he described as abnormalities that he wanted me to take a look at.
Okay. When you say abnormalities, what do you mean by abnormalities?
He gave me a quick story about a young patient who had a traumatic event to her neck. Specifically, I believe he called it a strangulation event. And there was free air, that means air underneath the skin, that was tracking along the trachea and into and around the superior mediastinum.
Okay. And did you in fact review these scans that was done on Fatima Ali?
Yes.
Okay. And what, if any, diagnosis were you able to provide after reviewing the scans?
It was clear that the patient had paratracheal air or subcutaneous air around her trachea that extended down towards her superior mediastinum. And I said as much. I also confirmed, the radiologist read about this. I also confirmed that there wasn't any vascular injury, which is what we worry often with strangulation injuries. And I specifically said that the amount of air, again, if I remember correctly, I specifically said the amount of air in her neck was not a large amount.
Okay. And then you indicated there was air in the, I believe you said paratracheal. Was that on the left side or the right side?
I gotta be honest, I don't recall 100%, but I believe it's in the right.
Could it have been in the left side?
It could have been, absolutely,
Okay.
but I don't recall.
Okay. And what is the paratracheal space?
So the trachea is your windpipe here. Para means next to, so it's the space around, it's a potential space around your trachea, which is your windpipe here.
Okay.
And the witness is demonstrating on his own neck as he was describing that last testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Dr. Kim, have you heard of the term subcutaneous emphysema?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what is subcutaneous emphysema?
Subcutaneous emphysema is having air underneath the skin in places where it generally is not found.
Okay. And in this case for Miss Ali, you indicated there was a free air in the tracheal space. Was the air in the free air in the tracheal space underneath the skin?
Absolutely.
Okay. And based on your training experience, can subcutaneous emphysema be dangerous?
Yes.
And how can it be dangerous?
It can be very dangerous if you develop what we call tension pneumothorax or tension pneumomediastinum. The tension portion means that whatever caused the air to go underneath the skin or around the tissues where it doesn't belong can continue putting air into that region without it being able to be released. So the air can continue building up and building up inside the chest or the neck until it squeezes vital structure so they stop working.
Okay.
I would just indicate that the witness is again using his hands to demonstrate what he is verbally providing in his testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Dr. Kim, what is the, you mentioned the word mediastinum many times now. What is mediastinum?
Okay. I'm not a cardiothoracic surgeon, and I don't generally operate in this region, but the mediastinum is the area around your heart, specifically involving the great vessels of your heart, as well as the trachea, and superiorly on the top, as well as the airways that go into your lungs, called the bronchi, or the bronchus for one.
And for the record, Dr. Kim, as you were explaining what mediastinum was, you were demonstrating with your own body.
I was. Do you not want me to do that? Is that easier?
Well, I'm not going to tell you how to testify. We just have to describe what's happening in the courtroom so that the written record will reflect what's happening.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
Okay, that is so funny because I had just typed that in the chat that he is so demonstrative with his hands. He's explaining everything and they have to keep going back and talking about what he's doing with his hands. That's interesting. And he asked, he's like, y'all want me to stop? And his little laugh.
And Dr. Kim, was Miss Ali also diagnosed with pneumomediastinum?
She was.
Okay, and what is pneumomediastinum?
Pneumomediastinum is when air is around and in the mediastinum where it generally does not belong.
Okay. And with regards to pneumomediastinum, can that be dangerous as well?
Absolutely.
And how can it be dangerous?
Specifically, the tension portion of it, of whether or not the air continues to build up and it has no ability to be released.
Okay.
So if there is enough air inside and around the pneumomediastinum, it can squeeze in the great vessels as well as the airway, such that it will stop being able to conduct airflow through, as well as being able to push blood through the great vessels.
Okay. And when you say great vessels, what do you mean by great vessels?
The aorta, which is the major blood vessel that comes out of the heart that feeds all of your body, including your brain, as well as the pulmonary artery, the pulmonary vein. These are all blood vessels that allow blood to return from the lungs into the heart, so that we get proper oxygenation.
Okay. And for the record, you are,
Sorry, yes,
it's okay. You're demonstrating with your own body as well again.
Yeah.
You testified, Dr. Kim, that pneumomediastinum can be dangerous due to tension placed on the great vessels.
Yes.
For the great vessels to work normally and properly, is it fair to say that there should not be tension placed on them?
Absolutely. I want to be clear, though. I'm not a cardiac thoracic surgeon. This is not specifically my specialty. However, I did go to medical school, and it's very clear that avoiding tension and pressure along the aorta is more compatible with life than without.
Okay. And then with regards to the your diagnosis, where you indicated that Miss Ali had air in her left tracheal space, can strangulation cause air to be present in the left tracheal space?
Yes. Well, so many things can cause pneumomediastinum. It can happen spontaneously. Generally happens more to like thin, tall men in their 20s and 30s. But it can happen even during childbirth if you're straining hard enough, let's say, or trauma,
Okay.
which I believe is what happened here.
Okay.
If you put enough force that prevents air from escaping, then you can expel air from the windpipe or some other part of the airway into the mediastinum.
Okay. You indicated if you put enough force to prevent air from escaping, force on where?
So generally for strangulation injuries, is generally around the neck, preventing the airflow from coming out. That way it causes increased intrathoracic pressure, and sometimes that pressure goes out at the area of least resistance.
Okay. And the area of least resistance, where would that be?
So I don't know. I didn't look, but it's likely going to be the trachea, in between what's called the tracheal rings, likely is what would happen.
Okay.
But
Also, in the last response, before what the doctor just testified to, he was again using himself to explain his testimony.
And Dr. Kim, you indicated that you did not look. When you say you did not look, do you mean in this case you did not do a further examination of Miss Ali?
That's true. I did not do a further examination of Miss Ali, but the looking that I had to do required an operative management. That means I would have to take her to the operating room, put her to sleep, and put a camera into her throat, into her mouth and throat, and look into her trachea with what's called a rigid bronchoscope.
Okay. And with regards to and I'm going to ask you some more questions about that in a moment, but you testified that she had basically free air in the left paratracheal space. What is the aero? Let me ask you a different question. What is the aerodigestive tract?
The aerodigestive tract is So it specifically addresses your mouth that goes all the way down. So the digestive tract goes from your mouth all the way down into your stomach. From what I deal with, so it's your mouth, your pharynx, which is your throat, your larynx, which is your voice box, and then down into your esophagus. That's the digestive portion of it. The aero portion of it is your nose, your mouth, your pharynx, which is, so this, it's shared, that's why we call it aerodigestive. And then it goes into your larynx, in between your vocal cords, in your larynx, and down into your trachea.
Okay. And again, for the record, you were demonstrating the explanation of aerodigestive tract with pointing to different parts of your own body.
Yes.
And based on your training experience, can a tear in the aerodigestive tract cause the free air that was present in the left paratracheal space for Ms. Ali?
Absolutely.
Okay. And you talked earlier about sort of when there's air building up, it sort of just ends up going out in the portion of the body that's least resistant, that's of least resistance. With regards to when you say the least resistance, do you mean sort of the aerodigestive tract for a tear to develop?
Yes.
Okay. And based on your training experience, can strangulation cause a tear in the aerodigestive tract?
Absolutely.
And how does that happen?
So there's multiple ways that occurs. Generally, the way I've seen it most is the strangulation causes a fracture of what's called the hyoid bone up here. That is a free-floating bone that's above your voice box. Again, I'm pointing to my body to show you guys where things are. This hyoid bone, when it fractures, it can tear and cause a tract to form between your throat and into and around your subcutaneous tissue, specifically along your larynx and your trachea.
Okay. Besides a fracture to the hyoid bone, are there other ways that strangulation can cause a tear in the aerodigestive tract?
Mm-hmm. Just like when you strain hard enough during labor, it can cause you to tear a part of your trachea enough that you blow air through and down around your paratracheal space into your mediastinum. The same thing can occur if you are have an extrinsic force that pushes on the trachea hard enough that if you build up enough intrathoracic pressure, you can also tear a part of your aerodigestive tract in that way.
Okay. And the building up of the pressure, is that in essence when somebody is in the process of is that in essence when external forces press on your trachea, you're struggling to breathe?
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, what is the best way to determine whether Ms. Ali, in fact, had a tear in the aerodigestive tract?
Well, there are a couple ways. I mean, there's multiple ways. We discussed one already, which is I could have taken her to the operating room, put her to sleep, and taken a look inside of her trachea specifically. And I could have also looked in her esophagus with something called an esophagoscope. That's an option. We decided, well, I can talk about that later, but that's an option. It's option number one. Option number two is you could get a study called a swallow study or a barium swallow study. We wouldn't use barium per se. We use another medium called gastrographin, which is much less irritating along the mediastinum. The thing we worry about for potential violation of the mediastinal space is that we can put more stuff inside of it that can cause her to have a terrible infection.
Okay.
So, and the last study is really getting what's called a CT scan of the chest. All of these, and there may be more that I don't know about, but those are the ones I know about.
Okay. And with regards to sort of doing, I want to talk to you first about option number two, doing the swallow study. Why did you not Did you perform that in this case?
No, none of the three things I discussed were not performed. We're not performed. The reason why we decided against performing a gastrographin study is that, or the swallow study, excuse me, with gastrographin. The reason why we decided against performing that specific procedure is, one, is that it's a lot of radiation. So it's essentially, the study is performed by you sitting in front of an x-ray machine and you swallow a bunch of gastrographin. And then we watch it with with essentially an x-ray machine. It looks like a movie. You can actually see it as it goes down and see if it leaks out into her chest or mediastinum.
Okay.
And one of the big reasons why I didn't want to do that was because the amount of free air that was inside of her paratracheal space and mediastinum was not very much. I would call it a mild amount of air. I, number one, anticipate this will likely get better on its own with conservative management. And number two, I did not want to irradiate a 17-year-old female, as it may, although unlikely, may increase her risk of developing cancer in the future.
Okay. And what about the first option, which you indicated taking her to the operating room and putting a scope?
Okay, that's a great question. Again, it's trying to, just because we can do something, we generally just don't do it. In this case, the risk benefit of that would have been high. Specifically, the active intubation alone, where we put a tube down the throat into the airway so that we can see whether or not she has a tear inside of her trachea, may make things worse, because we'd be blowing more air and increasing intrathoracic pressure in an area that I was concerned already has a small tear.
Okay.
So looking would have given us a good answer, but it could have made a condition tremendously worse and put her life at danger. If there was something that we could have done about it, that would be more a more reasonable plan of action. But given that in most cases, even if we find the tear, we don't repair it generally. We allow it to repair on its own.
Okay. And with regards to, if I'm understanding you correctly, if there was in fact, whichever of the three options you testified about, if you had in fact pursued one of the options, even if you had confirmed that she had a tear in her aerodigestive tract, the solution would have been just sort of, I don't want to call it a wait and see game, but sort of wait and see and have the tear heal on its own.
Yeah. Yes. I believe doctors call that watchful waiting.
Okay. All right.
We were watchfully waiting. My great concern for her was whether or not she would have fevers overnight, chest pain, or shortness of breath. If that was the case, then we would call the cardiothoracic surgeons and have them emergently place chest tubes into her chest to relieve her of any fluid and or air from her chest.
Okay. And with regards to the concerns that you had developing a fever, shortness of breath, are those symptoms of tension pneumomediastinum?
So the fever portion is actually mediastinitis, which is a different process. So although I wasn't very concerned about this, there was a chance that her esophagus had torn a little bit. And then if saliva from her mouth as she's swallowing gets into her mediastinum, then she could develop problems with chest pain and fevers. And that could cause her, then I would be very, very anxious that she would have a very serious and potentially life-threatening problem.
Okay. And with regards to, you testify earlier, doctors call it watchful waiting.
Yes.
In this case, was watchful waiting done in Fatima's case?
Watchful waiting was done in Fatima's case.
Okay. And did you put her on any restrictions, though, after you reviewed her CT angiogram scans?
Specifically, I asked the pediatrician to have her not eat or drink anything when I saw the CT scan. The reason why I asked the pediatrician not to have her eat or drink anything was, one, although my concern was low that she had a tear in her esophagus, I didn't want to make that worse by having her eat a hamburger, let's say, and getting a piece of bread or some type of food particle stuck inside of her mediastinum. Number two, that if she got worse, that if she required urgent operative management, that we wouldn't have to worry about her having food or water or anything else inside of her stomach for us to do a surgical procedure.
Okay. And just want to make sure I understand your testimony. You indicated in this case that she had free air in the left paratracheal space. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and no procedures was done because you were, as you testified, watchful waiting. You were doing watchful waiting.
Yes.
And despite doing watchful waiting, you still had the concern that she could develop mediastinitis. Yes, mediastinitis or tension pneumomediastinum.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, doctor.
Good morning, sir.
So you said that pneumomediastinum is not something you generally deal with? Is that
That is
what I heard you
correct.
say? Okay. And you know that it can be caused by several different things.
I do.
Okay. For example, blunt force trauma,
Blunt force trauma is one of them.
having weight put on your body,
Having weight put on your body is, yes, it's possible.
right? And then we get into things like Madeline effect and all of that. And that's from medical school. You remember those things?
Yeah.
Okay.
Madeline effect is, yes,
Okay. I'm just curious if you're aware of all of the ways it can be caused.
yes.
Okay.
Madeline effect, may I?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Madeline effect, generally you can see air along the, like the peribronchial vascular structures. The CT scan did go down to superior mediastinum, but I don't recall it evaluating her entire chest. I don't believe it did. Again, this is a while ago. It generally does not, and I don't recall if there was air along her peribronchial space there.
Okay. And so just to be clear too, when you're dealing with pneumomediastinum, you're not always entirely sure what causes it, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And so the wait and see attitude you take is to kind of see if it's something that's ongoing or something that may resolve quickly on its own.
Yes.
Okay. And so in this case, you saw the air, you said, let's take a look and see what happens.
Yes.
Okay.
Watchful waiting.
All right. And so there was no indication of any, well, by the next morning it had resolved, right?
By X-ray, it had, yes.
Okay, which was at 8:39 in the morning, something to that effect?
I'm not sure. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
but sometime the next morning it had already resolved,
Yes.
which means all the air was gone from inside there.
The modality of diagnostic imaging that they chose was a chest X-ray, which is reasonable given her age. And you don't want to get a CT scan of the chest given the amount of radiation that she had. The gross air on chest X-ray, you're looking for dramatic worsening, which I did not see. Chest X-rays are much harder to find minute amounts of air. So a CT scan would be more appropriate for that. I cannot say if it all resolved based on the chest X-ray, but I would say that it was better on
Okay.
chest X-ray.
And so when something is getting better, that typically means in this case that maybe tension pneumomediastinum is probably no longer a major concern, right?
That is very true, yes.
Very true, because that means that there's not a structure that's leaking air continually into the chest cavity,
Yes,
right? Okay.
well said.
All right. Now, typically in a case like this, where it's something that we'll say resolves quickly, is there any lasting effect from the incident of pneumomediastinum?
Generally, I'm struggling with this question because I'm not an expert in pneumomediastinum, I would say that I don't know what the answer is, but I would anticipate that it's likely no, you
Okay.
won't have long-term effects.
Perfect. Okay, and again, just to clarify, the lack of food and water was for two purposes, essentially. One, we don't want to make things worse by getting a piece of hamburger stuck in there,
Yes.
right?
Mhm.
And two, if there is a problem that we're not seeing right now, we want to be able to immediately address it, right?
I was looking for specific worsening, and so to clarify, yes, if she was worsening all of a sudden, then she would need immediate attention. Yes.
Okay. And so in this case, where we have a beginning of pneumomediastinum, we have the air in the lungs, it's possible that it resolves the next day.
Yes.
It's also possible it could get worse.
Yes.
And in this case, it did not get worse, right?
It did not get worse
Okay.
based on the chest X-ray the following morning.
All right. Okay, I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Leary, cross-examination.
Good morning, Dr. Kim.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
We appreciate it. I mean, I assume that it's every doctor's dream to come in and testify.
No,
right?
this is actually pretty terrifying and horrifying to me. So thanks for saying that.
Well, I really appreciate your honesty, and
That is funny. The doctor is horrified and testified to come in and test. Oh my God, that is funny. Okay, go ahead, dude. Keep on with your laugh.
I'm sure it can be horrifying for many people.
Oh yeah.
But this shouldn't be too bad. So, okay. So at the start of the direct, you
Keep your feet off
testified
my furniture,
that you
80s.
didn't see vascular injury. Did I hear
Yes.
that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said that vascular injury is a common result of strangulation cases. Is that? Did you say that?
I want to. The answer is I did say that.
Okay.
So it's not very common, but it's what we look for because it's dangerous.
Okay.
I'll tell you why. May I?
Absolutely.
Okay. The amount of force it takes to restrict, and this is an area that I'm actually expert at, the amount of force it actually takes for you to choke somebody to prevent venous flow, that means blood from your brain going back into your heart, is not very much, about 4 pounds per square inch or so. The carotid artery is a little bit higher, so preventing blood from going from your heart up to your brain is a little bit higher. And if I remember correctly, I want to say it's about 11 pounds per square inch or so. That's about a really firm handshake you can get around the neck. Sometimes the amount of force it takes for you to strangle somebody and even break the hyoid bone is so much that it causes carotid injury. Specifically because of that, the emergency department has, and I did use my hand to demonstrate what part of the neck I was talking about. The emergency department has a protocol for strangulation injuries to look specifically for carotid injury specifically, as it can cause terrible problems with neurovascular damage. You know, it'll look like a stroke sometimes. You can have carotid blowout, all these other terrible things that can occur. I did not see that on the CT angiogram.
Okay. So what you did see was this loose air,
Yes.
correct? And that was the only thing that you saw that was of significance to you in this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's why you were called in.
Yes, sir.
And so what we're talking about is, as you described, free air inside, and your chest is a closed universe, correct?
Yes.
All right. So there's no release valve,
No, there is not.
or at least not a very effective one. Fair?
Yeah, over time it'll slowly absorb.
Okay.
But yes, there's no obvious release valve.
Okay. And so you talked about it's dangerous if it develops tension in various parts of your chest and your neck area, correct?
Mhm. That's correct.
And that is because it's kind of a one-way. So if there's a tear and it's an open tear, that air is then going in and pressure is building, correct?
That's correct.
And your body doesn't have the ability to actively, quickly release that air.
Exactly.
Okay.
Generally, the rate of absorption is much, much slower than how quickly you can build up the air inside.
Okay. And so we didn't in this case, see any of that ongoing buildup of air. Fair?
That is fair.
Okay.
May I expound on that?
Sure.
The CT scan was done, I believe, a few hours afterwards.
Okay.
The amount of air I saw wasn't great. There wasn't a lot of air inside of her.
So let me interrupt. So when you say wasn't great,
So,
what does that mean? Like danger, or not a great amount?
so it wasn't that it was a small amount of air,
Okay.
right? So when I do neck surgeries, I can cause pneumomediastinum, okay? Just because I open up the neck, I'm operating along the trachea and such, right? When I see that on a chest X-ray or a CT scan the following day, I'm not generally worried about it because I know that there's no more air going inside the body, right? So for her, I thought, well, she may be already absorbing some of this, and that's the reason why we're seeing definitely air, but not a large amount. I was a lot less worried about tension pneumomediastinum at this point.
Okay. And so we talked about kind of things that can go wrong, right? And that's why you're watching her, correct?
Mhm.
Why she was admitted,
Just have to have a verbal response.
Sorry. Yes.
and that's why she was admitted overnight, correct?
Yes.
And what you then talked about is just because we can doesn't mean we should.
Absolutely.
Okay. And so the watchful waiting in the morning, if you had seen fever, chest pain, shortness of breath, you then go to we're gonna take those additional steps to research it, correct?
Very good. Yes.
Okay. I was trying to pay attention. So I mean, there's no need to scope. I mean, if it's going to resolve on its own, we don't need to scope, correct? We don't need to do the swallow study.
Right.
And we don't need to do a CT scan of the chest, correct? Because of the amount of air, correct?
Yes.
And she wasn't showing signs of further distress.
Right.
Okay.
She was asymptomatic at this point, from what I understood.
Okay. All right. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Zoe, redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Dr. Kim, when Mr. Kading, the first defense attorney that asked you some questions on cross-examination, he asked you about the different other possible ways that can cause pneumomediastinum. Do you remember that line of questioning?
I do.
Okay, and I believe one of the things he mentioned was that, in essence, having pressure placed on you, like on your chest, could in fact cause pneumomediastinum.
Yes, he did.
Okay. Let me ask you this question. Based on your training experience, in a situation, if somebody is, for whatever reason, holding their breath, and all of a sudden sudden pressure is being placed on their chest, can that cause pneumomediastinum?
From what I've read, that it can, yes. So any kind of chest trauma.
Okay.
So a sudden force to the chest can cause pneumomediastinum, yes.
Okay, and for the sudden force to the chest to cause pneumomediastinum, in the situation where the person is holding their breath, for pneumomediastinum to occur, does it require the person to, essence, still be holding in their breath when the sudden pressure is being placed on their chest?
If there's the answer is probably yes.
Okay.
I haven't seen studies on that, but the way it occurs is that the glottis is your vocal cords and your larynx. Again, I'm pointing to my body. And when it shuts, that allows you that prevents any kind of air from escaping your lungs. If you hit your chest hard enough at that point, you're going to increase the introthoracic pressure. And without this release valve opening up, the air sometimes has to go somewhere, and it can pick a weak area, an area of least resistance, if you will.
Okay. The release valve you're talking about, based on your training experience, for most people, would the release valve in essence open up unless there was something else that was causing it to be shut?
Yeah, it should open.
Okay. And so based on your training experience, the release valve you're talking about, if somebody was holding onto their breath, is it fair to say that they would, in essence, release and exhale once the sudden pressure ends up being applied to their chest?
Yes.
And on October 18th of 2024, when you first reviewed the scans that was done on Ms. Ali, you testified that the next day you didn't have any concerns due to the fact there was the presence of free air was, in essence, had disappeared. But on October 18th, at that time, when you first reviewed the scans, did you still have the concern? Did you, in fact, have the concern that she could develop tension pneumomediastinum?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if I thought that she didn't have any chance of something life-threatening happened to her, I would have said you can just discharge her home. But I was absolutely concerned for a potential life-threatening tension pneumomediastinum. Yes.
Okay. And then what about the concern for mediastinitis? I believe that was the correct pronunciation. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
I finally got it right. Was that also a concern on October 18th when you first reviewed our scans?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
I specifically that's one of the big reasons why I recommended not to eat or drink anything until the following morning.
Okay. And you indicated that the following day when you saw the, in essence, free air had disappeared from her aerodigestive tract and then also from her mediastinum. That was the next day after reviewing the subsequent scans. Is that right?
That is correct. I want to be clear. The free air, she probably still had a little bit there.
Okay.
The chest x-ray is not specific enough, sensitive enough to detect really minute amounts of air. So when you say disappeared, it makes me a little uncomfortable. It probably didn't disappear. It was probably just much less.
Okay. But on October 18th, when you first reviewed her scans, did you at that time have the concern that she was possibly still leaking air?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Mr. Kading, recross.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, you twice have mentioned the hyoid bone in your testimony, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's a small bone in your throat?
It's above your larynx. I'm again pointing. This is your voice box here. Men generally have Adam's apples. It's just above that. It's a free-floating bone, one of the few free-floating bones you have.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like the letter C. And it just floats, connecting some of what's called your strap muscles that allows you to swallow better.
Okay, and I believe you said that sometimes gets broken during a strangulation event?
Yes, sir.
It was not broken in this case?
It was not broken in this case.
And you said it took how much force? 11 pounds of force was it?
11 pounds. 11. So I'm going to be honest with you. I don't remember the exact number, but I believe it's 11 pounds per square inch.
Okay. All right. But only 4 pounds per square inch to cut off the blood flow?
For the venous return. That means the blood flow from the brain returning back to the heart.
Okay.
Which again is a little less than a firm handshake.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Larry, any further cross-examination?
Thank you for being here.
Any further direct?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry? You are excused. You may step down and you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a good day.
You too. Thank you.
Ms. Stone, call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. This state would call Officer Chavez. May I step out?
You may. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
I do.
Please be seated. Looks like everyone is seated again, so you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Officer Chavez.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Tori Chavez, C-H-A, V as in Victor, E, Z as in zebra.
Thank you. And Officer Chavez, I'm going to ask you to move just a little bit closer to the microphone if you don't mind. And if you need to adjust it, it moves. Okay. Officer Chavez, are you employed?
I am.
How so?
I'm employed with the Lacey Police Department.
Okay. What do you do for the Lacey Police Department?
I'm employed as a police officer on the patrol schedule.
Okay. And how long have you been employed with the Lacey Police Department?
I was hired in September of 2023, and I received my commission in June of 2024.
Yes, I have to say, when I just a quick pause. I see y'all, a serious gal. She's a deep talker. Okay. I don't know why. I have no idea why, but I'm going to be completely honest. When they say Officer Chavez, I expected, okay, keep in mind, I have a Hector, guys. I have a Hector. I expected a kind of heavy set officer male to come in. I don't know why, which is what I envisioned. So this was all new. Okay, play. Didn't expect
And is that
it.
all of your time in law enforcement?
It is.
Okay. Can you describe your training and experience, please?
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Arts with an emphasis in Japanese language. I completed the Washington State Basic Law Enforcement Academy, which is 720 hours. Training, including criminal law, criminal investigation, collisions, first aid. I've also completed a 8-hour deaf awareness workshop, a 32-hour course in drone operations, and recently a 16-hour interview course.
And as a patrol officer, what do you do? What are your duties?
My duties are I'm assigned to a specific area of Lacey, whether it's north, central, or south. I'm responsible for answering calls of service. Could be anywhere from just answering phone calls for public service, answering questions about Lacey municipal codes, Washington state laws, doing investigations into burglaries, thefts, also in doing traffic enforcement.
Okay. And were you employed by the Lacey Police Department then in October of 2024?
I was.
And were you working or on duty on October 18th, 2024 at approximately 2 o'clock in the afternoon?
I was.
Did you become involved in an investigation occurring at Timberline High School on that day?
I did, yes.
Is that at 6121 Mullen Road, Southeast in Lacey, Washington?
I believe so, yes.
And did you go to that location?
I did.
Who did you, if anyone, go to that location with?
I went with my field training officer, Officer Bell.
What is a field training officer?
They're responsible for making sure that once we graduate academy, we meet the requirements that the Lacey Police Department has for new entry-level officers. So with him, he was my phase 3, which would be towards the end of the training that the department gives new officers.
And when you say you went there with him, does that mean you share a vehicle? You
Yes.
go in pairs? What does that look like?
At that point on that phase, I was the driver of the vehicle and he was sitting in the passenger seat in the front.
And do you know about what time you arrived?
I think it was approximately 2:24.
And what upon, well, first of all, which direction are you coming from?
I was coming from Rebel Road, so I was going to be traveling eastbound on Mullen Road.
And what did you observe when you arrived?
I observed moderate to heavy traffic. It appeared that school had just let out. There's the high school on the left-hand side of the road if you're going eastbound, and then there's another elementary school farther down the road. So there's a lot of cars coming and going from that area, school buses, things like that.
When you say another elementary school, is that on the left-hand side of the road or the right-hand side?
It would be the right-hand side of the road.
Okay, so across the street and a little bit farther down from the high school, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So you said you observed medium to heavy traffic in the area due to school ending and those two schools. Is there anything that specifically drew your attention as you were arriving?
Yes, there was a group of people standing on the sidewalk on the Timberline sides at the left-hand side of where I was facing.
Okay, and where were there any markers or landmarks, so to speak, on that left-hand side of the road where you saw that group? Something to orient the jury to?
So there was the intercity transit bus stop at that location, and then just east of that is the entrance to the school's parking lot.
And where did you see that group of people in relation to that intercity transit bus stop?
They're roughly gathered around where that bus stop pole is.
You said where the pole is?
Yes.
Okay. And were there any other officers on scene yet at that time?
Yes, I did. I saw one other officer.
Do you know who that officer was?
Officer Hang.
Where did you see Officer Hang?
He was in the like bark or dirt part of the school grounds. He was bent over and kneeling and holding somebody down.
Okay. Were there any other individuals with Officer Hang?
There was an adult male.
And was that adult male an officer or a civilian?
It looked to be a civilian.
Okay. And you said they were holding someone down. Was the person they were holding down an adult, a child, or something else?
Appeared to be an adult.
Adult, male or female?
Male.
And was that person an officer or a civilian?
It was a civilian.
And you said there were a crowd of people there. How would you describe that crowd of people? Is that were those adults, children, or something else?
They appear to be primarily high schoolers.
Okay. What did you do next as you were arriving? Where'd you go?
I pulled my vehicle into the left turn lane to go into Timberline High School. I had my red and blue lights on. I exited my vehicle and approached to where Officer Hang was kneeling on the ground. And then at that point, we asked what he needed to assist him.
Okay. And what was your duty then in terms of assisting?
I was to gather the witness statements from anybody that had seen what had occurred prior to my arrival.
Okay. And where did you do that?
I did that at the inner city bus stop.
Okay. And who were you gathering witness statements from?
I got their names.
Well, I'll get there.
Okay.
Who were you getting witness statements
I
from?
was getting witness statements from the high schoolers that were at the bus stop.
And do you remember specifically who you spoke with at the bus stop?
Good on Court TV. They finally got their mute game on.
Where or when did you speak with Miss Carter?
Oh, this
First approached the teenagers that had stated that they had
were
seen what
trying.
happened.
And again, without repeating anything anyone told you, where or when did you speak with Miss Carter?
When I initially made contact at the bus stop.
Did she provide you a statement at that time?
She did not know.
Was there a bus coming at that point?
She stated that she needed to catch a bus. Yes, I did not see one at the time.
Okay. And did you get her information to take a later statement?
I did, yes.
Okay. At some point during your investigation, let me back up. At any point during your interaction or your time on scene, did you come in contact with anyone by the name? What about Ihsan Ali? No contact.
That would be in the parking lot proper of the Timberline High School.
Was that before or after you made contact with them? And when you observed Zahraa and Ihsan Ali, how would you identify how they appeared in terms of what they were wearing? I mean, who was wearing what?
Hanin was wearing I believe it's a headscarf called a hijab. She was wearing a black raincoat or overcoat, a blue button-up shirt, and black pants.
Okay. And what was Zahraa wearing?
She was also wearing a hijab and a long ankle-length overcoat, something that was black with some sort of leopard print dress or long covering underneath.
At some point during your investigation, did you become familiar with the name of? Okay. At what point of your investigation do you recall you became aware of Fatima Ali?
Well, when I spoke with Hanin and Zahraa, they had mentioned their daughter.
Okay. And were you able to determine based on a conversation with Zahraa who Fatima was in relation to Zahraa?
Yes.
And who was Fatima in relation to Zahraa?
Zahraa said it was her daughter.
Were you able to determine what the, were you aware at some point of anyone by the name of, based on your conversation with Zahraa, was any connection between Isaiah and Fatima?
Yes.
What was that connection?
From my understanding was that Isaiah was Fatima's boyfriend.
Do you recall during the course of your conversation with Zahraa Ali, whether she made any statements about Isaiah specifically?
Yes.
And what did she say about Isaiah as it related to her daughter?
She stated to me that Isaiah was changing her daughter's mind, and that he was a danger to her.
And were you speaking during the time that you had contact with Isaiah, or excuse me, with Zahraa and Haneen? Were you speaking to both women, just Haneen, Zahraa, or something else?
I was speaking to both.
And was Haneen relaying to you what she believed had occurred that day as well?
Yes,
And was that conversation with you in English?
it was.
And during your interaction with Haneen, did Zahraa provide details?
She did.
What did that look like? Meaning, did they speak individually? Did they provide a group statement? What did that interaction between Haneen, Zahraa, and you look like in terms of pace or smoothness of that conversation?
It was relatively choppy. When I would direct questions at Haneen, Zahraa would interject, or they would start talking over each other, so it was a little difficult to follow at times. When I would ask clarifying questions, Zahraa would often interject with her recollection of events.
Okay. And was that communication with you from Zahraa with you also in English?
It was.
During the course of your interaction with Zahraa Ali, did she indicate to you whether she had observed Isaiah punching her husband?
She did.
Did she indicate what that looked like?
She made gestures with one of her arms in a punching motion, or like a rapid punching motion.
Okay. So what did she say about her observations of Isaiah punching her husband?
She said when she arrived, she saw Isaiah hitting her husband.
And did she indicate if her husband was on the ground at that time?
She did not.
And did you ask them to clarify where they were when they made the observations about Zahraa hitting her husband?
I did.
And what was the response?
The response was both of them answered at the same time. Haneen stated that...
Without introducing what Haneen said, please.
Okay. Zahraa made a gesture based off of where she was standing towards the school and was saying that they fled in that direction. They being Fatima and Isaiah.
How did Zahraa appear to you when describing what was happening, which she said she observed happening to her husband when she arrived?
She was upset. She would pace back and forth. Her hands would either be clasped in front of her or wringing her hands. She would break down in sobs occasionally, but I'd never observed any tears or reddening of her face or anything like that.
Okay. Did Zahraa make any statements about what she believed or what she was relaying Isaiah had done to her?
Yes.
Did you observe any visible injuries to either woman, either Haneen or Zahraa?
I did not.
How did their clothing appear to you? Meaning, what condition or state was their clothing in?
It did not appear disheveled. I didn't notice any marks of dirt, smudges, creases, anything like that.
When you, at some point during your interaction with Zahraa and Haneen, did you give them any instructions or directives about where they could go or what they could do while on the scene?
I did, yes.
And how would you describe their responsiveness to those directives?
At times they appeared not to hear what was said, or they were slow to respond in the affirmative of not doing what I asked or doing what I asked.
Okay. And so during the course of the time, was there any request from Zahraa to speak with her husband?
Yes.
Okay, was she immediately allowed to do that?
No, she was not.
And what did that interaction look like? How would you describe that period of your interaction with Zahraa?
She became upset. She continually repeated that she just wanted to speak to her husband, and began kind of pacing around or trying to move past where myself and other officers were standing at the time.
And did other officers have to intervene to stop her from going to her husband?
Yes.
What was Haneen doing during this period of time without repeating anything that she was saying?
She was following Zahraa.
How would you describe her demeanor?
She was also upset. She was slightly more calm in her tone and pitch when she was speaking with me, but she was visibly also upset.
And when you say upset, what does that mean? Like, what do you mean by upset? I know that is a general term, but what does that look like?
Her voice would raise in pitch. She would kind of sob, speak rapidly, breathe rapidly, pace around.
Did they continue to try to get to Ihsan Ali despite officers' instructions?
Yes.
Did you eventually allow Zahraa to speak with Ihsan?
Yes.
And what about Haneen?
She as well.
And did you hear any of that conversation?
I heard the conversation, but I did not understand it.
What do you mean?
It was not in English.
During the course of your interaction with Zahraa Ali, did she ever ask you about the health or welfare of Fatima?
She did not.
Did she ask you about Fatima at all?
She asked to speak with her.
And just speak with her?
Yes.
At any point, did you observe whether Zahraa ever attempted to return to the school?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did she say about that?
She says that she wanted to speak with her daughter.
For how long?
Initially, she just repeated, I want to speak with my daughter. She's my daughter. And then when I repeatedly told her that she was not allowed to do so, she said she just needed 1 minute.
What was her initial response when you told her that she could not do that?
She became upset. Eventually, she went and took a seat on one of the curbs where the parking stalls were and began rocking back and forth and repeating a phrase I didn't understand.
I'm sorry, repeating what?
A phrase that I didn't understand what she was saying.
Okay. Did you tell her whether she was being seen by fire or medics?
Yes.
And at that point, did she ask about the physical condition of her child, like whether she was okay?
She did not.
Officer Chavez, how did you find out that Fatima had been choked or strangled by Ihsan?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for legal conclusion. Well, and also calls for hearsay and hearsay.
Sustained is the form of the question.
Officer Chavez, at any point during your interaction with Zahraa Ali, did she mention her husband's interactions with her child?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Just a few questions. Good morning, officer.
Good morning, sir.
So when you arrived on scene, Mr. Ali was laying on the ground? Is that
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay. And is it fair to say then that by the time you got there, pretty much the entire incident up to that point, you got from other people, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the people that you talked to were the kids that were around there, right?
Correct.
All right. And now, I think it might have been you. Let me ask, was it you that tried to get the written statements from those kids?
That's correct.
Okay, and you didn't have any forms?
That's correct.
Okay, so you never got any written statements?
That's correct.
Okay. And you, at that point, things were pretty fresh. I assume you hadn't seen any videos or anything?
I had not. No.
Okay, so all the information that you were going on was based upon what people were telling you?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. No more.
Mr. Leary, cross-examination.
Morning, Officer Galvez.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you for being here. All right, so if I understand correctly, you get dispatched to this call?
Correct.
Do you recall how long it took you to get there?
Maybe 10 minutes?
And you were roughly the second officer that you saw on the scene?
Correct.
And Officer Hung had Mr. Ali detained on the ground, correct?
Correct.
And you walked up and said, basically, what do I need to do?
That's correct.
And that's kind of typical protocol, right?
Correct.
See if there's what the other officer needs. If he had needed assistance, you would have provided it, fair?
Correct.
But he didn't ask you to help, correct?
Correct.
And so you saw students standing around, and logically it then made sense to talk and find out who knew what
Correct.
and get their information.
Correct.
Did you separate the students to talk to them individually?
I did not know.
Okay, so they're all talking in a semicircle around you,
Correct.
and you're taking notes?
Correct.
And you also have your body-worn video activated, is that fair?
That's
And is
correct.
it on throughout the entire process?
It is.
Did you review that prior to testifying today?
I did.
And that's what it's for, right?
Correct.
And so, did you have concerns about kind of witnesses hearing what other witnesses said and having it impact their observations and ability to provide independent descriptions?
In the moment, no.
Okay. How about later?
Well, now that I'm no longer in training, I could see the benefit to trying to separate or isolate each individual witness, yes.
And what benefit would you see by having people separate?
Making sure that the witnesses aren't borrowing words from other witnesses.
And so, understanding the timeline, so you arrive, you see a fellow officer, you see Mr. Ali, correct?
Correct.
You do not see Zahraa Ali initially, correct?
No, I did not.
And so you're taking time. Do you recall how long it was you were talking to Caleb Fisk, Eric Price Jr., Athena Rich, and Zayla Carter?
No, I don't recall how long I was.
But you
speaking
were
with.
kind of talking to them at the same time sequentially. This is a large conversation, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And it wasn't a brief conversation, correct?
Correct.
And you'd also gone back to your patrol car to see if you had witness forms, and you didn't have them, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then you come back. At one point, Zayla Carter says, "Hey, I got to go catch my bus," and you may have indicated that you would follow up with her, or
Correct.
somebody would, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then you see Zahraa Ali and Haneen Ali coming back from the school, correct?
No.
Okay. You didn't know where they came from, fair?
Well, correct. Yes.
So you didn't see him initially, but after this passage of time, you then have interaction with Zahraa and Haneen, correct?
Correct.
And at this point, you had not had contact with Fatima Ali, correct?
Correct.
And did you say that you did see her at the school?
I did not know.
Okay, so at no point did you see her at the school.
I did not know.
So that's affirmative?
Correct.
Okay, I just, for the purposes of the court report, I want to make sure we're on the same
Yes, sir.
page. All right. And so you subsequently learned that there was an incident, that the reason for the call was an interaction with Fatima Ali, correct?
Correct.
And that's what you were there talking about and investigating, correct? And so after this passage of time, your attention is then drawn to Zahraa Ali, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you described her as upset, correct?
Correct.
And so emotionally upset. Just by looking at her, you could tell that something was going on, correct?
Correct.
And that she was pacing back and forth, correct?
Correct.
Wringing her hands, correct?
Correct.
And sobbing.
Correct.
Okay. And I think you didn't see actual tears, but in terms of kind of somebody who is very distraught. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So she had asked to see her daughter. And so did you know from other officers or from some other source as to where Fatima was?
Yes.
And that was, in your understanding, at the school, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so she asked you for permission. Hey, can I go back to the school to see my daughter? And did you check with others, or did you just tell her no?
I told her she was not allowed to at this time.
Okay. And so when she heard that, she was so upset, she then sat down on a curb, started rocking back and forth. Is that what you described?
Correct.
Okay. So then at some point, she is asking to talk with her husband, correct? And he is detained at this point with other officers, correct?
Correct.
And there were multiple officers who were talking to her about whether she could talk with her husband, correct?
Correct.
And you heard those conversations?
Correct.
And there was a discussion to her like, at some point, yes, we will let you talk with your husband, but just not right now, right?
Correct.
Okay. And she continued to be very upset as to what was happening and what was going on, correct?
Correct.
You did not take a statement from her, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't sit down and say, hey, I want to interview you. I want to get the facts as to what happened, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so the statement, like, she didn't describe her husband's interactions with their daughter, Fatima, that you didn't ask her, I want you to tell me what happened, what led up to this, correct?
Correct.
All right. So your interactions with her were primarily, hey, can I go see my daughter? Which you said no, correct?
Correct.
Can I see my husband? And you said no, correct?
Correct.
And then her kind of continued grief as to everything that appeared to be going on. Is that fair?
Sounds correct.
Okay. All right. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Officer Chavez,
Yes, ma'am.
you indicated that you took those statements and you reviewed that prior to today. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And when you took those statements from Caleb Fish, statements all exactly the same.
The majority of it was the same, but each one would add a little bit of a different take on it.
Is it fair to say based on their own vantage point?
I would say so.
When you, how long, if you know, how long would you estimate your contact was with Zahraa during the course of your time on scene?
Would say no less than 15 minutes
Collectively.
collectively.
Okay. And during the course of that, did she provide you a statement? Meaning, did she come to give you a statement?
Sustained.
During the course of your time with her, did she voluntarily speak with you?
Yes.
Sustained.
During the course of the time that you interacted with her, did she attempt to give you details about the events? It's about Zahraa Ali.
I understand that. Members of the jury, it is 10:28, and so we are at time for our morning recess. I will tell you that we do anticipate that this is longer than a 15-minute recess, 20,
Good timing,
maybe 30,
Judge. I
hopefully
like
20,
you.
but longer than 15 minutes, and then we'll have you back in. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Oh my God. Okay. All right. There is nothing going on. He's standing there waiting for him to come out the door. We're waiting. We want to see this guy. Do you know, I was actually reading the chat. She does, case one. This judge, she likes her break. Oh, wait, they're doing an objection to something that happened already. I'm going to pause that so we can go back to that because that was interesting. They objected after the jury walked out of this other hearing. So, all right. And we're turned all the way up. I hate to boost the sound because we know, I think his name is Judge. Oh, okay, I didn't expect that on my screen right then when I was flipping around. But anyways, yeah, there was an objection on the other one before they went to break, so I paused it. Yep, nasty, nasty. Oh, we're getting sound finally. I may have to boost the sound.
1, 2, 3, 2024.
Okay, I boosted the sound.
2 appearances for the record, beginning with the state, please.
And
William J.
we're only on one side. So if you can't
On
hear,
behalf of
you're
the
both
defense.
switch.
Alicia Smith. Beth Borden.
Peter Mills. Alex Johnson.
Ms. Walker might be via.
No way. Beginner, you're wrong. Can't be. It can't be. It sure is, isn't it?
State, we have an online presence named Stephanie. Is that representative from the survivor family?
Yes, Your Honor.
Stephanie from the surviving family. Oh my gosh, Cindy. Yes, it looked like him too.
An online presence, Stephanie. Also admitting Morris Walker.
He doesn't have to be so close to me, guys. It's intimidating sitting here. I don't know why, but when I see myself and I see him so close, it's almost scary. Hey, Katya. Yes, Stephanie. That's what they said, Stephanie. So I think that's Jen's sister. No, it just started. Do you want up, Katya? Thank you. We're playing around with things in the background, Katya. Yes, I have it boosted. I have it boosted as loud as it'll go. Hey, Hio. Sorry, I'm answering your questions, not even saying hi to you. You're having food.
Court has received 2 plea forms, one for each of the cases. For CF 1293.
Audio is only on one side.
CF 632. Court has also received an addendum to the plea form.
No, you're not. Hush.
Ms. Borden, Ms. Smith, do you wish to walk me through the terms of the agreement?
Yes, Judge. In exchange, Mr. Sterns will be entering a plea in the 693 case, the counts 1 through 20. The state will be under counsel in no process 21 through 60. Settlement concurrently with the 1293 case and adjudication of your SCE life concurrent, and then additionally
Thank you. And state as to the addendum. I'm going to ask the folks that have joined us remotely to please mute their microphones. State any special considerations in the addendum to the plea form?
No, Your Honor, we are just incorporating the plea addendum into the plea.
State of Florida filed a notice of intent to seek the penalty of death. That was on June 7th, 2024. Is the state formally going to be withdrawing that notice of intent to seek the penalty of death?
After the acceptance of the plea and pronouncement of sentence, yes.
Thank you. Should that announcement be made by the state of Florida, the proposed sentence will be the maximum sentence allowed by law. Mr. Sterns, I'm going to place you under oath.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to enter into this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I have two plea forms in my hand. One document looks like this. Second document looks like this. They're each plea forms for your respective cases. They each have a signature. That signature is the same on both plea documents. That signature is next to my finger. Can you tell me if that is your signature?
It's hard to tell from here.
Deputy, will you provide these forms?
Yes, Your Honor.
to the defendant?
Get the hell out of here, dude. It's hard to tell from it. Get out. Get out. Stop.
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Okay, let's be petty.
What your
Be fun.
signature
Okay.
and a set of initials after each of the 26 paragraphs on each document, those initials being SS, tell me is that you have had an opportunity to read these documents. Do you have any difficulty reading and writing the English language?
I have no difficulty.
And your signature indicates that you are aware of each of the 26 paragraphs and all of the terms and conditions of these two documents. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I have a secondary document. It is an addendum to the plea form. That document is 4 pages long. It appears to have the same initials on the bottom of each of the pages, as well as a signature at the conclusion of the case along with your attorney, Ms. Borden and Ms. Smith. I'm going to ask the deputies to please provide this document to you, and I'm going to ask you to verify that this is your signature.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, it is.
What your signature on this document tells me is that you have had an opportunity to read this document, go over it with your attorneys, and you understand the 13 additional conditions of your plea agreement. Is that correct?
That is correct.
His voice just freaks me out.
Each of the plea form goes over what your trial rights would be. In 2024 CF 1293, you are charged with the allegation of first-degree premeditated murder. In 2024 CF 632, you are charged with 60 counts. The first 9 counts being sexual battery with a child 12 to 18 years of age, counts 10 through 13 being sexual battery with a child 12 to 18 years of age, counts 14 through 20 being lewd or lascivious molestation, counts 21 through 60 being unlawful possession of materials depicting sexual performance by a child, 10 or more images.
Your Honor, counts 1 through 8 are sexual battery on a child under 12.
My apologies. Counts 1 through 8 are capital sexual battery on a child under 12.
Disgusting human.
The plea form contemplates in 2024 CF 1293, 1 count of murder, first degree, capital offense. Plea form on 24 CF 632 contemplates counts 1 through 8, 9 through 13, 14 through 20. With the representation that the state of Florida is withdrawing their notice of intention to seek the penalty of death upon acceptance of this plea, the maximum potential sentence on 24 CF 1293 would be life in prison without possibility of parole. Has the maximum sentence been explained to you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And in 24 CF 632, counts 1 through 8, the maximum potential sentence would be a mandatory sentence of life in prison without possibility of parole. 9 through 13 would, and 14 through 20 would be first-degree felony allegations with a maximum potential sentence of up to life in prison. You understand those maximum potential sentences on that case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that you have a right to have a jury trial as to each of these allegations? And at the jury trial, the state of Florida would have to prove those allegations against you beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. At that trial, your attorneys would be with you. They are experienced, board-certified criminal expert trial attorneys. They would be cross-examining witnesses, examining the evidence against you. You would have a right to present your own witnesses and your own evidence. If you had witnesses that did not want to come to court, you could have asked me to make them come to court with a subpoena. You could have spoke at your trial, or you could have exercised your right to remain silent and not spoken. That would have been your decision after you talked those decisions over with your attorneys, and your jury would have been instructed not to consider your decision to remain silent in any way in rendering a verdict. You would have had a right to have your trial recorded and appeal any errors that occurred in the process. Do you understand you are giving up all of your trial rights if the court accepts this plea? Because I will be imposing the sentence that you have agreed with the state of Florida to be imposed upon you, and we will not be having a trial on any of these matters. Do you understand those things?
I understand.
And Your Honor, just for record purposes, counts 9 through 13 are first-degree felonies punishable by life, as the court indicated. Count 14 through 20 are actually life felonies.
These are life felonies with a minimum mandatory of 25 years. Is life a required sentence, or would that be a punishable by life offense?
It's a life, punishable by life offense. I just wanted the record to be clear. This court indicated first-degree felonies, punishable by life. I just wanted the record to be clear that 14 through 20 are life felonies with 25-year minimum mandatories.
So the plea form indicates that these are first-degree felonies. These are actually either capital offenses or punishable by life offenses. Do you understand that, Mr. Sterns?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is anyone forcing you or pressuring you into make the decision to resolve your case this way?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone made you any other promises other than what has been presented to you as the agreed-upon sentence?
No, Your Honor.
Are you under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or mental issues that cause you not to understand the decision that you are making?
I am not.
Do you understand if you are not a United States citizen, that entry of this plea would subject you to deportation proceedings?
Yes.
And if you ever before had been convicted of a sexually violent or a sexually motivated offense, entry of this plea would have subjected you to involuntary civil commitment at the conclusion of any incarcerative sentence. Do you understand that's the state of Florida law?
Yes.
Ms. Smith, do you have any competency concerns regarding Mr. Sterns' fitness to accept this plea agreement?
No, Judge.
Ms. Borden?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Sterns, based on your responses to the court, based on your indicating that you have reviewed this decision with your attorneys, based on your initialing of the plea form and your acknowledgement that you understand all the terms and conditions, rights and obligations on these plea forms, including the addendum, The court is going to make a determination that you are alert, that you have had an opportunity to discuss this with your attorneys, that you are making this decision freely and voluntarily and without coercion. The court accepts your plea. Let me see the attorneys.
Ooh, a quick sidebar. Richard Allen was moved. I didn't see that. I'm gonna have to look into that one. Yeah, no TBI. Yeah, GSD mom. Yep, yeah. Get that ear. I just want to grab him by his ear. Y'all bring that ear back up here. Bring me that ear back. Oh, look, who's all in the courtroom? Oh, y'all, let's be nosy. Oh, there's Jen. Is that Jen? Stop. Let's be nosy. Do we recognize any of these people? It's a full courtroom. Yeah, exactly. Somebody will find him and get him. You think so, William? He'll be in protective custody for a few years, and then he'll be dumped into population. Her mom. Yeah, I saw her mom. Whew. Yeah, I didn't see Jen in there. It went too fast. I couldn't see if the dad was in there either. Maddie's biological father. I know. I know. I don't care. I don't care how far it is away. I would be there with bells on. If anything happened to my child, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I would be there. I don't care how much hatred or anger or disgust I have for a human being. I would be there in support of my child. You know. Take you a flu clonazepam and just sit there and be quiet and calm down. You know what I'm saying? I would be there no matter what it took. If it took me a couple of anxiety pills, not gonna lie, I would pop me a couple of anxiety pills and I'd sit right there and watch this man take his plea and see. You don't think you don't know if you could be there, Cindy? Yeah, I would. I would sit there and I would watch every second. Right, true crime. Exactly. We know how Jen was. So, hey, I guess can't be mad at her. She hadn't showed up for anything else, right? So, ooh, look at this big old man right here in this corner. Look at him. He's looking down at Stephan like, look, he's looking down at Stephan. Look at that. Let's zoom in a little bit here. Look at him. He's watching him. He says, dude, make a move. I dare you. I dare you to make a move. You are right, Maria. You're absolutely right. You're right. Right. Why would she show up? She has her own guilt feelings. She has to, oh, you do? You think you saw, okay, Tyler and Tatiana in the gallery. Jen is apparently via video. Well, I know they said Stephanie is via video, but I didn't hear them say anything about Jen or Jennifer. Well, she still could have. Hey, Indy, how are you, love? I didn't see you sneak in here. I would at least show up in person. I don't think I'd do it on Zoom. I mean, and if Tyler and Tatiana are in there, that's, great for her support. Absolutely. Yeah, I agree, William. Jen has a lot of fault in all this. Jen has a lot of fault in all this. I think Jen has a lot of fault in this. And as a mother, I'm disgusted by her. I could never imagine as a parent putting my child in that kind of situation. I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't the best parent in the world. We went through some shit. I'm not gonna lie, we went through some shit with my mental health until I got on track. My daughter rode some rickety old tracks with me, and but I never ever would have put her in harm's way like that. What are they discussing for so long? I feel like I'm just like, I don't know, I'm waiting. It is. It is very intense, Cindy. It is. It's like, you know what? The first thing came to mind is because I'm speaking about my child. Because I'm speaking about my child, the first thing came to mind, these people standing there waiting intensely, was when my grandson was being born, and how I was standing outside the waiting room, just pacing back and forth, waiting for my grandson to be born. So that's the first thing that came to mind. Okay, here we go. Okay, be quiet. Shh. Shh. Deep breath,
Court
everybody.
has had discussion with the parties regarding the plea of no contest as to 24 CF 1293, first degree premeditated murder of Madeline Soto. Mr. Sterns, how do you plea to first degree premeditated murder in 24 CF 1293?
Mr. Sterns, how do you plead?
No contest.
Freaking volume.
And as to counts 1 through 8,
y'all,
capital
is it
sexual
on
battery.
Channel? Thank God for closed caption.
Madeline Soto, while she was under the age of 12.
What the hell?
9 through 13, sexual battery of Madeline Soto between the ages of 12 and 18.
Stop.
And counts 14 through 20, lewd or lascivious molestation. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Y'all, that's the
Prior to sentencing, does the state care to offer any victim impact testimony?
Can you hear it?
Your Honor, the first will be a written statement from Madeline's maternal grandmother.
I only had one headphone in. Y'all, it was me. I'm having a blonde moment. I only have one headphone in.
Yolanda Zambrano. Today I stand before you with a broken soul. I am Madeline's grandmother, but to her I was not grandma. Madeline always called me Mama. She decided that since she was little. And that's how I felt with her, like a second mother who loved her with all my heart. Madeline was a happy little girl. She loved going shopping with me. That excited her so much that it felt like everything around us turned into color. I remember her face lighting up when we went to the stores. Holding hands, laughing together in those moments, we connected, and I felt like she knew she was loved, protected, and valued. At night, we loved to play. It was in those moments, just before bed, that she laughed the most. Sometimes it's hard for me to close my eyes because I still hear her laughter. It was free, sweet, and sincere laugh, a sound I will never forget as long as I live. But that laughter was silenced by a horrific act. The very man who betrayed her trust, her innocence, her body. And if that wasn't enough damage, he took her life. And with her, he killed a piece of our souls. Since then, life has never been the same. Our family is empty and broken. There are days when the pain is so great that I feel like I'm drowning. And every time I think of everything she could have been, everything that was stolen from her, it hurts even more. Because Maddie wasn't just a victim. She was a little girl with a beautiful future, with a unique light, with so much love to give and receive. Today I am here because Maddie can no longer speak, but I can as her grandmother. As someone who loved her with all that I am, I come to ask for justice for her memory, for everything she lived through and should never have lived through. Justice so that no one else has to go through such a horror. I will never forget Maddie, her voice, her laughter, her eyes, her dreams. All of that lives in me, and so it will live forever. My beautiful girl, one day we will be reunited and we will never be separated again. I love you with all my heart. Thank you for listening to me with deep pain and eternal love.
This is a statement from Angelica Negro Guerrero. My name is Angelica Negro Guerrero. I lived with Maddie and Jennifer in the same house for about 2.5 years. Today, I take the liberty of expressing myself not just as a roommate, but as part of the family, as Maddie told me several times. How can I explain how this tragedy has impacted my life? There are so many emotions. I am an immigrant and I have lived in this country for 4 years. I left my country, Venezuela, alone with just a suitcase in my hand in search of a better future. Venezuela has been going through the worst moment in history, run by people blinded by power and money, people who have stolen the future of so many. I've always been against injustice, abuse, corruption, and evil in general. I couldn't picture myself living in a country where I had to witness every single day how a small corrupt group destroyed countless families and the beauty of my nation. And that's exactly why it has been so devastating for me to experience something so tragic, so close to me after coming here with a hope for a better life. I ended up living under the same roof with a man who took a life of a 13-year-old girl, and with that shattered an entire family. What is the point of having dreams, plans, and opportunities if there is no life? If there is so much evil in the world? How can I explain what I felt and how this has affected me, especially considering that this same man took nude photos of my body without my consent, violating my privacy? I felt invaded, outraged, degraded, anguished, and absolutely shattered. I constantly think that my life was in danger too. I could have died. I am also a victim. And the only reason I'm here to write this is because God is great and I know I'm under his protection. This has affected my emotional, physical, and financial stability. I haven't been able to live with strangers ever again. Right now, I rent an apartment by myself. I pay it with all my effort just to feel safe and at peace. If I already had trouble trusting people before, now it's even harder. I can't imagine even handling a neighbor too close because it gives me anxiety. I tried to get psychological help to move forward, but this is something that will forever remain in my memory and continue to affect me deeply. To this day, I wish I could wake up and realize none of this ever happened, that this was just a nightmare. I wish I could still be spending time with Maddie, making her arepas with cheese and butter like she loved, and practicing our languages together. Me learning English and her learning Spanish. I'll never forget the words she always told Jennifer. Mommy, I would love to learn Spanish so I can talk a lot with Angelica. I think about all the time and I wish it had been me who spoke English fluently back then. Maybe she would have opened up to me about the hell she was going through with that horrible man. I want justice for Madeline and for all the girls and women who have lived through something similar. I want him to pay for all the pain he caused her and the beautiful family I love with all my heart. I send all my love to the sky to Madeline so her soul may find peace. Angelica. This is from Zamina Zambrano, a cousin to Maddie Soto. To the Honorable Court, we write this letter with broken hearts still aching from the devastating loss of our beloved Maddie Soto. The pain of losing her is something no family should ever have to endure. But the nature of her death, the cruelty, the abuse, the inhumanity has inflicted a level of trauma and sorrow that words can scarcely convey. Maddie was more than a victim. She was a daughter, a granddaughter, a cousin, a niece, and a cherished soul in our close-knit and loving family. To know her was to love her. Her spirit, her kindness, and her light remained with us even though her life was so brutally taken. She was not only murdered, she was discarded like she was nothing, thrown into the wilderness. That image haunts our minds and wounds our hearts every day. Our grief has been compounded by the public scrutiny and the cruelty of strangers who speculate and judge without knowing the depth of our loss or the strength of our bond. We are a large family rooted in love, faith, and mutual support, and this tragedy has shaken us to our core, mentally, emotionally, and physically. Many of us suffer sleepless nights, constant anxiety, and depression. The trauma has left scars that will last a lifetime. We turn to God for comfort and we trust that divine justice will ultimately be done. But we also place our faith in this court to uphold what is just and right. Maddie deserves that. Our family deserves that. We beg you to consider the profound impact this crime has had, not just on one individual, but on an entire family and community. Please ensure that the individual who committed this horrifying act is held fully accountable. Justice for Maddie cannot bring her back, but it can ensure that her life and her death are not dismissed or dishonored. Let there be no leniency for this cruelty. Let there be no question about the value of her life. Let justice be done. Sincerely, Jimena, please, on behalf of the Zambrano family.
Ma'am, can you tell the court your name?
My name is Leticia Nunez. I was Madeline's aunt.
Can you spell your first and last name for the court report?
Letizia, last name Nunez, Nunez. To Maddie. When I was 7 years old, a beautiful newborn baby was brought into our lives. And I remember being so excited because I was going to be an aunt. You gave me a sense of responsibility from such a young age because I wanted nothing more at that time than to help take care of you, play with you, and overall just make you a happy baby. You're truly missed every single day. I miss your laugh. I miss your smile. I miss your big, beautiful blue eyes. I miss doing the little things like picking you up from school, helping you with your homework, even though we both hated doing that. I just miss you and your presence. But that unfortunately was taken from us. I have so much hatred in my heart, specifically for the creature that's sitting in this room today. And no matter what happens or what justice could be brought, it kills me that it doesn't bring me back. I would give up my life if it meant having you here with us. Even though I was your aunt, you always felt much more like a little sister to me. Doing your hair for the father-daughter dances that my dad would take you to, letting you pick out clothes for my closet, doing your makeup and making sure it was very light because your natural beauty was worth more than any makeup product money could buy. I just miss you every single day, and it's left a hole in my heart from the day you've been gone. Your innocence was taken from you, and since clearly that wasn't enough for a certain someone, so was your life. You were the bravest little girl I've ever met, full of love, light, laughter, and as any positive thing I could think of, you were all of those things. I'm so blessed to have spent 13 years with someone so wonderful, and you're going to live on through all of us. Not because of what happened to you, because that didn't define who you were. I'm going to make sure my future kids know who you are, and make sure my grandkids know who you are, and so on. Today I sit here before everyone, and all I can say is that despite what anyone thinks they know, you were so loved by each and every one of your family members, and I know you felt you left this world knowing that. I know it would pain you to see what people have to say about your loved ones, but what I think of it all is that, and what I want you to think up in heaven is that it's all just noise. And I find comfort in the fact that we, your family, know you were beyond loved and beyond cared for. I'm so sorry we found out too late. But despite everything that was happening to you behind closed doors, you still remained one of the happiest human beings I've ever met. Someone who loved us deeply and made us all smile. Trying to find light in this horrible situation is very difficult, but one thing I am grateful for is that your last day on this earth was everything you wanted and more. You got the birthday you asked for. Your best friends were able to be with you. We cooked the food you specifically asked for, and overall I have the memory of sitting outside by my pool looking at you and your friends and just thinking, I'm so glad she's having a great time. And look at how grown up she is. How she's blossoming into such an amazing young woman. I could go on forever, but I just want to leave this here by saying I love you so much, and I miss you endlessly. Everything I do from now on, any accomplishments, any decisions I make, anything that happens in my life, I'm going to do it for you and in your honor. I love you, Madeline Sophia Soto, and I hope you're resting peacefully now.
Can you tell the court your name and then spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
Natalie Rosero, Nathalie. Thank you, Your Honor, for having me here today. I've known the family for over 15 years. I am best friends with Maddie's aunt and was roommates with Maddie and her mom during the time her life was ended. All of our kids are the same age, so we always try to keep them united and spend as many holidays together. I have years worth of beautiful pictures, birthdays, Christmas, and Easters we all spent together. Those are the moments I try to hold on to as I stand here today. I'm here to express what the past year and a half has been like in my experience. From the moment we found out that Maddie went missing, life has never been the same. Those first 48 hours we set out to look for her, we spread flowers, went knocking on door to door, going to every business down Jongyang Parkway from Kissimmee to Sand Lake, asking for the public's help, all while seeing my best friend and her family have emotional breakdowns, feeling completely helpless and terrified for Maddie, thinking how could anyone just take her? It turns out we spent almost 3 days looking in the wrong location because Stephan lied to us about where he last saw her. Your Honor, that's the first time in my life I've ever felt true hate for anyone. The following days were filled with more sadness and distraught. We went from searching for a missing person to looking for a body. I had been searching for her as if my son was missing, so it was very difficult to accept that. We spent the rest of the week canvassing St. Cloud until they eventually found her body. Although there was a moment of relief that at least her body was found, that was the last sense of relief I've felt since that day. I was confident I had the power of discernment, but I couldn't even see the evil living in the same house. As details of the sexual abuse and her death came to light, you start to question everything. I even questioned my own faith. Having a full night's sleep became a luxury I could not afford. I was too anxious to sleep, constantly wanting to wake up from a nightmare. It wasn't until I started wishing death on him that I realized I needed help. I started going to therapy to try to deal with the grief and anger of losing Maddie the way we did. I also had to navigate my son's emotions as he finds out the cruelty that exists in this world. Holidays are not the same. The void is loud. It's hard to trust people. I am very guarded. I am hoping that when everything here is said and done, there can be some type of closure, even though Maddie's life can never be replaced. That is the only reason I am here today. As decisions are made, please keep in mind that she wasn't even my child, and I feel this way. I cannot imagine the pain, trauma, and deception that Maddie's family has experienced. I do not wish this pain and suffering on any other child or family. Thank you, Your Honor.
Is Stephanie online who would like to address the board?
We're joined by an online presence. Stephanie, you may unmute your microphone and let the court know how this has affected your family and yourself.
Can you tell the court your first and last name and spell them, please?
I can see that her microphone is still muted.
Can you hear me, Judge?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, hi. Sorry. To the court. Maddie brought a light into Maddie brought a light into my life that I would never be able to describe. With her outgoing personality and her infectious smile, her infectious laugh. She was so kind-hearted adventurous, and loving. Now that she's gone, everything's changed. The silence where her laughter used to be is deafening. The hole in my heart is bottomless, and the pain is indescribable. My family's life has been shattered. What we've endured and what we will continue to endure for the rest of our lives is a kind of pain that I do not wish on anyone. No family should have to lose a loved one in this horrible manner, especially at such a young. Her life was taken. Her future. I should say, never see her fall in love, get married, or build a future that she deserves. With her. The smile in her.
Appears the connection is no longer established.
You return it. I can finish reading it, Judge.
Rejoin.
I'm so sorry. I'm not in a good place with connection. I apologize.
You may continue. We can hear you.
This violent and heartless crime has not only affected and traumatized my family, but so many other families as well. It has also impacted her friends, all of those who knew her, as well as the whole community. There are nights where I can't sleep, nights where I wake up gasping for air, haunted by what Maddie must have gone through. I am consumed by grief. I carry such an anger that it eats away at me on a daily basis. A depression I never thought was possible. The emptiness touches every moment of every day. And everywhere I look, I see her. I hear her laugh in my memories, and then I remember she's gone, and it destroys me all over again. To know what Maddie went through and how terrified she must have been is unbearable. The thought of her suffering haunts me. The cruelty of what was done to her will never stop echoing in my mind. I asked the court for something that I know I could never really have, justice. Because real justice would mean that Maddie would be here with us and not you. You still get to wake up every day, something you cruelly stole from her and from us. The way you discarded Maddie as if she was nothing and her life had no value is a true reflection of your evil. The suffering you caused her should be given back to you tenfold. You do not deserve peace. You do not deserve mercy. You deserve to carry the weight of her pain every single day, just how we will carry it for the rest of our lives. And let me be perfectly clear. Where you go after this life will not be where Maddie is. She is in a place of peace surrounded by love. You, on the other hand, will never know peace. You will never see her again. You're not going where she is going. You're going to hell. Thank you, court.
And Stephanie, can you tell the court your first and last name, please?
Stephanie Soto.
Thank you.
Stephanie Soto, did you get it? I'm sorry.
Ms. Soto, we can hear you. Thank you for your statement.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
Can you tell the court your first and last name and spelling?
Kimberly Vialta. Your Honor, I stand here today to give you a little insight of how loved and how losing Maddie has destroyed my family. Although Maddie was not my blood, I considered her my family. And I loved her like my own niece. Maddie was a kind and bubbly child and was growing up to be the most amazing young lady. She loved arts and crafts, Taylor's Lift, and sour gummy candy. I had the honor and privilege of spending many holidays and special occasions with Maddie over the years, and I will cherish those memories forever. I do not have joy or happiness left in me because this monster took that away from us when he killed Maddie. Every day I feel like life is not worth living anymore because such heinous evil exists in this world. There is not a day that goes by where I do not think about all the pain and suffering that Maddie endured. This monster took advantage of her trust and her innocence. This parasite robbed us of every moment we could have had with Maddie. And our lives will never be the same. A life sentence is not punishment enough for what he did to Maddie. However, it gives me comfort to know that he will spend the rest of his miserable life in prison. I hope he lives a long and healthy life, so he suffers every single day. Therefore, I ask the court to not take any mercy on this poor excuse of a human when imposing his sentence, because he does not deserve it. Thank you, Your Honor.
Can you let the court know your names?
My name is Tyler Wallace.
Tatiana Wallace.
Tyler, what's your relationship to Madeline Soto?
Madeline Soto was my daughter.
Go ahead.
Madeline Soto was my daughter. She was happiness. She was a joy to be around. She was quirky and intelligent. She was curious. A little forgetful like me too. That happens sometimes, but I just loved her so much. And I was not able to be in her life as much as I would like to, due to circumstances and choices I'd made, due to the way finances worked. I was strained in my relationship with my daughter, and that was finally getting better. The last time I saw her was in October of 2023, and she had come to visit for a few days. And when I took her back to the airport, I said, you know, you're turning 13 soon. When you turn 13, you have a choice of which guardian you're interested in staying with. Would you like to stay with me and talk to you? And she said yes, that she would. And so I was this close to having my little girl, sir. Because of the actions of this depraved man, I will never meet the woman she was becoming. And I can't grasp it. I can't grasp the selfishness of you, the deplorability of your actions. You're depraved. You're weak. You're a coward. You're a sneak thief. You crept into a family and took advantage and exploited them when they were weak. It's torn my family apart. It's led to arguments about who can go where and who can get what and who can help who, but we're all on edge because it doesn't heal with time. This isn't like other deaths that I've experienced. This just gets worse. It just gets worse every time I rethink about it and the true horror of what this man visited upon her. And I can only hope that he lives a long time in prison and has those same horrors revisited upon him by his fellow inmates. Thank you.
State has no further witnesses.
Defense, any input prior to sentencing? State, do you have additional info?
Can you please tell the court your name?
Okay, my name is Leslie Vajalta.
And how are you related to?
I'm a close friend of Maddie's family. Most people only know Maddie as the victim of a heinous crime, but I'd like to talk about Maddie today, and I'd like to share some things that I really loved about her. I loved how fearless Maddie was. She was an amazing swimmer. She was a fast learner. The moment she set her mind to something, she did it. That's how she was about everything. She dove into everything head first, and she was so resilient. She had the most beautiful smile. It lit up our entire life. Every Christmas, every Thanksgiving, I was so excited to see her, to talk to her about her life. She was so curious. She was so smart. She could sing. She loved to perform for us. I enjoyed watching Brooklyn Nine-Nine and Bob's Burgers. She even dressed up as Louise one year for Halloween. And I loved her witty, outspoken personality. She's so funny. And that's how I want everyone to leave here, thinking about her, remembering her. She lost a lot of privacy towards the end of her life. And I want her to be remembered by her amazing qualities, not the abuse she endured and the exploitation she endured by her abuser. There's not 1 second of my life that I don't think about Maddie. I'll forever celebrate her in my heart and out loud. Maddie was too good for the world, and she did not deserve any of this. Ever since she's been gone, our family, our joy, everything is destroyed. No one smiles anymore, no one laughs. Most days I can't even leave my house. I feel like I can't breathe. And I'm not even her blood relative. I was just so lucky to be a part of life. He took Maddie away from us. He took away her whole childhood. He took away all her potential that we saw in her, and he took everything from us. And now it's time for him to reap what he sows. This disgusting parasite stole Maddie's youth, her innocence, her life, her joy. He has stolen our sense of safety. I can't sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I see his disgusting face. I can imagine what he did to her. I know every detail. I've read everything. I will never bring children into this world because of people like him, depraved, disgusting maggots just like him. He's not the only one. May God forgive him because I definitely do not. I please ask the court to prosecute him to the fullest extent. Show no mercy, exactly how he did Maddie. Justice for Maddie. Thank you.
Okay.
Nothing further.
That's any input prior to.
Yes, Your Honor, we would like to thank the State Attorney's Office for sparing Mr. Sterns' life. And we do sincerely hope that this will bring closure and help to start the healing process for Ms. Soto's.
Court has accepted Mr. Sterns' plea of no contest for the first-degree premeditated murder of Madeline Soto and his plea of guilty to 8 counts of sexual battery on Madeline Soto under the age of 12, sexual battery upon Madeline Soto between the ages of 12 and 18 in a familial custodial role, and lewd or lascivious molestation, counts 14 through 20. State, do you have an announcement as to the notice of intent to seek the penalty of death?
Your Honor, we will waive the notice of intent to seek death. We will file an electronic null pros for counts 21 through 60. And we are also asking that you inquire about waiving a PSI, just in abundance of caution.
Based on the announcement from the state of Florida, the maximum potential sentence in these cases is life in prison without the possibility of parole, as the notice of intent to seek the penalty of death has been waived. Ms. Smith, as to 2024 CF 632, is there a waiver of an entitlement to a pre-sentence investigation?
Yes, Judge.
Gordon, as to the remaining case, 2024 CF 1293, is there a waiver of entitlement to a pre-sentence investigation?
Yes, he is not entitled to a PSI on this.
Thank you. The court has had an opportunity to hear the anguish and the fury of shattered families. Everyone in the gallery has had an opportunity to hear the anguish and the fury of community mourning and permanently diminished. Folks joining us around the state and the country remotely have heard the opportunity to hear the anguish and fury of a meaningful future that was stolen and a beautiful promise of Madeline Soto's life extinguished permanently. Stephan Sterns, you have had the opportunity to hear that anguish and fury from your actions. As to first-degree premeditated murder of Madeline Soto, you are adjudicated guilty and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. As to the capital sexual battery of Madeline Soto while she was under the age of 12, for each count you are sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For the sexual battery of Madeline Soto between the ages of 12 and 18, you are adjudicated guilty and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Lewd and lascivious molestation of Madeline Soto, you are sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. These sentences will run concurrently, meaning at the same time. The state of Florida has withdrawn their notice of intent to seek the penalty of death. These are the maximum sentences permitted to the court. Each case will have court costs that will be reduced to a civil judgment.
2024 CF 632, the court costs are $11,163. As to 24 CF 1293, $666.
Court incorporates the addendum to the plea form as to each plea in 2024 CF 632 and 2024 CF 1293. Not announced. You are adjudicated guilty as to counts 1 through 8, 24 CF 632. State any further sentencing considerations?
Yes, Your Honor. With regards to count 14 through count 20 in 24 CF 632, the court sentenced to life in prison, there is a 25-year minimum mandatory with that as well. The state also provided the court with a score sheet which encompasses counts 9 through 20. It includes penetration and contact points as well. A copy of that has been provided to defense as well and the court. I haven't been made aware of any corrections or additions or subtractions.
I do not have a copy of this.
Should be with the plea form, Your Honor.
It's not. I'm going to need a copy of the score sheet, please. Ms. Smith, Ms. Borden, the total sentence points pursuant to the Criminal Punishment Code score sheet are 1,278 with a lowest permissible prison sentence in months of 937.5 months. That doesn't include sexual penetration points of 80 times 5 and sex contact points of 40 times 7. Any errors, corrections, or omissions to the score sheet? Ms. Smith? Ms. Borden?
No, Your Honor.
25-year minimum mandatory sentence as to the counts requiring a minimum mandatory sentence are imposed. Mr. Sterns, you will have the right to appeal the judgment and sentences of the court. If you wish to do so, you must do so in writing within the next 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you. The appeal will be limited to the jurisdiction of the court to impose the sentence. Legality of the sentence itself is a condition of your agreement with the state of Florida. You are agreeing not to appeal the pretrial rulings of the court. State, anything else? Defense, anything else? Thank you. Let's place Mr. Sterns under, he's been previously placed under oath.
Yes, Your Honor, I would like to make a brief statement. I agree that it's not fair that Madeline is not here anymore. I still have a hard time contemplating a world where she's not around, a world which feels less vibrant and less colorful than it did before. I've prayed to God countless times to trade places with her, to take me instead. And unfortunately, that's just not how he works. I have nothing but sorrow for her loss, and I miss her all the time. Her passing has torn me and my family apart as well, and she truly was a joy. I pray to God that she is in heaven and that he's taking good care of her. And I hope she gets to join the choir because she had a beautiful voice. I will miss her all the time. I will never not honor her memory. And I apologize for all the pain.
Anything further, defense? Conclude our plea and sentencing hearing. We'll be in recess.
Oh my God, that was disgusting. Totally disgusting. I couldn't, I don't even know what I heard. I don't even know what I heard. And they're bringing it back out. Oh yes, we need to get your fingerprints, sir, because you are forever in jail. You disgusting piece of garbage. You human garbage. I can't believe he made that statement. I'm disgusted now. I don't even. Bleh. I'm getting choked. Oh my God. Right, Denise? I'm just like, I keep thinking I need to go cook real quick and I want to switch over to the other thing, but I don't want to stop watching this train wreck go forever to his forever home. No, Indy. There's no way he's going to even try to appeal this. I mean, he will because that's just the process, of course. But there's no way. He's a piece of garbage, Norma. He's just garbage. Okay, I've seen enough. We're going back over to here. I've seen enough. Yeah, I don't think he can appeal with that plea deal. Okay, let's watch her walk out. And the lawyer said a few things. Oh, to turn on Jen. Yeah.
Mr. Leary, go ahead and make your objection,
Okay,
please.
listen, this was the objection, and then we're going to fast forward.
Commenting on, my client has a right not to say anything, and the fact that she didn't really offer additional information is shifting the burden to her and infringing on our Fifth Amendment right, and also rights under the court rules.
Thank you. Ms. Stone?
Your Honor, that's not accurate. Ms. Ali, Zahraa Ali specifically approached with Penny and Ali because they wanted law enforcement to know what their position was. Those statements have already come in. They were not in custody. They're not custodial statements. Notably, the case law also is very clear that the state can identify when statements are made, that right to not speak has been waived, and what has not said is equally as important as what is said. So there is no basis for the objection in either what has occurred in terms of the testimony here, in fact, or in case law to support that.
Mr. Leary? Right. So, Ms. Stone, since we're going to have a break, my understanding of the law is consistent with what Mr. Leary just argued as it relates to Ms. Ali's right to remain silent, and the fact that she remains silent ultimately cannot be used against her during the trial. If you have a case that you would like to refer me to, you don't have to give it to me the second. You can look for that. I certainly would like to review additional authority, as you indicated that there is. And once we take our recess, you can provide that information. I know also the parties will be discussing the video as well. So we'll take a 15-minute recess and then we will reconvene. And I'm going to reverse that order. I had an opportunity to review the cases that were that Ms. Stone alluded to in her argument to me as it related to the objection. I was provided copies of those. I was provided copies of State versus Hager, 171 Washington 2nd, 151, 2011, I believe. State versus Clark, 143 Washington 2nd, 731, a 2001 case, and State versus Young, which is a 1978 case, 89 Washington 2nd, 613. Mr. Leary, did Ms. Stone provide you with those cases or cites to those cases?
I received copies of Young, Hager, and Clark, Your Honor.
Thank you. Do you wish to offer any further argument?
I do.
Go ahead.
So I think the difference here is, so in Clark, the court holds that when he provided conflicting accounts as to why he didn't follow Lieutenant Heggie's instructions to meet with the detective at the Dolphin House, the key was that he had offered a conflicting account in response to specific questions. And I'm just throwing out, this is on page 28 of 38
Yep.
of our copy. And so I'm looking at, looks like head note 26. With respect to Hager, I'm looking on page 7 of 10, just above head note 3. Again, defendant spoke to the police on 2 occasions prior to his arrest, gave conflicting accounts as to why he failed to meet with officers at the crime scene as he had promised. And then Young, it was this question as to whether or not he had specific knowledge of the crime, and his questions around specific knowledge. Here, the state, I think, is trying to elicit the fact that she did not provide questions or statements or inquire about her daughter. Factually, we know there's an incident. My client runs to the school. I anticipate that the testimony tomorrow from a witness is going to say that my client ran into the school, was told to leave, and was then said, "You cannot see your daughter." The officers who were in the parking lot talking to my client, specifically this witness, never went to the school, never saw Fatima, told my client that she could not return to the school, and never asked her questions. And that's the key thing, is she didn't ask her questions, tell me what happened, tell me about your daughter, what did you see about your daughter, do you anything you want to share with me about your daughter? And so I think that is where it would get into Hager and Clark if there were questions. I mean, this is essentially saying you didn't provide a statement when you weren't asked. And so it's not relevant. I don't think it's fair. I mean, the witness said, I didn't interview her. There was a request to see the daughter, which she was shut down by the officer. So there's not a conflicting, like, we asked you what happened, and now you're saying, I saw, a gun. Well, how come you never told us you saw a gun? That's a relevant question where there's a serious breach of, you're now offering some really different testimony, and that's just not here.
All right, thank you. Ms. Stone?
Thank you, Your Honor. Plainly, that's not the requirement of the case law. Clark says that there could be a number of different circumstances, but specifically that when you are talking about when a defendant does not remain silent, and I'm looking at head note 25, which is at page 765 of the opinion. When a defendant does not remain silent and instead talks to police, the state may comment on what he does not say. Then it cites to Young, it cites to Osborne, which is vacated on other grounds. Hager is also addressed as well. I let law enforcement, I let defense counsel know of an unpublished case as of recently as 2021, State versus Johnson, which restates the same thing. There is no infringement on a defendant's right to remain silent when they make statements to law enforcement, when they provide a version of events to law enforcement, and they actively do not provide other events to law enforcement. They don't make other statements to law enforcement, especially when one might expect them to make those statements. The rule does not require that questions are asked. The rule does not require that there are, and the case law does not require that there are conflicting statements. Plainly, that is not part of the analysis. It is simply once they have waived their right to remain silent, that opens the door for what the parties can inquire about what was said, how it was said, and plainly what was not said. So in this case, you're right. I believe counsel is right. Officer Chavez did not specifically inquire about the status of Fatima, but what the officers did do is consistently ask everyone present, what's going on? Can you tell me what happened? Can you tell me what's going on? And the only information provided by Mrs. Ali as to those events was what Isaiah was doing to her husband. And she was adamant, and it was repeated over and over again. Not once does she mention what her husband is doing to her daughter. That is relevant, that is significant, and it specifically goes to the interest of Miss Ali during the course of these events. It is notable, too, I would say for the state, that when we are talking about, it's not unfair, it is Mrs. Ali's statements. Mrs. Ali actively engaged, voluntarily engaged. She's not arrested. She is not in custody. It is not any part of any pre-arrest silence. She is voluntarily providing that information because she wants law enforcement to act in a certain way. When counsel argues, well, she was told she couldn't go to the school. She was also told that she couldn't go see her husband, and law enforcement had to continually intervene. She consistently declined to follow their directives. So it is absolutely relevant when we are talking, one, about where Ms. Ali's interests were at the time of these events, that is inconsistent with what I anticipate the argument has been or is going to be at closing by defense counsel. It's also inconsistent with the cross-examination questions that counsel has presented during the course of this trial about Mrs. Ali saying, my daughter, as if that was her primary concern. Her interaction with law enforcement says otherwise. Additionally, we have gone through this trial having defense counsel arguing that Mrs. Ali doesn't understand English, that her ability to understand, let's say, the substance of no contact orders and trespass orders is impacted by her ability to understand English. These interactions with law enforcement specifically speak to contrary information to that knowledge, and that she's able to offer the information when she wants to offer information, and she chooses not to when she chooses not to, when that is of import to her. So the inquiries that she actually made about her daughter are relevant. The inquiries that she didn't make about her daughter, and specifically as on direct examination, the state elicited, there was no objection, presumably because defense counsel believes it's helpful to them, that did Mrs. Ali say anything about her daughter? Yes, she asked to speak with her for just 1 minute. She asked me a number of times to speak with her daughter, and for just 1 minute, and then sat down. What she never asks, and what we've elicited throughout this trial, is about the condition or welfare of her daughter. Instead, her attention is focused throughout on her husband. So that is not a comment on her right to remain silent. She has waived it, and plainly a pre-arrest silence in this case does not apply. She's not in custody. She's not arrested until days later, and she is voluntarily engaged in offering up information that she believes is important to law enforcement in their investigation in this case. So I would ask the court to deny the objection.
All right, thank you. Anything further, Mr. Larry?
I'm just struggling with is the issue in Hager and Young is there's specific questions that they provided misleading answers to, and thus they're then cross-examined. They say, well, you had an opportunity to say this to this specific question, and you refused or provided a conflicting answer. This witness didn't interview my client and didn't say, I want a detailed description of what happened. She describes, that her husband was struck, but there was no discussion. There was no interview with this officer who was just beginning on the force. And so I think it's misleading to the jury to somehow say that it was incumbent upon my client to provide a narrative when not asked by Officer Chavez. And there's body-worn video, and they're not choosing to use it. That would, they're not pointing to a specific point. At this section, this is when she provided a misleading or conflicting answer or an incomplete answer. It's just that somehow she was supposed to volunteer information. I think that's a problem.
All right, thank you. There were 3 questions where there were objections. The first question was, and during the course of that, did she, and were questions to Officer Chavez related to interactions with Mrs. Ali, did she provide you a statement, meaning did she come to give you a statement? Objection sustained. I continue to sustain that objection. The next question was, during the course of your time with her, did she voluntarily speak with you? Response, yes. Mr. Larry objected. I sustained the objection. I no longer sustain that objection. I overrule that objection. And that question should be re-asked of the witness, and she will be able to answer that question, whether or not Mrs. Ali voluntarily spoke with her. If and we already actually know that she did because the officer has already testified to some of their interactions and some of the statements that Mrs. Ali made voluntarily to Officer Chavez. And these cases talk about when a defendant does not remain silent and instead talks to police. It doesn't say answers questions asked by the police. It says when they talk to the police, the state may comment on what the person does not say. And that by asking those questions, it is not commenting on a right to remain silent because the person has chosen not to remain silent and instead has chosen to voluntarily speak with law enforcement. And so in that way, I am going to be overruling the objection and allowing the witness to answer questions. I do not find that that violates Mrs. Ali's constitutional right to remain silent, does not violate, really the argument is the state commenting on a right to remain silent because she did not remain silent. Let's address the video if there is an issue as it relates to the video at this point. First, I'll ask, was there an opportunity to review the exhibit that's been referenced this morning? Ms. Stone?
Yes, Your Honor, I provided all three of those exhibits from Officer Bell's body camera to defense counsel. My understanding from Mr. Leary is that he is objecting to one of them. I'm not sure entirely of the base, but it may, the basis for that objection in terms of what evidence rule. But it may be that he wants to play it for the court first, and I suppose I would ask for clarification from Mr. Leary. That conversation happened literally just before the court. The review of the videos happened while the court was off the bench. The conversation about where Mr. Leary's objections might land happened just a bit before the court came in. So I'd ask Mr. Leary for clarification.
So actually, I'm gonna stop you there, Mr. Leary, because I want to bring Officer Chavez back and conclude. We're at 11:20 and the jury's been in recess for quite a while. Now that I know that it's going to be a lengthier issue and that it could require me to review the video that is being objected to, that's going to take longer. So I prefer to conclude this witness, then I can let the jury go for lunch and we can deal with the video issue at that time. And then I will fully hear from you at that time.
I appreciate that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Please bring the jury back in. Please get your.
Thank you.
Please be seated. Members of the jury, at the time that we took our recess, there had been 3 questions and there had been 3 objections. I sustained 2 objections, and then on the last question I didn't rule, and that's when you went for your morning recess. You will not probably specifically remember, nor am I going to repeat what those questions were. I would indicate, however, that as to the second question where I sustained the objection, I've changed that ruling and I'm now overruling that objection. And as to the third objection that I had not ruled on, I'm overruling that objection. Ms. Stone, you may continue.
Thank you. Officer Chavez.
When we left off, I believe my question to you was, did Mrs. Ali come to voluntarily speak with you?
Yes.
And how would you describe how would you describe her engagement in trying to provide you information? Meaning, eager, reluctant, something else?
She appeared eager.
Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
How did she engage with you? How would you describe that engagement?
Her initial reaction to seeing me appearing on scene was to approach me and begin to plead or beseech me.
Okay. And during that interaction, who was she expressing her concern for? When you say beseech you, about what? What does that mean?
Would you like me to tell you what she told
You
me?
can't ask questions.
I see.
That's okay.
When she initially made contact with me, she asked if I recognized her, confirmed that I knew who she was, and then stated that there had been people punching her husband.
Okay. And did she describe details about what that looked like?
She made the punching motions with her hand.
Okay. And throughout that interaction with her, who, if anyone, throughout the course of the entire interaction, who, if anyone, did she express primary concern for?
Could you restate the question?
Yeah, I'll
Sorry.
rephrase that. When you interacted with Mrs. Ali, did she express concern for her husband?
Yes.
Did that seem important to her?
Yes.
During your interaction with Mrs. Ali, did she ask about the specific health of Fatima?
No.
Did she ever discuss the actions of her husband on Fatima during that period of time?
No.
And how much of your interaction with her was focused on her husband's condition and what Isaiah had done to her husband?
I would say that was her primary focus.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Officer Chavez. So you got to the scene, you talked to the kids that were out front at the bus stop, right?
Correct.
You never went into the school?
I did not.
And you said you didn't know where Fatima had come from, right?
Correct.
Did you talk to any of the kids about when Zahraa arrived on scene?
How do you mean?
Okay, sorry. You can indicate you can't answer, you don't understand, but you can't ask
I
questions.
understand. I don't understand the question.
Okay, when the kids you were talking to about what happened, did they tell you when Zahraa got there?
Not specifically.
Okay. All right. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. O'Leary, cross-examination.
Thank you. So, just to follow up, you had no information about Fatima, correct? In terms of her condition, correct?
Correct.
Couldn't see her, correct?
Correct.
Didn't see what was going on inside the school, correct?
Correct.
Whether she had been seen by the fire department, correct?
Not initially, correct.
What's that?
I did not initially know her condition, no.
Okay. And so, and you never told Zahraa that you had information about her daughter, correct?
At one point I did, yes.
Okay. As to her condition?
As to her being seen by the fire department.
Okay. Did you have information as to what the results were of that?
I did not.
And did you make efforts on the radio to inquire how she was doing?
I did not.
Okay. So, but in front of her is her husband who's been handcuffed and detained, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you told her that she couldn't go to the school to check on her daughter, correct?
Correct. I told her she could not go to the school.
Right. So couldn't go to see what the fire department was doing, correct?
Correct.
You ordered her to stay away from the school.
Correct.
And she followed your direction, right?
She did.
Okay. So then her husband has been, from the outward appearance, arrested, right?
Correct.
Right. So he's in handcuffs, correct?
Correct.
Put in the back of a squad car, correct? And she is concerned for him, right? She appears to be concerned for him, correct?
Correct.
And describing how he had been punched repeatedly in the head, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that was information that she wanted you to have to understand, you meaning collectively the police, about her husband, right?
I would think so, yes.
Okay. And I just want to be clear, you interviewed the 4 students you talked about, correct?
I interviewed 3 of them, yes.
Okay. You attempted to interview 4, you were able to interview 3 of them, correct?
Correct.
You did not conduct an interview of my client, correct?
Correct.
You didn't attempt to do an interview of her, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And there were other officers present who said, we will let you talk to your husband in due course, right?
Correct.
And she said, I really want to talk to my husband. I want to know what's going on, correct?
I don't remember her exact words.
Okay. But that was what she appeared. She wanted to communicate with him, correct? All right. Who had just been detained after what she described as an incident where he was punched, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did you ever tell her that she could talk to her daughter?
I said at some point she would be allowed to.
Did you tell her when?
I did not.
Okay. Nothing further.
Redirect.
Briefly, Your Honor, thank you. When you told Mrs. Ali that fire medics were checking out her daughter, what was her reaction?
She didn't have any specific reaction.
And, but she said she was present when she saw the punches happening, is correct?
She described her husband being punched, yes.
And at the time, her husband was in a police car. He wasn't being dragged through the street or something like that. Is that fair?
Correct.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Kading, any further cross-examination? Mr. Larry? May this witness be excused?
Subject to recall, but yes, please, Your Honor.
All right. You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, I know that this seems a little bit like a habit because I told you we go until noon, but you are done right now for your morning time, and I'm going to have the bailiff lead you back, and
Okay.
you will be in recess until we reconvene at 1:30. Thank you very, very much for your time and attention.
This
As
is
always,
interesting.
these are
I don't know
all
what
of
they
the
go
instructions
into.
that I have given you, and we will see you at 1:30. Thank you.
They're going to go into something for a few minutes before they actually go to lunch. Okay, they're going into something that happened. They're going off the record. They're going to talk for about 30 minutes at least. 80s, you better have shoes on your feet. Either that or just wipe them off before you came in.
Please be seated.
All right, let's keep going.
Mr. Larry, why don't you tell me, well, actually, first of all, Ms. Stone, have you had whatever it is marked for exhibits?
I have them all present. Your Honor, I can have them marked.
Okay. That way we can refer to exhibit numbers and be clear about what we're referring to.
Do you remember which one it was not that? Which one was the one?
we'll know relatively quickly.
What's that?
I'm relatively confident it's
Okay.
that way. I rolled through all three of them. So. Would you like me to make a record?
I was just going to get them marked, and so you can use the exhibit number that they're now marked with as you make your record. I don't know if you'd like to come forward and look at them. So
All right, so the state has 3 clips from Officer Bell's body worn video. And clip 1 is exhibit 96. Clip 2 is 97. And then 98 for clip 3.
all right.
In terms of the, are you fine with me making this record? Okay. And so the state has provided me with, we had a 52-minute section of body worn video. It's not clear on that, but we know from our discussions that exhibit 96 is 5 minutes and 54 seconds to 8 minutes and 19 seconds on the greater clip. Exhibit 97 is 12:13 to 13:34. And finally, exhibit 98 is 15 seconds long, 14:30 to 14:45. So the first clip is, if I do my math correctly, about 2 minutes and 23 seconds long. The concern that I have with that is there's an extended period of time of my client wailing, kind of yelling off into the distance to what I presume is the officers off camera, detaining Mr. Ali, basically saying, my husband, release my husband, release my husband. My client is not, and I just pulled this up, otherwise I would have sent this around earlier, so I apologize for that. My client is not charged with obstructing, but state versus EJJ, which, and I apologize, I have not given the state a copy of this. It's a Supreme Court case from 2015, 183 Washington 2nd, 497. And in that case, either a sister, a relative, or a friend of the juvenile was yelling at the officers while they were detaining somebody. And the Supreme Court held that bystanders have a right to yell and project and express their displeasure at an appropriate distance, and that can't constitute obstructing. Not directly on point, but, so my concern here is what the relevance is of her yelling and essentially exercising her First Amendment right to the officers to release her husband. Now, I do appreciate the flip side of the coin, which is the state is going to argue that she was somehow not concerned about her daughter at the time where she's yelling for them to release her husband. The distinction I would make here is that you can do both, and she can still be concerned about her daughter, but what is happening directly in front of her, the detention of her husband, the arrest of her husband after he had been punched and kicked repeatedly, she has a right to express that displeasure and her concern for her husband's well-being. I don't think that it is consciousness of guilt or consciousness of disregard for her daughter. We know in terms of timing from other witnesses that this occurred after she had already been gone to the school and turned away, which is going to be discussed as a part of the burglary allegation tomorrow. And so as she returns and sees him being lifted, after he's been lifted from the ground and taken, that she is then wailing. I'm concerned at just the length of it. It feels like it's about 1.5 minutes, but we'll be able to actually time it when we play it. So that is my concern. 1, is relevant. 2, it's unduly prejudicial. And I think it comments on her First Amendment privilege right to express her displeasure with the officer's decision to detain her husband. I just don't think that it is sufficiently relevant to somehow suggest that she is not also concerned about her daughter and therefore would be unduly prejudicial.
All right. Let's go ahead and publish the exhibit so that I can watch it.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, may I approach your graphic?
Yes.
And this is Exhibit 96.
You're gonna go to jail? No. Let go of my hand. Let go of my hand. No. Right here. That's fine, but right now, he's being detained for criminal investigation. And as of right now, until we get to the bottom of this, okay? That's for us to determine. That's for us to stop. 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 Is in the office, correct? Yes. Okay. Is she with the boy? All the way leaving. That's where, can we keep Bettina in there until we get additional?
Sorry about that, Maria. Bless your heart.
Ms. Stone, response to Mr. Larry's argument.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, there's a couple of things that this addresses in terms of relevance. First of all, she's not being charged with obstruction, so while I appreciate the cite that Mr. Larry has provided, it's not applicable to the question that is before the court. I would note too, in that case, EJJ, at least as I recall it, and in my quick recall of it, that sister is yelling at officers while the defendant is being detained. And then ultimately the sister is obstructed, is charged with obstruction. And the question was whether that was actual obstruction in that case, and whether essentially there was a sufficiency of the evidence argument as to that behavior. That is not what is presented here. When we talk about this case, first of all, at the time, Ms. Ali was not arrested for that behavior. The officer informed her she potentially could be, but she certainly was not. Officers were trying to engage with her. And you saw Officer Dawes, who was the officer observed on body cam, stepping in front of the women. Mrs. Zahraa Ali
Amin Ali, I'm saying, can you tell me what happened, and trying to engage with them, and just the constant yelling, this is my husband, leave him alone, leave him alone. Notably, in terms of relevance, that demeanor and the expression of that demeanor and the expression of how Mrs. Ali prioritized the people in her family on this day specifically was very different for Fatima than it was for her husband. We are going to, I anticipate, see the videos tomorrow from the burglary, for the burglary charge from the Timberline High School. This behavior seen as it relates to Mr. Ali is grossly different from the state's perspective than the behavior presented when she goes to get a hold of her child. There is a concern, there is almost a panic here when we observe State's Exhibit 96. That does not appear to be present when she is trying to make contact with her child. So the relevance specifically to demeanor and how she presents here is fair for the state to inquire about. Additionally, throughout the course of the trial thus far, Mr. Leary, and understandably so, but his questions have been focused with witnesses upon how what Mrs. Ali has said to demonstrate caring for her daughter and who she was worried about during those events. So he has presented that as part of the defense. This is, from the state's perspective, in contrast with that, not just the demeanor, but the forcefulness in which that is expressed. Additionally, there has been consistent argument there's been consistent questioning, and I anticipate argument at the end of this as to how much English Mrs. Ali understands, how she engages with people in English, and whether she can be held essentially accountable for understanding the orders that she has been given. This is a very good demonstration from the state's perspective as to how she engages with English, when she engages, and when she does it for the purposes that suits her. Additionally, during the course of that, certainly she does not come back from being turned away at the office and start demanding that law enforcement tell her about the condition of her daughter. She is only demanding for her husband to be let go. So there's a lot of contrasting things that are happening during the course of this video, and I think it gives the jury a much more fair view of when officers are describing she's upset, she's screaming, she's demonstrating how she's engaging with English. This is a fair representation of that, and it directly speaks in contrast or in rebuttal to the questions that have been elicited by defense counsel. Is not unfairly prejudicial, more than it is probative of what she understands of English and how she is prioritizing the individuals at the scene in rebuttal to what I anticipate defense counsel is going to argue at closing and continue to ask witnesses on cross-examination. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Larry?
I think to some extent we're talking about apples and oranges. One, she knows that her daughter is under the care of the firefighters, and the school has directly told her you cannot be here. And I anticipate a witness tomorrow going to reference that I referenced the trespass order that she couldn't legally be there. So her daughter wasn't being arrested. Her daughter was under the care of medical. She had been turned away at the school. She asked Officer Chavez, at some point, can I go see my daughter? Versus her husband being detained after being assaulted, placed into handcuffs, and then taken to a patrol car by law enforcement. And the panic that generates, the two don't equate to each other in terms of she knows her daughter's being cared for. She knows her daughter stood up, ran away, was conscious, and the testimony of the condition that Dr. Kim talked about this morning, there's nothing that would outwardly, she wasn't shot, she wasn't bleeding, she was conscious breathing, running away. So, and then in terms of this as evidence of her English, we have the body-worn video from Officer Heng, who talked about, we saw what what the interaction was, the question with respect to the no contact order. Her own daughter said that she doesn't read English. So to hear her wailing, saying, my husband, release my husband, release my husband, I don't see how that somehow furthers or calls into question as to whether or not she understands more English than was represented in Officer Hang or in other portions of the videos that I'm not objecting to.
Mr. O'Leary, what is prejudicial about this video to your client?
I think it's just, I'm not sure what it's relevant to. And then, you know, her basically, you know, it's prejudicial because the officer says you're going to jail at the outset, right? And so in terms of when she is approaching and says, I want to see my husband, and he tells her, his response is, you're going to jail. And then her continued, you know, wailing and just basically saying, release my husband, release my husband. I think it's unfairly prejudicial in terms of that, you know, that somehow she wasn't taking this seriously, or that, you know, that she felt, I mean, I just don't see what it's relevant of. And then just the wailing over and over and over again, you know, she's incredibly emotional and upset. And I just don't see, I mean, my concern is that the state's going to say, you know, that she is somehow behaving inappropriately by being upset that her husband has been detained. I think there's also maybe some cultural overtones that she's kind of swaying back and forth. I can't hear what she's saying. It sounds like she's saying something in Arabic. And so I just think I have concerns about the jury taking untoward assumptions about how she's supposed to react and how somehow she's acting outside the norm as she appears here, you know, in a hijab, as her law enforcement has arrested her husband after he was assaulted. I don't think it's relevant, and I'm worried that it's somehow going to be construed that my client is not acting in a way that she's supposed to, and I'm not sure how anyone is supposed to.
You cited to the EJJ case and indicated that that was a case regarding a juvenile who was, I think, being arrested or with law enforcement, and then another person who was present was yelling at law enforcement, and then it sounds like after I heard from Ms. Stone as well that person was arrested for obstruction, and then this was the appeal associated with that obstruction charge, and that the Supreme Court said that that person had the right to freedom of speech as long as it really wasn't interfering with what law enforcement was doing with the other individual.
So EJJ is the bystander who is yelling, who is then arrested for obstructing. And my concern is that the jury is going to somehow think that she is interfering, or somehow, even though she's not charged with obstructing, but somehow that she is doing something improper, when EJJ says what she was doing isn't a crime, and you can express your displeasure to law enforcement, and that is entirely permissible under the First Amendment.
All right, thank you. And I would just indicate that is what I understood from what you had previously argued and what Ms. Stone argued as well. All right, so as to Exhibit 96 and the objection as to relevance and unduly probative value. Just a moment here. An argument that if it is relevant, that the evidence, its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. And I think there was also an argument that this somehow potentially was a comment on Mrs. Ali's First Amendment rights at the same. First of all, as it relates to somehow impacting her First Amendment rights, that would not be a basis for this to be admissible if it were relevant and not unduly prejudicial. And so I don't find that that's an argument that I would adopt as it relates to excluding Exhibit 96. The first issue as it relates to my inquiry is whether or not this is relevant. And Mr. Leary has argued that it is not relevant. And the state has argued that this is being offered. And the relevance from the state's perspective is that it is evidence as it relates to Mrs. Ali's ability to communicate in English and understand English, and also her demeanor as it relates to her demeanor with concern related to Mr. Ali versus demeanor related to Fatima, which the state has argued is a form of rebuttal to evidence elicited that Mrs. Ali was very, very concerned about Fatima, had called out my daughter, and the like. Clearly there, and relevance is not a high standard, as the parties know. I like to actually read from the rules instead of just trying to paraphrase them. And evidence rule 401 indicates that relevant evidence means evidence having any tendency to make the existence of any fact that is of consequence to the determination of the action more probable or less probable than it would be without the evidence. And I do find that based upon the state's argument as to why this is relevant, that it is relevant under that standard. And so then the court must balance, if relevant, whether or not the evidence should still be excluded, if the probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. I asked Mr. Leary about the issue of the unfair prejudice. And before I talk about that, Mr. Kading, I did not ask if you had any argument as it relates to the issues that are being raised.
No, Your Honor. I would note that my client was in the middle of the video being walked through. I didn't see any handcuffs, but certainly he was being detained at the time. I don't know how much we can edit, but I don't think that that's an appropriate scene to have in the middle of the video.
Thank you. Mr. Leary indicated in part that it was unfairly prejudicial. Mrs. Ali was very emotional and upset. He indicated that there is a concern that potentially this could be perceived as something cultural in the way that she was responding to Mr. Ali being arrested and detained, and that there could be untoward assumptions that somehow this was outside the norms. I would just indicate that from the court's perspective, I didn't see anything cultural that was, as far as I'm aware, that was happening. Mrs. Ali was extremely upset. Mr. Ali was being arrested. She had viewed him being significantly assaulted, and she was very, very upset. And she was yelling about that. The court has seen many individuals through the different body cams now that it's available, who have very extreme reactions to what they are experiencing. And so I would just indicate that I don't think it's outside the norm of how a person can react when their spouse is being arrested and they either don't understand why they're being arrested or don't agree with it. And so I don't find that this is that the probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. I'm not saying that there's not the potential of some prejudice, but it is not any unfair prejudice. It does not substantially outweigh the I find that the probative value of the evidence is not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. So I deny the objection. However, there's one thing that I do find is prejudicial, and I don't know how, and overly prejudicial as to any probative value, and that is the statement of the law enforcement officer telling Mrs. Ali that she could be arrested for, I think he said obstruction. He said something that she could be arrested.
You're going to jail.
Whatever that language is, needs to be, I know that there's an ability to redact that. That needs to be redacted. I know that there's already been testimony from Officer Chavez that Mr. Ali was placed in handcuffs and placed in the back of the patrol car. I believe that came out on cross-examination, but it could have been on direct examination. So I want to hear from Ms. Stone as it relates to Mr. Keating's concern that he raised as to Exhibit 96, when we see that at the start of the video, Mr. Ali, actually don't know that we can see him, but he's clearly on the ground because I see the witness, Mr. Wagner, is kind of in the very corner, and he's still on the ground. And then we see ultimately Mr. Ali up and walks through the video briefly. So I'm going to hear from Ms. Stone on that issue.
Your Honor, before we go on, I'm going to go ahead and unobject.
Okay, withdraw your objection.
Yeah, I'm going to withdraw my objection, Your Honor. I actually, upon further review, I do not have an objection to that.
Okay,
Thank you.
then I won't address that issue. So the only thing I'm ordering as it relates to Exhibit 96 is removing that portion of the video, or redacting that as it relates to the officer telling Mrs. Ali that she's going to jail or that she could be arrested, whatever that wording is. And then, then 96 ultimately will not be admitted because we will need a new exhibit that has the redacted information. So it will have a different number, which we will identify when we come back at 1:30. And I want the parties to actually watch the new exhibit once it's been redacted to ensure that there are no issues to the redacting. And I say that only because in a different trial that I had, not with any of these lawyers in the courtroom, something was supposed to be redacted and they thought it was redacted and it wasn't. So I just want to make sure.
Is the court coming back on at 1:30? Is that the intent? I just want to make sure that the parties are in the room timely to be able to do that.
Yes, it's a little bit afternoon, it's 12:02. So we'll recess for lunch. We'll resume at 1:30. And what I would like to do is, if Dr. Gilbert is here, we'll take Dr. Gilbert's testimony. Is that what you anticipate?
I need to ask Officer Bell, Your Honor, I apologize. I thought Officer Bell would be done this morning, and so I need to deconflict Officer Bell with Dr. Gilbert. We had anticipated taking Dr. Gilbert right at 1:30. If I can get Officer Bell done shorter and or scheduling allows, I may ask to start with him, but I need to go have that conversation.
All right, so if it's Dr. Gilbert, I just want to bring her in and then we'll deal with the video, the new exhibit after Dr. Gilbert is done. But if Officer Bell will be called first, then obviously we'll verify the new exhibit with the redaction.
Okay, thank you.
And I don't have to watch it. I just need to know that you watched it to ensure it's correct.
I'll be back at 1:15.
All right. All right. Court will be in recess until 1:30. Thank you.
All rise. Court's in recess.
Okay, I'm not really back. I'm not really back. I still haven't walked Hector out, but we're going to fast forward this. And I'm going to put on a song while we wait. Let me get, there's a fly in here, y'all. We opened the windows this weekend for the dang, to do the air conditioners. And with the flies open, with the flies open, I can't even talk right. With the air condition, look, I'm going to say it right in just a second. With the windows open, the flies came in while we were doing all the air conditioner stuff. So yeah, y'all take a breather. I'm going to be right back and we'll go to some parole hearing. Who's gonna dance? I don't know. Y'all start boogieing. I'll be right back.
The air is wide. Stretch your arms, let the world collide. Step outside where the grass is free. Feel the earth beneath your feet. Watch the clouds as they roll and glide. Let the sun kiss your weary side. Take a moment, let it all unwind. Find the peace that's yours to find. Walk the path where the flowers lead. Hear the whispers of a world serene. Feel the warmth of a gentle breeze. Let your troubles drift with ease. Watch the clouds as they roll and glide. Let the sun kiss your weary side. Take a moment, let it all unwind. Find the peace that's yours to find. Walk the path where the flowers lead. Hear the whispers of a world serene. Feel the warmth of a gentle breeze. Let your troubles drift with ease. Watch the clouds as they roll and glide. Let the sun kiss your weary side. Take a moment, let it all unwind. Find the peace that's yours to find. Guitar hums in a mellow tune. Under the glow of the afternoon, every chord a soothing embrace, guiding you to a tranquil place. Watch the clouds as they roll and glide. Let the sun kiss your weary side. Take a moment, let it all unwind. Find the peace that's yours to find.
Okay. I don't know what happened. I don't have sound. Yes, I do have sound. Okay. These dogs. Hector's gone. Dogs are running wild. All right. You know what? Instead of us watching a parole hearing, turn this volume down, Sheila. Instead of watching a parole hearing, I don't know how long we have. Let's see, 4:30. So we have about 40 minutes. I'm trying to see how long I have. If I wanted to put up a parole, yeah, I'm going to do a parole hearing. I have it saved down here. Look at y'all sharing recipes. Y'all go on with y'all's recipes. Y'all do those recipes. I'm telling you. I'm a recipe. Y'all, I'm going to have to tell y'all, I have a whole, I don't know how to share it, but I have a whole recipe album with a app called Recipe, just because we're just oddball talking right now. Here comes the dogs. I'm just warning y'all. There might be some barks. It's called Recipe Keeper. I don't know how to. I wonder if there's Lola. Ow, Lola. Lola, stop. Get down. See, you just hit the floor. See what happens? Get down. This dog, I swear. There's got to be a way I could share this app. It's a whole cookbook. I have I don't know. I have 139 recipes in the cookbook. I'll have to figure out how to share it. And I can share that cookbook app with all my recipes. A lot of them are homemade recipes from my grandma from Czechoslovakia and stuff like that. So it's really cool. I put it all in a book. And did all that. So yeah, I love recipes. I love cooking. I've been fascinated with cooking since I was a teenager, actually younger than a teenager. Um, I used to want to be a home economics teacher, actually. So yeah, that didn't pan out. Yep, diabetic, low fat. Yep. And that's the funny thing. I look at all my old recipes and I try to convert them the best I can to Hector's needs with the diabetic and all that stuff. So yeah, you can't say the same, Maria. I love to cook. I love to cook. Wanted to be a home ec teacher. Yep, that's true. All right, let me click over here and find. Okay, that is not a parole hearing. Let's see. This was the other day. Let's see if we're going to share this. And this is Harold Cowan. Let's see if we can figure out what Harold Cowan did. I have no clue. Let's see. Maybe I can get it open. Harold Cowan. And he's not on the list. So let's just watch and see what happens. Let's hit fast forward a couple times. And let's just share some recipes.
My left is Mr. Barra. To my right is Mr. Freeman. I'm Miss Ledoux. With the offender in front of us, state your name and your DSB number for the record.
Harold Cowan, 570736.
Okay. Mr. Cowan, do you go by Jason or Harold?
Jason most things.
Mr. Cowan, I'm going to read some information into the file, and after that, we're going to allow the individuals who have joined us via Zoom make statements on your behalf, and then we're going to be asking you some questions. So, Mr. Cowan, first. I find that you are a first felony offender, currently serving a 15-year sentence for the charge of indecent behavior with a juvenile. Apparently, you had a revocation as well. You have a parole eligibility date that passed 8/7/2016. You're not eligible for a good time date, and you have a full term date 8/9/2026. Does that sound correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So, Jason, if you would at this time, would you please inform this panel why you're currently incarcerated, what brought you to jail, and why this panel should consider early release at this time?
I was charged with 3 counts of indecent behavior with a juvenile. In, I believe it was 97 or 98, I was watching a friend's son while she was working that night. And after we went to bed, he came and slept in the same room with me and the same bed with me. And sometime during the night, I touched him inappropriately. With Landon and Josh, I had been drinking heavily, and they came over. They were friends of friends, and I believe they were 16 at the time. And in each instance, we were in the same bed, and I touched them inappropriately. Each time they asked me to stop, I did stop. I have no excuse for what I did. Alcohol was a factor in the cases, but it's not I made the decision. I did that. I committed the crime. During my incarceration, I've changed. I'm not the same person I was when I was initially locked up, arrested, and committed those crimes. God, to come into prison for God to change me and work in my life. Since I've been incarcerated, I've been sober for 14 years. I'm maintaining my recovery and sobriety. I have taken numerous classes to improve myself. I learned to manage and learn new life skills and coping, to increase my vocational trades. I have taken numerous Bible studies. I've taken alcohol and drug. I've taken conquering chemical dependency, 12-step program. I've attended AA meetings, completed the Fox 7 transition residential drug and alcohol program. I did anger management, cage your rage. I'm currently in the Fox 7 Fox 6 Veterans Mentorship Program. We do classes in there. I recently completed the addiction recovery, relapse prevention class. I've taken personal development, just finished victims impact, taken cage your rage, pre-release, living in freedom, living in balance. I've taken the release pre-entry prep course. I'm an NCCR instructor now. I completed the instructor certification training program. I've gotten completed level 1 of heating and cooling. I'm currently enrolled in HVAC level 2. I've completed core field safety and safety technology and have been teaching field safety.
Okay. Listen, your program's warden, I'd like to address you and ask you, has this offender taken the sex offender treatment?
Oh, ma'am. And I was going to bring that up.
Go ahead and tell us about this offender in your opinion.
So he's been here. I think we received him back in 2023. He has, remained right up free since he's been here. He has done some programming. He has a 2026 full-term date. And there are some of the more important classes that I think he needs that he has not completed. And, in my opinion, until, he gets those necessary classes that he needs, I think, he kind of, needs to focus on those things instead of some of the things that he's been focusing on.
Has he applied to take sex offender?
No, ma'am.
That's what I need to know.
I am currently enrolled in the risk management class. Phase 1. Upon,
so what I have here was what we have printed out. She said she just had this checked here within the last couple of days. He still needs sex offender treatment.
We have several people today that would like to speak on your behalf, and they are all on Zoom. And I'll go ahead and start with your father, Howard Cohen. Sir, if you'll just make sure you're unmuted and make your remarks to the panel.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great.
Okay. I'm Harold Calvin. I'm his father. And he has changed. He's not the same person he was when he was locked up. He has gotten deep in the Word. He's a Christian now. He got deep in the Word. During the times of incarceration, he has reached out to others and helped others as far as acquiring Bibles and getting signed up for Bible studies and different things like that. As far as he himself, his demeanor has changed. He's a calmer person. He's more thoughtful. And when we go discussing family matters or issues in the family, things like that, when we come to visit, he's more thoughtful about his consideration. He's not one that's jumping to a conclusion, and just saying, well, he should have done this or should have done that. And we'll discuss things in the family. He has taken a lot of study there and correspondence on Bible studies and things like that. I know he's taken self-help courses. Also, as he says, he's been pursuing furthering his education and safety. He worked as a safety supervisor offshore on rig safety. He has water safety training such as that. And he has been, taking his studies in HVAC and all that in preparation for jobs when he gets out. Now, as far as his release, should he be paroled, he would be coming and staying with his mother and I here. I have a vehicle already. I have 2 trucks. I'll give him 1 truck. He'll have transportation to go out and seek employment, to go back and forth to work. I do have money set aside to support him till he can kind of get on his feet, get established in a job, and to help support him as far as, his needs that he might incur, as far as expenses. Our pastor at church has worked and counseled other parolees in the church. In fact, we have had 2 sex offenders that have been attending church there with permission of the pastor of the church, and they have since moved on to other areas. But he has counseled with parolees before, both here in at our local church and when he was pastoring in Little Rock, Arkansas. So he does have a support group there in the church. Pastor has counseled with him before. He knows what, would be involved in participating in church and being a part of the church there. So we do have a home support set up. I do have contacts in the community, different ones, as far as maybe possibly going to work in HVAC or something of that nature when he gets out.
Thank you very much for your comments. We also have 2 others who would like to speak. Susan Hutchins, the aunt.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Just Director.
Good morning. I'm Susan Hutchins. I'm his aunt, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to allow us to speak on his behalf. As to what I've seen in Jason, all the times I've visited him, he's always talking about all the classes he's been taking and helping others and how he stays so busy, which they've talked about some already. He's helped teach GED classes to other inmates, trying to help them better themselves. But he's also taken lots of classes and working toward degrees to help better himself, to find work, to be self-supported when he does get out. I've seen him grow spiritually. I believe he almost has a degree in theology. He's even preached for some of their services. I never thought I would see that, so I'm thankful for the positive change in him. I will be available also to support him as well as his family as he integrates back into society. He will have a stable residence and family support and financial assistance while getting back on his feet. I can help him with that also. I believe he's ready to transition back into the community. I want to thank you for your time and your consideration in reviewing his case, and I'm hopeful for his early release. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hutchins. Appreciate your comment. We also have Miss Wiley, Alicia Wiley's sister, and thank you for joining us. You'll just direct your comments to us.
Good morning. My name is Alicia Wiley, and I'm his sister. Jason and I have grown very close over the years that he's been incarcerated. We were not very close prior to his incarceration for obvious reasons. We lived 2 different lifestyles. I've watched him grow spiritually, mentally. He's been humbled by his experience while he's been incarcerated. As I've said, he has surrendered his life to God. I have seen that, the fruits of that relationship that he's developed.
All right, great. Thank you so much. Appreciate your support of him. This case, I'm gonna defer to Mr. Zahraa to lead the discussion, questioning.
All right, just a
couple of brief points about the case. We have Mr. Cohen before us, a male classified as some say second, some say first, depending on how we interpret that Mississippi conviction. On March 2nd of 2011, in the parish of Concordia, Mr. Cohen pled guilty to amended charge of indecent behavior with a juvenile, 3 counts. Sentenced to serve 5 years hard labor, each count to run consecutive. Jail term was suspended and he was placed on 5-year supervised probation. Then, while on probation, Mr. Cohen was arrested on October 27, 2011 by the Adams County Sheriff's Office in Mississippi for the offense of child fondling, touching a child for lustful purposes. And on May 23, 2012, in Adams County, Mr. Cohen pled guilty to child fondling and touching for lustful purposes. He was sentenced to serve 12 years in the Mississippi Department of Corrections to run consecutive with any sentence ordered to be served in the state of Louisiana. And the Louisiana probation was revoked on May 30th, 2012. All public officials contacted or opposed. All the law enforcement is opposed. The victim, we have opposition from the victim also. You have a high risk level on your static 99. And I really don't have any questions. Mr. Ledoux covered the questions, but that's just the facts of the case. Anybody else has questions?
How many years have you served? Actual time?
14 years.
14 years. Okay. I have nothing else.
And do note that you have a good time date in August of next year, needing to complete those
8, 9, 26 is a good time.
classes.
Okay. I have no other questions.
Should the panel have no further questions, Mr. Byron, you prepared to vote?
Yes. Well, Mr. Cohen, today I'm going to have to vote to deny. Request, ask you to complete those sex offender classes that you still need to do to better yourself. I mean, it's all about getting you right before you get out. And those classes are one of the main things that we do require. And it does take a while to get through all 4 phases of it. So with you having such an early good time date coming up next year and the amount of classes you need to do to get yourself right, there really isn't any time to release you. You need to just do the classes. So today I vote to deny your parole and I ask you to complete the class.
Yes, Mr. Freeman.
My vote is to grant conditional on completing the sex offender treatment. And the only reason I'm granting is because I want you on supervision. And like Mr. Bauer said, you get out next year. So I want you on some supervision to make sure you're in an approved residence, you're going to your classes on the outside, you do all your registration and notification, and make sure that you check all the X's and O's to keep the community safe. But as I say, I'm gonna grant with completion of that sex offender class, and I'm gonna order, I want you on electronic monitoring for the remainder of your sentence upon release. That's my vote.
Mr. Cohen, you need a unanimous vote. My vote is also to deny parole at this time. Static 99 of 3 is a very high score, which is indicative of public safety risk. And so while I understand Mr. Freeman's concerns and I appreciate his vote, my vote is also to deny. So you've been denied today.
Well, he was denied. Okay. Let's see what the next one is. Donnie Guidry. All right, Donnie. You're your next contestant on Will the Parole Board release you or not? What is it, Donnie Guidry? Let me see. Donnie Guidry. Not on that list. Let's see. Is he on this list? He's another one that does these nasty things with children. What is wrong with these adult people? Totally disgusting. They just make me just gross out.
Good
They better
Good morning. The Louisiana Committee on
Yes.
Paroles and Panels and Orders. Serving today on the panel to my left is Mr. Balrod. To my right is Mr. Freeman and Ms. Lejeune. Sir, would you state your name and your DOC number for the record?
Donnie Gidry, 77123.
Okay. Mr. Gidry, I'm going to read some information from the file. Our file indicates that you're a first felony offender.
Yes, ma'am.
You're currently serving a 5-year sentence for indecent behavior with a juvenile. However, you do have you have a pending felony charge. Is that correct?
Yes.
You have a detainer with the sheriff's office.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you have a parole eligibility date of 9/12/2023. You're not eligible for a early release, and you have a full term date of January 13, 2027.
Yes.
Okay. Sir, would you communicate with the panel and tell us why you're here and why we should consider release at this time?
I'm here because I missed I missed a court date for the charge, for the sex charge, because I was in the hospital, and we tried to get out of it, like push the date back, but they said I just had to wait till the warrant came up on me. So that's
Oh, there's more to it than that. I think you need to address the actual criminal charge. That's what we're looking for.
Oh, okay. The sex charge involved a young girl that I've touched. That's what I'll have the 5 years for.
Okay. And why should we let you go?
Well, I feel that knowing the consequences of the actions that I took, being severe like they are, I mean, I know I did get off lucky with just 5 years, and it could have been a lot worse. But I know that foolishness will never happen again. Should have never happened in the first place. And I'm really sorry for it. I mean, it should have never happened.
Yeah. Okay. Warden, at this time, would you be able to speak about Mr. Guidry's time there at Hunt?
Okay, what I can say is that he's remained right up free. He hasn't been in disciplinary issue for us here. He has a full term date of January 13th, 2027. He has not completed his sex offender treatment, nor has he been enrolled in victims impact. So we need to get him in both of those classes before he releases. I think it'll be beneficial too.
He hasn't taken any of his classes,
Yes.
and they.
Thank you for that input, Gordon Turner. At this time, I'm going to defer to my colleague, Mr. Freeman, to lead the questioning.
Okay, Mr. Guidry. How long have you been in jail?
It will be 2 years in this September.
Okay, so you've done 2 on 5. Have you done any sex offender treatment?
I did a little on the street like before I got here, but I wasn't able to afford the classes. I wasn't working out there like I should have been, so because of my transportation, more or less, but not in here, no sir.
Okay, and then, so have you applied for class in prison for the sex offender treatment?
I was in a sex offender class for.
I'm talking about since you've been incarcerated, have you applied?
No sir.
Okay, because that's something that we really, it's not required, but we frown upon if it's not done, because it's definitely needed before any kind of release. Okay, and the judge is opposed, the sheriff is unopposed, the victim had no comment. What was your problem under supervision? I see you've had 4 revocation hearings.
For revocation hearing?
I'm getting in trouble while you're on probation.
I don't, I'm on this probation, I didn't get in any trouble. I missed court.
Right.
Yeah, I missed court and I wasn't able to pay these.
Court. That's getting in trouble when you're supposed to be.
All right, yeah, I missed court.
Okay, have you taken any anger management?
Yes, I did. I did, one on the street and I did, was it Gatorade in here? Yes, sir.
Okay, because I see you have a lot of domestic abuse battery convictions. Okay, I have no further questions. Where are you gonna live? That's the other question.
I live on my dad's property in Lafayette Parish.
Okay, all right, Mr. Barrow, you said yes?
Yeah. I'm seeing a note in this file that says on May 3rd, 2024, you were removed from sex offender treatment. Do you have any information about that?
I was removed? No.
Yeah.
Mr. Barra, I didn't see anything in here that states why he's.
Oh, that might be the day I got with him and explained to him why, because he did call me to his office and asked me why I wasn't going to his class. That might be what he's talking about.
Tell me about it. So there's a note in there that says something, you're a little bit irregular. You had signed up for the class, but you didn't go?
Yes, sir. No, yes, sir. I signed up for the class and I went, I don't know, 3 or 4 classes, maybe a little more than that. But I didn't have my reading glasses, so I dropped out. I couldn't see, because he would send us home with stuff to do, reports and stuff to work on. And I couldn't see to read at that point in time.
You dropped out.
Yes, sir.
That's when they call and remove. All right, that answers that. And then you said you just didn't show up for a court date, but the court date was probably a revocation hearing to bring up violation of continued drug use. It says that you continue to use drugs, you didn't enroll in substance abuse and sex offender treatment within 90 days as ordered, that you failed to pay supervision fees, you failed to register as a sex offender. Even after being reminded by the parole officer, he ignored a June 23 revocation hearing and another warrant was issued. So I think the reason the warrant was out there was because you failed to go to the revocation hearing to problems that you had with the drug use and the failing to register. I think that's what that's all about, just to set that straight. That's the only questions I had.
Okay, I believe that the panel is prepared to vote, so Mr. Freeman is going to begin.
Okay, Mr. Gideon, you have a whole bunch of excuses, but not much fact to it. You got to finish that sex offender class. When you're gonna be considered, in my book, anyway. So, my vote today is to deny lack of a class.
Mr. Barbara.
I concur with Mr. Freeman for the same reason.
My vote's to deny, and I'm just going to state that you have not taken a lot of responsibility and been very forthcoming. And you have to have that sex offender class. I consider you to be a threat to public safety. So today, by unanimous vote, you have been denied.
I agree with Miss Ledoux. Okay, Lola, no barking. Kenneth Roussel. Let's see if we can pick him out. And you know what? We're not going to watch this. I'm not even going to call him a man. We're not going to watch him. We're going to go on to the next guy because, yeah, that's disgusting. Felix Hernandez. Let's see if we can find out what Mr. Hernandez did. Another gross man. Y'all, I don't want to watch these gross men. Let's see what the next one is. Michael Simster. Okay, you know what? We'll watch Michael Seamster. Michael Seamster has 2 counts of second-degree murder. So we'll watch him. And I'm going to turn it up and go to my phone because I got to go bring my groceries in. They're finally here. So I'm on my phone, but I'm listening. We're going to move on to the next guy. It has 2. He has, let me see, let me go back and look. Hernandez. Nope. Michael D. Steamster. Date of birth. Oh, 1962 was his year of birth. And he has 2 counts of attempted second-degree murder.
Thanks. Good morning. The good morning. Louisiana Committee on Parole is impaneled in Baton Rouge at headquarters. Serving today's panel, on my left is Mr. Balraj, to my right is Mr. Freeman, and my name is Ms. LeJew. Today we're going to be hearing an offender at Raymond LaBorde. Sir, would you introduce yourself with your name and your DOC number, please?
My name is Michael Seamster, 118142, ma'am.
And Mr. Seamster, it looks like you are a 4th felony offender. You're currently serving a 50-year sentence for attempted second-degree murder. And this is a rehearing. You were denied previously. You had a parole eligibility date of July 20, 2023. You're not eligible for good time release, and you have a full term date of July 19th, 2053. Does that sound correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We have a number of people in opposition. We do have Parole Project, Carrie Myers, in support today. And before we get started with our testimonies, I would like, sir, to ask you to tell us why you found yourself in jail, and why do you think that we should vote for an early release today?
I would like to express my deepest apology to the family of Wendy Thomas and the state of Louisiana for the cause of the death of Wendy by multiple statutes, which I am accountable and responsible for that crime I committed. I'm sincerely remorseful for my action, which I caused intense pain and heartache in their family. Remorse is not about words you say. It's a heart condition change inside of you that matures compassion and love in your spirit. I never in life will want this pain and suffering to happen to any human being. Repentance calls you to see the wrong you have done. The wrong I have done by causing this family pain, heartaches, depression, anger, denial, holidays, family days, birthdays, which left an emotional hole in their heart. And it takes a lot of time for them to heal. The emotional pain that's inside of them causes them to go in denial sometimes, which makes them bitter. I took away a lot of things from these people: hope, love, happiness, joy, which I'm very remorseful and sorry. And I regret, and I got a lot of shame, but not only hurt from, I hurt myself because I was in a relationship with Wendy Thomas. She did everything she could possibly to help me. But by me being in denial on drugs and alcohol, I was addicted. I had a stronghold. Much as I wanted to loose that stronghold on me, it had a grip on me. But over the last 22 years, all this turmoil I have caused to these people, I have changed my life. I'm not the same person. I have taken plenty of self-help programs to change the way that I think or the way I behave towards individuals. I graduated from New Orleans Baptist Theological Seminary with a bachelor's and associate degree in Angola, in which I began helping people before I went to the seminary. The seminary gave me a better way of counseling and more effective way how to talk to the men in Angola. I talked to them about how I had changed in my heart, my mind, and the spirit. And I began to counsel them and use my life as a testimony for drugs and alcohol to do to you. I counsel them to be spiritual, physical, and strong in the community. I reached out and I changed the community with them by telling them how to be pillars, how to stand and do the right things, how to be a father, a grandfather, a son, how to help one another in the community to walking in love and unity. I also graduated from horticulture school with 7 chemical license and a horticulture degree to be able to run the greenhouse. In this school, I learned a knowledge which I share with the guys, how them to be God-fearing, how to have life skills, how to respect every man's boundaries, how to do what's the right thing in life without someone telling you, how to have integrity. I learned a lot of things in the school, but I always continue to help change the community. I began making rounds in the cell block, talking to guys that were locked up in the cell block. I continue to make rounds in the infirmary, praying with guys and helping them and changing them where they had no hope. I went to TU with the guys that's mental problems, talked to them, helped them as an inmate minister and a pastor and a mentor. I began to give back a whole lot to them because I wanted these guys to not give up, but help change the community to make it a better place. And then I was transferred to RLCC, where I continue to minister, to help make the place better, to make it safe, to be a light barrier in a dark place. I talked to these guys as a facilitator for advanced training, trauma. It's dealing with the grief journey that people go through to help them to go through the healing process that they are facing in life. Also a facilitator in ASI, alto sexual idolatry, which I teach every Tuesday in the cell block. So I make a lot of rounds in RLCC and I help a lot of people. Not only that, I'm a moral compass mentor. I'm currently enrolled in victim impact and a Tyro facilitator now in training. I got living in balance 1 and 2, cage rage. I got all kinds of self-help programs, anger management, cage rage, chaplain for the vets incarcerated. Not only that, I give all my time to them as ministry, and I love to help these fellows right here in the RLCC. And if granted parole, I will be entering in society in Baton Rouge, where there's plenty of opportunity, a place where I can get a well-respected job. I have experience as a first-class welder and a boy. But once I establish with a job, my main objective is give back to the community, do community service, to help change the youth and the young adults. I would like to always reach out to the juveniles. They have a privilege ministry with a local pastor in Baton Rouge. I will teach them how to be citizens that will not commit any crime, to be a law-abiding citizen. So these youth, I will talk to them so that a taxpayer citizen or a citizen will not be a victim of crime or a victim of impact. I will give back, but I will talk to people to help stop the violence. I will share my story of how drugs and alcohol took over my life. I don't know nobody to go through that in life. I will always give back to the community to help change that community. Because now, as I see in prison, the community is rough out there. And we need mentors to help change these guys out there. And I will teach these young men how to take their life to be an asset, not to be a liability, to change their weakness to strength, to change a negative to a positive.
You've got a great sermon going on, but I'm gonna pass the collection plate here in a minute. So we're gonna wrap that up because I've read your file and you've done a lot of good things and I appreciate that.
Okay, that was funny. She said we're going to pass the
Warden,
collection
before we
plate.
hear from others, I'd like to hear from you.
That really caught me off
How
guard.
long has he been there and what's he done since he's been there?
I think he's been here just a little bit. Since 2022 after arrived here. But just reviewing his file, just talked to him on yesterday. He have done a lot of facility. He's a good facilitator from what I understand with the inmate population, which is actually good. He have a good dictionary record. He hadn't had a write-up, I want to say, since 2017 was his last write-up. Currently, he's actually in the victim impact class, and he's doing pretty good with that. If the board does decide to grant him parole, my recommendation actually would be for him to attend that STR program. Due to the fact of the matter, just like Esther said, his situation with substance abuse.
All right, great. Thank you so much. At this time, Mr. Kerry Myers with the Louisiana Parole Project.
There we are. Yes, good morning. Kerry Myers here with Louisiana Parole Project. To let the board know, we are here to support Mr. Seamster in his parole hearing. We were there 2 years ago when he had his hearing. And one of the things that the board said then was, when in his denial, was that he needed additional programming. As you can see from the record, Mrs. Seamster has continued to do that. It was something that he was already on the path doing, and something he has continued to do by continuing to improve. His disciplinary record has stayed clean before and since that time. He's become an asset, as you can see. You can also see that he is generally aware, and this is I think something very significant. He is very self-aware of the harm he caused, where he's been and where he is going. So Parole Project will support Mr. Seamster should this board grant his parole. I can't disagree at all with the warden's recommendation that it would be helpful to complete the STAR program. So that's one thing that could be taken into consideration today. So I just ask this board to take these things. Parole Project will support him in his transition. He is very employable. He's a mature man today, a sober man today. He's also a veteran. And we believe that he would be very successful. So just considering these factors, we'd ask this board to grant his parole today.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. We do have a number of people here in opposition. The Assistant District Attorney, Richard Ray. Ray, would you like to go first, or would you like to conclude? It's your decision.
I'll prefer to go first, if that's okay with you, Madam Chairman. And I appreciate the opportunity to share some words. I'm going to be very brief because I know there's numerous family members there that would like to talk, and I don't want to intrude on any of their time. But on behalf of District Attorney Marvin, who wrote a letter in strong opposition to Mr. Seamster's parole 2 years ago, and remains with strong opposition. District Attorney Marvin couldn't be a part of this call today, but I've discussed it with him. He was directly involved in Mr. Seamster's prosecution, and it should be noted, I know that it's in the file, and I know that it'll be discussed at some point, but Mr. Seamster committed this brutal murder and then was facing life in prison several different ways, or at least two, as a multi-offender and as a person who has committed second-degree murder. Mr. Seamster agreed to this plea offer of 50 years without the benefit of parole. That was an agreement that he made in order to avoid a more lengthy sentence of his entire life. And so on behalf of District Attorney Marvin, we would express our strongest opposition possible to any modification of that, because it was by agreement, and it was, it may not have seemed to be beneficial to him, but it certainly was. And the state entered into that agreed upon sentence, and it was, that was what he was sentenced to. So we would express our very strong opposition, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, sir. We have 3 members of the victim's family that would like to speak. And why don't we start with Mr. Tim Taylor, the victim's brother? You go to the podium and make sure your comments are directed towards us and not the other. Yes, sir.
Morning. I would just like to say I've been listening. And I would just like to say to the board, Mr. Seeker does not have any idea. You appreciate 20+ years hearing some type of knowing anything that better anything. So I've always wondered if Mr. Seeker had any remorse about this. Today is the first time that we had any inkling of remorse. I do appreciate that, but Mr. Seeker does not have any idea of the impact that's caused on this family. I have a niece right here that never met Sister Women. I've heard about education. She's pursuing a bachelor's degree right now. Mother taking out loans. So I do appreciate the effort that has been made, but the impact on this family we're still suffering from. Mr. Singster made a deal with the state 20+ years ago. We had no opportunities to speak on that deal. We had no opportunity to have any say so on that deal. The deal was between Mr. Singster and the state. All we had the opportunity to do was cry, pray, hope for the future. Every day I look at my sister, grandchildren, I'm reminded she would be so proud that she never had that opportunity. I appreciate the fact Mr. Singster is helping those people where he's at, but my plea to the board is, when is someone going to help in need? We've had nothing but suffering. We've had nothing but loneliness. We've had nothing but going on through life without her. Her youngest granddaughter, she will go through life someday hanging out with her friends at school. And she will hear them talk about their grandmother. And I can't help but to imagine how that's going to make her feel, because hers is not. And she will not have the opportunity to share with her friends what her grandmother meant to her, because she never got a chance to meet her. Wendy was a beautiful soul, a very beautiful soul. God-fearing woman. Her father was the first African American on a radio station, has a radio station in Mendon, Louisiana. He sung the gospel religiously. So we know about God. We know about the humility that we have to take upon to honor God. I appreciate Mr. Simpson's comment about her helping him, because that's what she tried to do. She died in her own home. It was her home. She paid for it. She gave Mr. Singster a place to stay. She held out her hand to him to help him. So I appreciate him helping those people with him. My plea, who is going to help? My niece, who is going to help her son, who walked in, first discovered the scene himself. God, who is here for mine? That I love so dearly, that I would give my life. I wasn't there to help Wendy. I lived in another state. Again, I'm happy to hear his initial words, it doesn't do much for us.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you, Dan.
Okay, we're gonna pause it there because court's back. Court's back. Court's back. All right, we got to get back to this mess of a trial.
Easy thing, I did have an opportunity to review the redaction. It's going to be just a sound redaction. They did a wonderful job, and it's clear that the sound is missing, but it almost appears like a glitch, and I'm fine with how that appears. The larger issue, Your Honor, is as I came into the courthouse this afternoon after lunch, there was one security officer there. I was making small talk with him about the weekend and weather, and as I was getting stuff out of the bowl, I could look back into where they congregate, the security. And on the computer screen was, attempted honor killing trial with a picture of Mr. Ali and Ms. Ali. I raised my concern to him and he said, "Oh, it says attempted." And I said, "That's not my concern." While I was upstairs.
I'm sorry. I'm just going to have you back up for just a moment and explain to me again where you saw this
So I
in
walk through
security.
security, take off my belt, everything, and the tray goes through the rollers. As I'm bending down at the rollers, I'm looking to my left, and there's the workstation where the marshals, whatever the term they use, but essentially marshals running the security, they have their desk, they have the monitors that monitor the courtrooms, and then on the large computer screen, it appeared that they were tuned into Court TV or YouTube, and it was a still shot on the screen from Court TV that said, basically the description of this trial, which is, State versus Ali, attempted honor killing trial in very large print with a still photo of the two defendants, presumably from like public disclosure, like screen captures from their pictures on scene. I expressed my concern, and he did not appear to share the concern that I had and said, that it was attempted. And I said, well, the term honor killing is not part of the trial and has specifically been excluded. He kind of pushed back on me. I did speak with a wonderful, helpful bailiff whose name I don't have, who's standing up in court, asking her to follow up with him. It was down by the time she had come. She is reported. When I was speaking to Heather and Olivia, and we're all sharing the concern about what this has, her staff, Michelle Wall, indicated that she had seen it once before.
What are you missing?
My concern, I think, in terms of talking with
the defense did not approve.
When they,
the defense, the defense does not approve of using the words honor killing, attempted honor killing. That's the problem. He's seen it as he was coming through the scanning yourself, through the checkpoint thing to go into the courthouse. Yeah. Okay.
Proceed from the law library to court, because I think there's kind of a front and back and they're kind of watching. It's when they individually came in at varying times, getting stuff out of the bowl. We know now of at least 2 occasions where that description is on the screen, and my concern is just
the jurors walking in. Okay, the jurors walking in may have seen the screen that honor attempted honor killing. Okay, I get it now.
Makes sense to do an individual inquiry of jurors. Not that I really want to, and I don't necessarily know what the language would be, but I do have concerns that, one floor down, there's a big screen that talks about stuff that's been excluded from this trial.
All right. So first of all, I'm going to take a brief recess.
What?
To address this issue, to ensure
a recess.
that
Get the heck out of here.
After we do the questioning of the jurors individually, that nothing like this could or would happen again. I don't go in through the front in that area. I certainly do not condone this. And it's upsetting for me to hear that this is something that could impede a fair trial in this case, which of course is what we are all working towards. And so I'd like to take a brief recess to address that issue, and then I will come out. I would appreciate it if, while I'm on this recess, if you would like to confer about some particular questions you might want me to ask. I will be thinking about that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All rise, court's in recess.
Oh my God. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I did not expect that. So basically, the jurors walking in and out, going through the scan thingy to come in and out of the courthouse, are seeing on the bailiff over there there's a screen over by where the bailiff sits, and it has on there about court TV, and court TV has it listed as attempted honor killing. And honor killing was not supposed to be used in the trial. The judge had deemed it where they couldn't use the word honor killing or anything like that in some of the pretrial motions. So now there's a concern that oh my Lord, derail this trial. Good Lord. All right. We'll go back to this for just a brief minute while they're doing this. Good Lord. I don't even know what to think.
Very much.
Appreciate that. We have the victim's son, Generic Thomas, who would like to speak.
Lord, what I'm not saying is, I was there for the hall, I was there. I left right after he decided to do it. You know, I leave, but that's not something in the heart. It's not able to say my mom, but mom was a God-fearing woman. And appreciate the board trying to help him on the board, his initiatives and all that stuff. But the number one thing my mom did the trump all that we have in classes was to give the man love, try to love him. He couldn't do it. We couldn't pass it, he couldn't handle it. One thing is love. So Jesus did all commandments and all, we can't say love one another. He couldn't handle it. And my mom sacrificed her life trying to love this man. And he didn't respect it. So I don't think he should be out. I don't think he should give him another chance. He agreed to 50 years without parole. He should handle that. He should be taken. He should stand up on his word and handle it and stay in jail. And not give him another chance to take somebody else's life. So I say, my mom loved trying to love him. We tried to love him. He couldn't get it. Many times he's been in jail before. We tried to wash all the way, forget about all this stuff. All his history. Please, God, don't only know that today. We just stay behind bars.
Thank you. And the victim's daughter would also like to speak. Ma'am, I don't want to mispronounce your name, so if you'll introduce yourself.
Batishla. With this opportunity to be here today. I sit here with representation of my mom to oppose the release of my estate. I said, and I said again, my estate is well capital. He is a moral citizen. When he's in jail, when he's not involved, he does everything that he needs to do to be released and to show himself as this mature, loving, accountable man. But he's not. He's trying to figure And every time he has been released to society, he has been something else to get him back up. My mama's mother was calculated. Drugs are not. It was calculated. He waited till my brother left home. He added a lock to the door. He put her tires on flat, so if she could get away, she wouldn't be able to leave. He did it intentionally. He meant to do it. So, taking classes, whatever he's done, that's fine. Maybe he needs to stay back up so he can be among sinners, so he can help change lives for the people that have another opportunity. But for him to be released to do it again, no, I will not support that, ever. Whether it's a part of not guilt or just grieving, I will not be a supporter of that. And I agree with the terms. He agreed to 50 years. He needs to stay there for 50 years. He took my mom away from me. He took my grandmother away from her. And there's an opportunity to have a relationship with her grandmother. I never had an opportunity to get my life as an adult and a woman of business going with my mom. There's so many things that we plan to do and we hope for that we never get a chance to do because he's taken away from us. I just pray that today, this is the only part of justice that we're allowed to get.
I thank each of you for being here. Also, we have Janita Bailey, the granddaughter, Nicole.
I thought they were coming back. I couldn't watch that anymore. I seen the court moving and people in there. I was like, no, we need to get back to this train wreck of a trial. I mean, I need to know what they're gonna say now. I need to know. I got my Maticha glasses on, as my hubby says. Hector always said, you got your Maticha glasses on? So, yes, sir, baby. I got my nosy glasses on. I'm right here. I'm checking it out. I need to know. Lola is a terror. She chews up everything she finds. Everything she finds. I'm just like, Maria. See, that's one of my Spanish words. And it's only because Hector taught me. See, I do know a little bit. Like I said, I know enough to get me in trouble, and I might have a conversation about food with you. And I can get by with the whole conversation talking Spanish, but it doesn't roll off the tongue naturally. I failed it in high school. But yeah, Lola tears everything up. She anything she. This morning when I went in there to feed her, she had taken a carpet. I had a rolled up carpet, and it was on the back side of her kennel, just put away, just over there in the corner. She had taken, I don't know how she got it, but she managed to get a piece of the carpet in the kennel. And, Maria, bring it, girlfriend. She pulled the carpet into the kennel and just shredded part of the carpet. So it's a mess in the kennel right now. Okay, we've got sound now.
Opposed to or not. There's arguments on both sides. I just wanted to raise that question with the board.
I mean, I could ask them whether or not they have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse?
Well, at this point, I don't think we should limit it. I think we should
you just say?
Well, there's no information to suggest that they have been exposed to information from any other place, and we've been specifically talking about a potential exposure here at the courthouse. So I think it makes sense to actually talk about whether or not they've seen anything here at the courthouse. Outside this courtroom, because obviously there's media coverage within the courtroom.
Right, that was my only, I guess, clarification, is certainly I don't want them to confuse the question with the media that is present within the courtroom itself.
Okay. So I'm suggesting using what has been presented to me. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within this courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories. All right, so I would like the bailiff to inform the jury that we are going to bring them in individually to ask them some questions so that they know that that is what's going to be happening. And then, of course, once I'm done with questioning, I will advise the juror who's in here not to discuss it. All right, thank you.
Stand for them individually, or?
She said individually she is going to bring them in and ask them. Oh,
number one.
My stars. Well, it's a good thing they were running ahead on trial, right? I mean, the prosecutor just did say Friday, or not Friday, Thursday, that they were running ahead of schedule. So, hey. Oh, my stars. One at a time. Here we go.
Juror number one, we are bringing in each juror to ask everyone the same question, okay?
Okay.
Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or the courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within this courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories.
No.
All right. Thank you. I'll have the bailiff take you back to the jury room. Okay. Thank you.
Were you going to advise to not?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Thank you. I apologize.
Do not discuss, ma'am.
Please don't discuss with anyone else the question that I asked you.
Oh, of course.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Andy, sit right there, room number 76.
Juror number 2, we are bringing in each juror to ask them the same question. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or the courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within the courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories.
Maybe.
All right, can you tell me what you mean by maybe?
We've been watching the national news because I feel like that's fair game. And I was washing the dishes and it switched over to I wasn't really paying attention, switched over to local news. All I heard was the most basic description of the trial, and then I switched it. So maybe 3 seconds. But I did hear it on the local.
Your Honor, the interpreters cannot hear the juror.
Sorry.
Okay. I'm just going to read back what you said.
Uh-oh, we might have a problem.
We've been watching the national news because I feel like that's fair game. And I was washing the dishes and
Not what we
switched
expected.
over to I wasn't really paying attention. All I heard was the most basic description of the trial, and then I switched it. So maybe 3 seconds, but I did hear it on the news. Is that correct? You have to verbally respond.
Yes, sorry. I should know that by now.
As you sit here knowing that you heard 3 seconds of some sort of report, and that was at your home? Okay. Are you able to separate out whatever it is that you might have heard as it relates to ultimately deciding this case based only on the facts presented during the trial and evidence presented during the trial, and then my instruction on the law?
Absolutely.
All right. Ms. Stone, do you have any questions?
Has this impacted your ability to be fair and impartial in this case in any way?
No.
Thank you. No, you aren't. Nothing further.
Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry? All right. I'll have you go back to the jury room. Thank you.
Your Honor.
Gosh, I apologize. I do have it written down. Jury number 2, you are not to discuss what we've been talking about here in this courtroom with anyone else, including your fellow jurors. You understand?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Your Honor, wait, I do have a question, I guess.
Okay.
How did you know it was about this case?
It was, I really wasn't paying attention, but it was something like the jury in the trial in Thurston County of the couple that's pretty much all I heard. And then I switched the channel. I was headed toward the clicker when it came up because I knew we were on the local news as opposed to national news.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
I think that was not an answer the judge was prepared for.
Ms. Stone,
honestly.
anything as it relates to number 2?
No, Your Honor. He indicated he'd be fair and impartial. It has not impacted, and based on what he relayed, it doesn't appear to be anything different than the facts that he has heard in this case.
Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Just a moment. Not yet. Not yet. No, nothing?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay. Juror number 3, we are bringing in each juror individually to ask them the same question. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or the courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within the courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories. I am ordering you not to discuss that question or anything else that we've been talking about since we brought you in with anyone else, including your fellow jurors. Okay? Thank you.
Stop, Lola. Lola, stop. Lola.
Juror number 4, we are bringing in each juror individually to ask them the same question. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within this courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories.
The only exposure I've had is like a clip came on the TV, and as soon as I saw that it was one of our witnesses, I turned it off, so I did not.
All right, and was that at your home?
Yeah.
All right, and when was that?
Oh gosh, it was last week, like right Tuesday. That's when I realized that, oh crap, like I shouldn't be watching.
She said, oh crap.
All right, and about how long do you think it was on for?
Oh, like 2 seconds.
And how did you know that it was related to this trial?
I recognized one of the witnesses.
And who was it?
Okay, I might have been wrong about Tuesday, but it was Fatima.
Okay.
So the day after she.
That would have been, she testified on Wednesday, so you would have seen her on Thursday then. Let me help you out here,
And,
lady.
Did you hear any commentary or anything that, any clip of her
Yes,
where she was
Ava.
speaking?
No.
All right. Do you believe that despite having seen this, you described about 2 seconds of news coverage related to this case, that you can put out of your mind whatever it is that you saw and still decide this case based only on the evidence presented during the trial and the instruction on the law?
Yes.
And do you believe that you can still be fair and impartial to all sides?
Yes.
Ms. Stone, any questions?
Nothing additional, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Kading?
Nothing additional, thank
Mr. Larry?
you. Just one brief thing. So any graphics with the clip or anything else other than just that you saw potentially Fatima?
I did not see any other graphics.
Okay. Okay, great, thank you.
I instruct you that you are not to discuss what we have been talking about here with anyone else, including any of your fellow jurors, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Can you shut the door, please? Ms. Stone, any issues with number 4?
No, based on the record you made, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Larry?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
She's okay. Leave
You
her
can bring
alone.
in 5.
She's okay.
Juror number 5, we are bringing in each juror individually to ask them the same question. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within this courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories. All right. I am instructing you that you are not to discuss that question or anything else associated with you coming here in the courtroom with anyone else, including your fellow jurors. Thank you. I'm bringing number 6. Juror number 6, we are bringing in each juror individually to ask them the same question. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or the courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within the courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories. No? Okay. I am instructing you not to discuss this question or anything that's happened here since you've come into the courtroom with anyone else, including your fellow jurors. Do you understand? Thank you. Juror number 7, we are bringing the jurors in individually to ask them all the same question. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within this courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories.
No.
I am instructing you not to discuss that question or anything that's happening here in the courtroom while I'm asking you these questions with anyone else, including your fellow jurors. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Go ahead and have a seat. Juror number 8, we're bringing in each juror individually to ask them all the same question. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within this courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories.
I have not seen it.
All right. I'm instructing you not to discuss the question I just asked you or anything about coming here into the courtroom with anyone else, including your fellow jurors. Do you understand? Thank you. Juror number 9, we are bringing in each juror individually to ask them the same question. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within this courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories.
No.
All right. Juror number 9, I am instructing you not to discuss the question that I asked you or anything about coming into the courtroom with anyone else, including your fellow jurors. And do you understand?
I do.
Thank you.
Oh, excuse me.
Juror number 10, we are bringing each juror in individually to ask them the same question. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within this courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories.
No.
I'm instructing you not to discuss the question I just asked you or anything about coming into the courtroom now with anyone else, including your fellow jurors. And do you understand?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Hi. We are not professionals. Damn it. I'm pushing buttons.
Juror number 11, we are having each juror come in individually so that we can ask each of you the same question. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within the courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories.
No, Your Honor.
All right. I am instructing you not to discuss the question that I've asked or anything about coming into the courtroom with anyone else, including your fellow jurors. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Juror number 12, we are bringing each juror in individually to ask the same question. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within this courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories.
There was one day coming in last week where the security guard had an image up.
Oh,
on the
shit.
desk of one of the witnesses sitting in the stands. But I got one quick look and looked away. Didn't see a headline or anything like that.
Uh-oh.
Did you recognize the image of the witness?
Yes.
Who was it?
It was,
I'll rewind it for you, Paula. Yeah.
headline or
I turned it up a little bit louder.
didn't see a headline or anything like that.
He said he saw images of witnesses, but
Did
didn't
you
see headlines.
recognize the image of the witness?
Yes.
Who was it?
It was Isaiah's father.
Oh, Mr. Barnes. He saw Mr. Barnes on the stand. Nice.
Do you recall
Okay.
what day that was? About how long do you think that you saw that image?
Enough to register his face, so a second or two.
Was there anything else on the screen that you saw besides the image of Isaiah's father?
Not that I saw, it was enough to recognize where it was, and that there might have been people next to him, but not enough to see anything.
So it was not while he was testifying, it was a gallery shot?
Correct.
Yeah, with him standing with the security guards behind him, the gallery shot.
Was it a still photo or was it something that appeared to you to be moving?
It was still.
And so then other than seeing Isaiah, recognizing Isaiah's dad in a still shot with potentially having some people around him, was there anything else that you recall from the image?
No.
Was there any audio that was going on? Was there anyone else that you recognized in the shot besides Isaiah's dad? Ultimately, the job of a juror is to decide the case only on the evidence presented during the trial here in the courtroom, but during the trial and the court's instruction on the law. Do you believe that you can put out of your mind that image that you saw of Isaiah's dad sitting in the gallery, potentially with some other people, and decide the case based only on the evidence presented during the trial? And do you believe that you can still be fair and impartial to all sides?
No,
Ms. Stone, do you have any
security
questions?
guard. Security guard.
Mr. Kading? Mr. Larry?
Thank you.
Juror number 12, I'm instructing you not to discuss the question I asked or your responses or anything associated with coming into the courtroom now with anyone, including your fellow jurors. Do you understand? Thank you.
No, they saw Mr. Barnes. Mr. Barnes is when the gentleman that had the two security officers standing behind him in the gallery,
For a moment.
because they're the ones that have the protection order against.
Ms. Stone,
Oh,
anything as it
Mama,
relates
you're-
to juror number 12?
No, Your Honor.
So
Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry?
that was the security guard they're talking
Just
about.
makes me appreciative that we're doing this, Sean. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead and before we bring in the next person, for the clerk, although this person is now our number one alternate, they are still alternate number 2. Okay, bring in alternate number 2, please.
They already picked the alts? Oh, okay.
Alternate juror number 2, we are bringing in all of the jurors to ask them the same question. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or courthouse complex, Apart from what you have received within the courtroom, media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories.
I went on Facebook like several days after and I saw Como's news, but I just looked at it and I closed. Basically, I didn't go and read it. I just saw it.
I need you to speak up just a little bit.
I saw the news, but I didn't read it. I didn't look at the picture. I recognized, and I turned off.
Who was in the picture?
The two defendants.
And were there any captions?
I only looked at pictures. I recognized the picture and then I knew it was just, I don't know why I went on Facebook. So.
Did you go onto Facebook to look for information related to this case?
No, it's like a daily thing I do, read my stuff, but not looking for about the case.
How was it that this information from Como News came up on
I
Facebook?
follow most of the news stations around here, Cairo, Como's, Fox, CNN. I just scroll through the news just to watch the news.
Right? Just asking about the courthouse and they're just spilling their beans about everything they're doing at home.
So there's no information I got from there. Basically just the pictures.
Did you click on, well, can you click, as you scroll through, if there's something you want to look at, can you click into it and see more detail?
It's the news article. Any of those is a link, basically.
Okay. Did you click on the link?
No.
True, beginner. True.
After you saw the Como News information on Facebook, where you saw the pictures of Mr. and Mrs. Ali, have you gone back to Facebook since that time?
I don't go to that station. I went back on Facebook, but I don't see anything else.
But doesn't the news feed come up on your Facebook page every day?
Sure, but that's the only one that I saw.
Ultimately, the job of the jury will be to decide this case based only on evidence presented during the trial. Do you believe that you can exclude from your mind or consideration the photograph that you saw of Mr. and Mrs. Ali from any consideration in this case? And do you believe that you can still be fair and impartial? And if I instruct you so, will you abide by not going back on Facebook between now and the ultimate conclusion and discharge of the jury?
Yes, I will.
All right. Ms. Stone, do you have any questions?
Nothing additional, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Leary?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
So right now I will instruct you that you are not to discuss the question that I asked you or anything that's happened in the courtroom since you've come in. You may not discuss that with anyone, including your fellow jurors. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And unless and until you are discharged from this case, I am ordering you not to be looking on social media at all and to ensure that you are not exposed to outside information, and you're willing to abide by that?
Yes.
Thank you.
So the jurors that are
alternate juror number.
Just to pause real quick. So far we have 9 male and 3 female jurors, and then one of them's male, and we're fixing to find out what the other one is. But the ones that will be on the jury so far are 9 males and 3 females, and 2 of the males that are on jury panel right now are the ones that have admitted to seeing things. So yeah, here we go.
For 3, we are bringing in each juror individually to ask them the same question. Since the beginning of this trial, have you been exposed to any media coverage associated with this trial here at the courthouse or courthouse complex, apart from what you have received within the courtroom? Media includes still shots, news articles, social media posts, and/or news stories. Thank you.
Okay, that one's a female.
And, sorry, go ahead and have a seat. I am instructing you not to discuss the question I asked or anything that's happened since you came into the courtroom with anyone else, including your fellow jurors. Thank you.
And so wants to put something on the record as to agreement about the parameters of Dr. Gilbert's testimony, and it might make sense to do that now if the court's willing to do that.
How long is Officer Bell's testimony going to be?
I think it's less than an hour.
Okay, well, we'll probably take a recess, but go ahead.
Okay.
Oh my God, she did
And
not
I
say
just
take a
wanna let the
recess.
court know that I spoke with Mr. Leary and also Mr. Kading with regards to Dr. Gilbert's testimony. The concern was that whether her testimony would in essence open the door to some of Miss Ali's previous history. And I think the parameters we've worked out, and
What?
Stephan can correct me if I'm wrong, but in essence, the state will be asking Dr. Gilbert to testify about her training and experience and the effects on the body with strangulation in general. And then to ask her questions specifically about the injuries that is attributed to this incident that is based on the strangulation exam that was done by Miss Rivas. And then also the photos of the injuries, and that the state is now going to ask her to give any opinion or opine in any way about what injuries Miss Ali could have in the future as related due to this specific incident, so not to open the door.
All right, and when you're referring to Miss Ali, you're talking about Fatima Ali?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Kading?
Yes, Your Honor, that sounds what we discussed.
All right, Mr. Leary?
In agreement.
All right, and Dr. Gilbert has been so advised?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Bring in the jury. Go ahead and have the officer come into the courtroom.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I know, case one, a recess. I know, I keep thinking about that. This court takes the most recesses. I've never watched a court take this many. It's kind of like sidebars in a Karen Reed trial. You know? I mean, come on. There's so many recesses and breaks. And they always have a long lunch break. They like their lunch, I guess.
Thank you.
She's so pretty for a judge. I mean, I'm not for a judge. I'm just saying in general, she's pretty.
Please be seated. Members of the jury, we're now going to continue with the presentation of evidence. Ms. Stone, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. They would call Officer Bell.
Officer Bell, come forward, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
I do.
Please be seated. Ms.
so you may inquire. Thank you.
Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sean Bell, Bell.
Officer Bell, are you employed?
I am.
How so, sir?
I'm a police officer with the city of Lacey.
And how long have you been employed in law enforcement?
In law enforcement, 23 years.
Is all of that with the city of Lacey?
It is.
Can you describe your training and experience with law enforcement, please?
In 2002, I was hired as a community service officer. My primary responsibilities was the transportation of offenders from the field to correctional facilities or correctional facilities back for judicial processes. Shortly after being hired in 2002, I was also hired as a reserve police officer. In 2003, I attended the Thurston County Reserve Police Officer Academy and was certified as a reserve officer. Through that time, I carried both commissions as a CSO, community service officer, and a reserve officer. So I was paid as a CSO, but I was a volunteer police officer. In the summer of 2004, I was hired as a provisional police officer, and I was assigned to the patrol division, and I worked there through the beginning of 2005. In 2005, I was hired as a commissioned police officer and would attend the Criminal Justice Training Center and obtain my basic law enforcement credentials. Returning from the academy, I went through a field training process, and after successful completion, I've been a police officer ever since.
And as a police officer, what are your current duties?
Currently, I'm assigned to the patrol division. Primary responsibilities handling calls for service via 911. Those include anything that really can come up, to include really you could think of anything and we get it. It also includes traffic enforcement as well as being a visual deterrent for criminal acts.
And so were you employed by Lacey Police Department in October of 2024?
I was.
And were you working on October 18th, 2024 at approximately 2:14 p.m.?
I was.
And were you working with anyone at that time or working by yourself?
At that time, I was a field training officer, and my student officer was Officer Chavez.
And what phase was Officer Chavez in at that time?
Phase 3.
Is that the field training officer program you previously testified about or previously referenced?
Yes.
Okay. Are you the field training officer for Officer Chavez at that time?
At that time, yes.
Did you become aware of an investigation occurring at Timberline High School located at 6120 Mullen Road Southeast in Lacey, Washington on that day at about that time?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go to that location?
Yes.
Do you recall about what time you arrived at that location?
I believe we arrived at 2:20 p.m.
And what did you observe when you arrived?
Once I arrived on scene, there was a person that was detained in handcuffs that was on their stomach. Officer Hang was with that person. And then there were students would be to the right near the inner city transit sign.
And when you say person detained, was that a child, an adult, or something else?
An adult male.
And you described Officer Hang as being present. Were there any other adults present at that scene?
There was a male that was, I believe, kneeling down next to the detained person, white male with a beard is what I remember.
Okay. And was that individual an officer or a civilian?
Civilian.
And you described there also being other individuals. I don't remember if you said kids or students present, but where were they present? About how many?
They were to my right. There was a handful.
Okay. When you say to your right as you're facing the location of Officer Hang?
Correct.
Okay. Was there a landmark or feature near the location Officer Hang was present at?
Not that I remember.
Okay. Is there a bus stop in that area?
Yes, the
Okay.
inner city transit sign.
Okay. And where was Officer Hang and the civilian male and the other male that was on his stomach on the ground? Where were they in location to that bus stop?
If where I was I was in the middle of the street, Mullen. If you look to my left, that's where they were. To the right would be where the IT bus stop sign or bus sign.
Okay. And did you, during the course of your time on scene, did you have any opportunity to observe the male who was down on the ground at some point be relocated from that location? Meaning, throughout the time you were there, did the male stay on his stomach on the ground?
No, he was moved.
Okay. Where did he go to?
I believe Officer Hang took him to a patrol car.
Okay. At any point, did you have an observation or an opportunity to observe him speaking with anyone? If you recall.
Not that I recall.
Okay. And what did you do upon arrival?
Initially, I checked in with Officer Hang. Want to make sure I just needed to know what he needed from us. And that's when things started getting delegated.
Okay. And so you said Officer Chavez was with you. Is that correct?
That is.
Did you take statements from anyone at the scene, or did someone else do that?
I did not. Officer Chavez did.
Okay. What did you do next?
About this time is when somebody was beginning to enter the scene.
And what do you mean by that, enter the scene?
With where we were, things were right there off of Mullen. There was a woman that was walking in from the parking lot of the Timberline High School.
And how did that woman appear to you?
She appeared to be upset.
Okay. How was she dressed in appearance?
It was either a dark colored, like a green or an olive drab. I can't think of the term off the top of my head, but the head covering.
Okay.
And then she had a black style gown or dress.
And you said she was walking in from the parking lot. The parking lot for what?
Timberline High School.
Okay. And what is in the direction behind where she was coming from?
From the direction she was coming from would be the main hub of Timberline. So that would be near the basketball, the swimming pool, the administrative office, and then kind of the front of the school would be the parking lot that we were at.
Okay. And you indicated she was upset. Did she make contact with you?
Yes.
Okay. And can you describe that contact, please?
So initially, I was trying to get her to wait where she was. And ultimately, I had to stop her from entering and going past me. And then she was yelling.
Okay. Do you recall what she was yelling?
Initially, she was saying things to the effect of my husband or something to the effect of this is my husband.
Okay. And you said initially, was there something else she was yelling or that you can recall?
It eventually would change from that to, I think it was something similar to leave him alone.
Did she say that once, more than once, or something else?
It was pretty much those two things, and it was said more than once.
How would you describe her demeanor while she was making these statements?
She was upset.
And do you recall during your contact with mom if she ever said or acknowledged anything about someone named Isaiah?
Yes.
Okay. And did you recall during your contact, with that female, if she ever said or indicated anything about to you that indicated where Isaiah went to school?
She made a motion pointing to the front of the school.
Okay. At any, we'll strike that. Do you recall if she made any other statements about Isaiah specifically that you recall?
There was something about changing of mind or changing her mind or something to that effect.
And when you say changing her mind or changing of her mind, was she referring to herself or something else based on your interaction with her?
I believe she was referring to somebody else.
You said at one point you you had to intervene to prohibit her from coming into the area where things were occurring. Is that correct?
Yes.
During the course of your interaction with this female, well, let me ask you a different question. I apologize. Was she an adult female or younger female or something else?
The particular one I'm speaking of is an adult female.
Is there another female that you are distinguishing her from?
Yes.
Who are you distinguishing her from?
There was a younger female as well.
Okay, and how are you, how did that other female present to you in terms of physical appearance?
Younger.
What was she wearing?
I believe she had a blue something, a blue shirt or a blue, there was something blue.
Okay. Did she have any head covering as you described the older female, if you remember?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Okay. And so did those two females appear to be connected to each other in any way?
Yes.
Did they appear to communicate with each other?
Yes.
Okay. And during the course of your interaction with the older female, how often or did you ever have to repeat any of your directives or instructions to her?
I did.
And can you describe what that looks like, please? How did that go?
I had to provide more than once to not enter where now the person had been taken to.
Okay. And when you say the person, who are you referring to?
The adult male that had been detained.
Okay. How would you describe the older female's compliance with those directions?
It appeared as if she was working left to right to find a path or a way to get past. And at that point, I had a second officer with me as well. That's what I was kind of observing.
And Officer Bell, did you write a report about these events?
I did not.
How did you prepare for today then?
I reviewed my body-worn camera.
Okay. Officer Bell, you described having a body-worn camera. Where do you hold that body-worn camera? How was that attached to you?
So at the City of Lacey, we're using external vest, at least most of us are. And those with external vests have straps that are referred to as molly. And so mine is specifically weaved through that fabric. And then the camera goes on, there's a locking mechanism that when you put it on and rotate it. So give or take, it's right about here on my right rib. It's about where it's at.
And the witness used his hands to describe physically his verbal testimony.
Thank you. It's okay. And you described, you pointed to your right rib. How does that body camera work? Meaning, is that something that you manually turn on and off? Is it something that records 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, something else? What does that look like?
So there's a couple different ways that it works. The simplest and like the way that normally an officer would activate it is a double click of a large circular button on the front. And as soon as you double click that, that'll activate it. But for this particular event, our cameras were on. And so when we activated our lights for the code run to get to the school, the camera began running as soon as we activated our lights. And so Officer Chavez was driving. And again, once those lights were activated, there's a few other pieces of equipment that we own that also could like activate it as well electronically. But this particular event, it was activated when the lights were on.
Okay. And when your camera records those events, where are those events stored?
So the company that we use is Axon. The simplest way I can explain it is the cloud. We plug them in and then they upload through the data center or however that works, but it's going to be above me. But that's where it goes, is the company's Axon.
And if you have to download that camera footage for some reason, do you have the ability to edit it in the sense of removing people, adding people in, doing anything with that?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. If you do, would you be capable of doing that?
No.
Okay. And you indicated prior to today, you reviewed your body-worn camera in preparation for testimony. Is that correct?
I did.
And based on your review of that body worn camera and your recollection, that appeared to be a true and accurate reflection of those events as they occurred.
Yes.
Prior to coming in today to this courtroom, did you have an opportunity to review a copy of that body worn camera?
Yes.
And well, how long was that incident? How long were you on scene for?
Oh, I think the recording for me was 52 minutes and something. So for my cam, I know we left right after that.
Okay, and for part of that 52 minutes, does that include sitting in your vehicle, talking to other officers, other non-investigatory events, for lack of a better word?
Yes.
Okay. And prior to coming into court today, did you have an opportunity to review portions of that body cam video specifically as it relates to your testimony today?
Yes.
Did that video appear to be true and accurate based on your review?
Yes.
Bless you.
You may.
Officer Bell, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 97, 98, and 104. I'm going to ask that you review those silently to yourself for a moment and then look up at me when you're done, please, sir.
Okay, but are we actually going to get to see it this time? Or are there going to be kids in there that they're not going to show us? Are they going to show us part of it? We've heard it. And she's speaking English and saying, my husband,
Officer
my
Bell, do you
husband.
recognize what I've handed you there?
Yes.
And what are those?
Those are electronic jump drives that contain things that I looked at this morning.
Okay. And when you say looked at this morning, looked at where this morning?
In prosecutor's office.
Okay. And how do you know that those are the same ones?
On the back, the green tabs, my initial SB and the date 7/21, 2025 is listed on all three.
Okay. And based on your review of those exhibits, did those appear to be true and accurate copies of the events about which you've been testifying and the body camera footage you've also testified as to reviewing on your own system prior to coming to today?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit State's Exhibits 97, 98, and 104.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry?
Nothing original.
97, 98, and 104 shall be admitted.
May I retrieve those and publish, Honor?
You may.
Officer Bell, do you recall as it relates to State's Exhibit 104, does that video occur during the course of your interaction prior to State's Exhibits 97 and 98 or after? Do you recall?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. Well, Officer Bell, I'm going to start with State's Exhibit 104, and then I have some questions for you afterwards.
I know. I'm with it. Hey, just wait right there. Just wait right there for right now. I know, and I'm asking you what you're gonna let go of my hand. Let go of my hand. That's fine, but right now he's being detained for a criminal investigation. And as of right now, until we get to the bottom of this, okay?
Sheila in the uncertain
And Officer Bell, when you were talking about the two women, are those the two women that you previously referenced as in blue, and then the individual, the older female in the, I believe you said olive drab head covering? Are those the two women you were talking about?
Yes.
Upon reviewing that, does that happen earlier or later in your arrival at that scene?
That is going to be right about arrival.
Okay. And published in States Exhibit 97.
Ihsan, I'm a police officer, Lacey PD. Okay, well, so here's what's going on. We need to figure out what happened out here. And I know, in Fatima, right? And so, she's in the office. She's safe. She's safe. Okay, guys, so here's what's going on. Something happened out here that could potentially be a crime. So with it potentially being a crime right now.
This guy's the ICO. They keep him in the house. They keep it for her. You talk about no.
We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there.
They keep talking without that. He changed my mind, huh? He changed my mind, huh? It's not changing.
Zahraa, look at me, okay? We're gonna get to the bottom of this. So she told me that you have asthma, is that correct? So being worked up, Zahraa. You being worked, I'm trying to, but I want to help you first. Zahraa. As of right now, he's being detained. It doesn't mean he's going anywhere. We're in the middle of investigating this, and right now you cannot see him. But if you try to go interfere, you could get in trouble. Who does? Dad's telling you to go home. Okay, well then we'll work through that later.
And previously, Officer Bell, you talked about there being an indication that the older female did you get a name for the older female?
It was Zahraa, or if I'm saying it correctly.
Okay. So when Zahraa was talking to you previously, you indicated that she had said something along the lines of he changed her mind. Is that the time frame that you were referencing?
It was.
Okay. I'm publishing States Exhibit 98.
This moment.
Yes.
The screen is not working. Can you start?
I will start. Publishing States Exhibit 98.
Yes. He changed that. His name is Isaiah James Williams.
And so earlier you testified as well that Zahraa had pointed towards the school and referenced Isaiah as a student at the school. Is that the portion that you were referencing there as well?
Yes.
At any point, Officer Bell, did you actually go into the school or make contact with anyone inside the school?
Yes.
And who did you make contact with?
When I checked in with the school, I'd check in with Sergeant Landwirl and then Lacey Fire.
Was that after or before that interaction? If you remember.
I think it's going to be towards the end of all of my interactions.
Okay. So somewhere towards the end of that 52 minutes that you've referenced, that's when you believe you were in.
That's what I think so.
Okay. What did you do when you checked in with them? I mean, what was the purpose of that? What was the intent?
I was checking in to make sure that we still had a safe scene.
Okay. Did you observe Fatima or anyone by the name of Fatima Ali at any point during your interaction with the school itself?
When I was inside the school, who I believed to be Fatima was down a hallway, and I didn't see them at the time. It was eventually when they brought her out on the gurney and brought her out to the ambulance.
So when you initially saw Fatima, or when you recognized seeing Fatima, it was already on the gurney and going into the ambulance.
That's what I think. That's what
Okay.
I believe.
Did you see anyone else loaded onto a gurney and taken into an ambulance besides one individual?
I did not.
Okay. Thanks for trying.
You may.
Officer Bell, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibits 85 to 95. Will you look at those silently to yourself for a moment, please, sir, and then look up at me when you're done.
Okay, when he turns sideways, you'll notice his beard is cut in a perfect square. That takes some talent to shave it that way. I'm just saying. Hector has a beard, so I'm aware of beards, you know. It's a visual thing that I see. I like a man's beard. I don't know why, but I like a man with a beard. But this is really, it's real defined in his line there. Very interesting. Very interesting choice. I didn't say I don't like it. It's just an interesting choice. Quit whining, mate. You're fine. Shh. Meat's crying.
Officer Bell, do you recognize what I've handed you?
It appeared to be screenshots from my body-worn camera.
Okay. And based on your review of your body-worn camera, do those appear to be true and accurate screenshots from the body-worn camera for the incident about which you've been testifying today?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit States Exhibits 85 through 95.
Mr. Kading, any objection? Mr. Larry? 85 through 95 shall be admitted.
I'm going to request permission to retrieve and publish.
You may.
Yes,
ma'am. So, Officer Bell, I'm showing you for States Exhibit 85. I'd ask you to orient the jury, please, to what they're looking at here.
If you're looking at this particular, this is me being in the roadway of Mullen Road. I'm going to be in front of Timberline High School. More or less straight in front of me, you can see Officer Hang, the person that I described on the ground, and the other male. You can see the students on the right.
Okay, and is that the bus stop on the right-hand side of the photograph to which you've been referencing? The bus stop area here?
Yes.
Okay. And just so that we understand what we're looking at in terms of some of the markings on this exhibit, and I'm going to ask you when if you're describing something in the exhibit to indicate where geographically on the picture we are, upper right-hand quadrant, center of the photo, bottom left. Does that make sense? I'll give you an example, okay? So up here in the upper right-hand side of the photograph, there are some markings. What do those markings indicate?
So the big yellow triangle is Axon's logo.
Okay.
If you read it from the top line, left to right, 2024-10-18. Timestamp's going to be 14/20/23. So We're using military time, so the 14 representing the 2 o'clock, 20 being the minute, and then the second counter is going to be the last number. I am unaware or unfamiliar with the minus 0700 is, and then the bottom with the Axon Body 3. I'm assuming that's the style of camera and potentially the serial number, but I'm uncertain about that X number on that's to the right of Body 3.
Okay. And as you're looking at this, there is a runner across the bottom. Do you see that?
Yes.
And what does that runner indicate to across the bottom?
So normally that runner is going to indicate where we're at within my time frame of the video. So it's been recording for 4 minutes and 43 seconds is the time that I see on the left. And on the outside right is 52:36.
Okay. And is that the 52 minutes that you indicated you were recall being on scene for?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated, I believe, at the beginning when your cameras come on and start recording, it's attached to the lights on your vehicle. Is that correct?
In this particular scenario, yes.
Okay. And so will that then also include part of your drive to that location?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
So you haven't, if I understand your testimony correctly, you haven't actually been on scene for 4 minutes and 43 seconds at this point. That is just when your camera started recording in relation to the lights on your vehicle. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 86. And what are we looking at in State's Exhibit 86?
So
Who
now
are these individuals?
So I've traversed and I'm almost out of the roadway of Mullen Road. The area that we're there is the front landscaping area of Timberline High School. Then you can see the male that's detained. You can see Officer Hang looking towards me. You can see the other male that I described earlier. And then there's a concrete sidewalk back there that's going to be away from Mullen Road. So that's what that is. And then the cars that you see are going to be the Timberline parking lot.
Okay, so just to reference for the record, the group of individuals you were describing is essentially center of that photograph towards the bottom. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the sidewalk that you were referencing runs almost directly across the middle from right to left or left to right of this photograph. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then just slightly above that is pictured the Timberline High School parking lot. Is that fair? So that's just above center and heading towards the top half of that page. Is that correct?
Yes.
All of the same markings still indicated at the top as it relates to your body cam specifically, meaning are these going to be on the top right hand corner of this photo? Are these going to be on every still shot essentially from your body camera?
Yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit 87. What is depicted in State's Exhibit 87?
So at this point, I'm starting to turn my body to the right. You can see the male that I described that's kneeled over there to my left on the left lower corner of the screen. I am now looking directionally. I'm looking east so that would be Mullen Road is the road right behind us. East, you can see the IT bus stop logoed sign there in that photo. And then we have a handful of students there.
Okay. And who is pictured? So you've identified the logo on the just center of the photograph, but to the right. Who is depicted on the very right-hand side of this photograph, if you know?
That's going to be Officer Chavez.
Okay. And the individual in blue and black in the very middle center of the photograph, just towards the bottom, is that the same female that we observed earlier?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 88. What is depicted in this photograph, sir?
So I believe I've moved just a few feet to the east. So I'm a little bit closer to the IT sign. You can see me right in front of the woman that's got the blue on, and then Officer Chavez is starting to do investigative work.
Okay. And are those the students that you were referring to earlier as observing upon your arrival?
Yes.
Okay. What time are we at in terms of elapsed time from your camera notated at the bottom with that runner?
We're at 5:35.
Okay. I'm showing you States Exhibit 89. What are we looking at here at States Exhibit 89?
So now I'm going to be to the left or to the slight west of the initial photo that you'd saw of the person that was down on the ground. And what I'm seeing now for the scene is there's a light colored pickup truck, I would say lower left, and there's a person walking towards me.
Is that the same individual that we just observed on States Exhibit 104 in that very first body camera we watched you engage with?
It is.
Okay. And there's a tree trunk about center of this photograph. Do you agree?
Yes.
How would you describe the right-hand side of the photograph? What is depicted in that right-hand side of the photograph?
I would say more of the sidewalk that we've described. And then you also have the Timberline High School reader board, the electronic thing. That's going to be slightly to the right of the trunk, to the left of the person wearing red shorts and a dark colored top.
Okay. And going back quickly to the left-hand side with Zahraa depicted, what kind of vehicle? You described a light-colored vehicle. What kind of vehicle is that?
That appears to be a Dodge Ram, one of the heavy-duty rigs.
Okay. What time is elapsed in this photograph?
We're at 5:58.
States Exhibit 90. What is depicted in States Exhibit 90?
These are faculty and administration from Timberline. Specifically, I believe that's going to be Mr. Dean, the principal, that's a dead center or middle center. To my left, I believe that's another faculty member, Mr. Bush.
Okay. And when you say Mr. Dean in the green shirt with white sleeves, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What time is elapsed at this time?
We're at 9:17.
And I'm showing you States Exhibit 91. What are we looking at in States Exhibit 91?
I'm now inside the office of Timberline High School. This is just inside the main door or the main entry door for the office. What we're seeing some of our personnel from Lacey Fire. And then I don't know who the person wearing the blazer shirt is. I'm unfamiliar with them. And then I can't tell there's a firefighter on the left. I know him because they're wearing the jumper pants. Sure. But to the right, I don't know who that is.
Okay. And you said, do you recall if you went back and walked back towards the back side of the office area?
I did.
Okay. And when you initially indicated that you had observed or believed you had observed who you thought was Fatima, where, if you recall, in terms of this photograph, was that?
In the terms of this photograph, there's a door that is propped open that you can see behind the two people that are in the, I would say, to the left middle. There's a prop door open that leads to another area of the office, and that's where I believed I saw the gurney initially.
Okay. And what time are we at elapsed in terms of your body camera time at this point?
Elapsed right now is 46:33.
Thank you. Showing you States Exhibit 92. What are we looking at in States Exhibit 92, sir?
It's going to be one of our Lacey firefighters, and that's looking back at the door that I'd entered. So that's the door I was describing just a moment ago. Specifically, I had handed off what I believe to be property for Fatima. So if you look at the bears, to the bottom of that, you can see some blue, I think it was like a blue, like a reusable shopping bag, I think was one of them. And I think the other one was a backpack, I think. So I brought those, and that's where I put those on that lower left underneath the bears on the bookcase.
Are you familiar with the interior of Timberline High School?
A little bit of it.
Okay. And this area here, what area is depicted on the right-hand side of the photograph? Where does that lead? Where does that go to?
So Timberline has an open concept. So with looking through the area that you're seeing, that is their main cafeteria is what I think they're using it for. And then if you make a right, that'll take you back to the student classrooms It's a 2-story building now. So like they have classes, they have a 1 and a 2-story. There's a stairwell, I think, right about there in that area, the cafeteria as well.
Okay, thank you. And State's Exhibit 93. And what is that a photograph of, sir?
It's going to be the same office with no personnel.
Okay, and on the right-hand side, is there a window depicted?
Yes.
Okay, and what does that window lead to? Does it lead to the interior or the exterior of that building?
That I'm uncertain of.
Okay. And is this still the same doorway you were referring to on the left-hand side of the photograph that is propped open?
Yes.
What time has elapsed at this point?
Time on the lower left is 47:34.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 94. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 94?
So I've now moved to the said described propped open door. As you look down, it kind of looks like a hallway, and you see some fire personnel. You can see, I'm going to describe the bookcase that's on the left. Just past that, you can see you can make out what's going to be the foot of a gurney. Then you can see some other personnel.
And just to be clear, in terms of this photograph, you say the bookcase is on the left. It's on the left-hand side of the hallway in the photo, but actually the center of the photo in this case. Is that correct?
That'd be correct.
Is this a single door entry, or are there 2 doors there for this entry into that back hallway?
I am not certain.
Okay, well, what is this pictured here on the right-hand side?
It looks like another push door.
Okay, so it looks like 2 push doors for this entrance.
It appears to be that way.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 95. Do you recognize any of these individuals?
Yes.
And who is anyone that you recognize in this photograph?
Specifically, the taller officer wearing a pink badge is going to be Sergeant Landworld. To the right of him, depicted with the blue gloves, it's going to be Officer Dawes. I'm assuming a Timberline faculty member that I'm unfamiliar with, and then we've got 2 of the Lacey firefighters to the right-hand side. So if you're looking left to right, first officer with the pink badge, Sergeant Landworld, blue gloves, Officer Dawes, I believe to be a faculty member, and then to the right, the 2 firefighters.
And is then Mr. Dean, who you previously identified, located all the way on the left-hand side of that photo?
It appears that way, yes.
And in this photo on the right-hand side, is that ambulance still present?
Yeah, you can, if you look to the right, you can see my gloved hand underneath what would be my palm. You could see something red. That's going to be one of the doors.
Okay, and your palm is that blue glove all the way on the top right-hand corner, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and what time are we looking at this at on your body camera?
Elapsed?
Time elapsed, yes, sir.
Is 50 minutes, 3 seconds.
Okay, and the total video itself is 52:36, is that correct?
Yes.
Officer Bell,
He looks
at any point
disgustingly
during your
bored.
interaction with Mrs. Ali, did she ever indicate to you or anyone else that you would have personally heard the fact that her husband had been choking her daughter?
No.
At any point during your interaction with Mrs. Ali that you would have, or with anyone else that you would have personally heard, did you hear Mrs. Ali indicate that her daughter had been unconscious at any point?
No.
Did Mrs. Ali ever ask you or anyone else that you would have personally heard specifically about the health and welfare of her daughter, Fatima?
No.
How long into your investigation on this scene did you, until you found out that there had been an injury to Fatima?
Towards the very end.
Did that come from anyone in her family?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Members of the jury, I know that you came into the courtroom well past 1:30, but we started at 1:30 this afternoon. So it is 3:05 and time for our afternoon recess. I'm going to ask the bailiff to come forward and take you back for a 15-minute recess, and then we will continue with this officer's testimony. Officer, you may step down during our break. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes.
Okay, I'm trying to get through this commercial real quick, and then we're going to play this. Skip that. Why is it not playing? Hang on, it's loading. We have a 15-minute break. So, well, I was going to play this, but it's not going to let me. Okay, so we won't play that. I was going to play the thing that I found on Malcolm Jamal Warner passing away. It does say here, hang on, let me go back here. Come on, computer, work with me here. My computer's tired, I think. I think it says, let me have a break. Let me type that again. And I don't like political. But Trump has spoken on the Koberger situation, which is quite shocking if you ask me, but okay. Yeah, I'm trying to get this thing to load about. Let me see if I can find another article. Here we go. Okay, maybe this one will play. Okay, it's got to finish out the ad. Sorry, guys. And it won't let me make it full screen, so. All right.
News actor Malcolm Jamal Warner, widely known for starring in the hit TV sitcom The Cosby Show, has died. Police in Costa Rica tell ABC News Warner drowned near a beach along the country's east coast. He was just 54 years old. The Emmy nominee won the hearts of Americans, starring as teenage son Theo Huxtable on The Cosby Show from 1984 through 1992. Warner recently starred in the Fox medical drama The Resident. He was also a producer, director, poet, and musician. He was married with a daughter, but chose not to publicly disclose their names. ABC News' Matt Rivers is tracking the latest from Mexico City. Matt, this is
very
shock. This is a tragedy. He was adored and beloved by so many. What more do we know about his death?
Yeah, there's not a ton of details coming out, but what we're getting from the Costa Rican National Police is that it happened on the country's east coast. It is a big touristy area, about a 3-hour drive outside of the capital of San Jose. It was in a beach called Cocles near a town called Limon. It was on the Atlantic coast. And what they're telling us, what the police officials are telling us, is that he drowned in what they described as a high current area. They say his body was found on Sunday afternoon and that he was then positively identified as Malcolm Jamal Warner. So obviously a huge shock. They say he was on a family vacation, so just a tragedy all the way around.
Yeah, I mean, a shock to the entertainment world as well. I mean, what are you hearing about the industry's reaction?
Yeah, I mean, you're getting all kinds of celebrities that are starting to come out now that this news is starting to break. You know, we're hearing from people like Jamie Foxx, we're hearing from people like Holly P, people that had a connection to Malcolm Jamal Warner. And I think beyond just celebrities, you have to talk about the overall cultural impact. Our younger viewers might not really understand the impact that the Cosby Show had, but this is one of the most powerful, most watched television programs really in TV history. I mean, there was tens of millions of people each week tuning into that show. They kind of felt like they were a part of that family. And so Malcolm Jamal Warner and the character he portrayed was really beloved. But beyond that, you kind of mentioned it off the top, Selena. I mean, he was the producer. He won a Grammy. He was Emmy nominated. He was an executive producer on the Magic School Bus children's show on PBS. This was a
I didn't know
actor,
that.
director, producer, and his loss will certainly reverberate.
Wow.
Matt, thank you so much. And as you said,
Wrong show,
producer,
William.
director, poet, musician, we're talking about a multi-talented person.
That was different
who's now
strokes.
lost.
That was different
Breaking
strokes,
news,
William.
actor Malcolm Jamal Warner.
What you talking about, Willis? That was another show I watched too. Yeah. Wow, that is just shocking. Okay, you know what, guys? I'm going to take me a bathroom break and a stretch break. I suggest everybody do that too. I'm going to put on music while we wait. Let's go wild. Let's play the Rubber song. We're just going to play Wild song for a minute. We're going to be Life's a Ride on the rickety old track. And I'm going to go potty and I'll be right back.
Welcomes all. Thanks for stopping by, answering the call. Ups and downs are normal for some of us. Many days I bet to get off this life bus. Neon lights flicker, my shadow on the wall. Dreams on the ceiling, we run and then we fall. Sharing stories over paper cups. Wheels keep turning, but never enough. Life's a ride on a rickety old track. Holding on tight, never looking back. In the rubber and modern room, we couldn't fight. Laugh, cry, love in this crazy ride. Dusty postcards from the edge of nowhere. Heartbeats echo in the electric air. We dance on tables, we laugh till we cry. In the rubber and modern room, we're all high. Dusty postcards from the edge of nowhere. Heartbeats echoing the electric air. We dance on tables, we laugh till we cry. In the rubber and modern room, we're all high. Silent whispers under a starry dome. We find peace in this makeshift home. Every night's a new chapter unplanned. Living life on the seat of our pants. Dusty postcards from the edge of nowhere. Heartbeats echoing the electric air. We dance on tables, we laugh till we cry. In the rubber and modern room, we're all high. Life's a ride on a rickety old track. Holding on tight, never looking back. In the rubber and modern room, we can fight. Laugh, cry, love in this crazy ride. Oh, oh, in this crazy ride. Crazy ride. We're all high. downs are normal for some of us. Many days I beg to get off this life bus. Me.
All right. Yeah, Gary Coleman that was so tragic. Different Strokes. Yep. That was an old one. That was from back in the day too. It's funny the things we can remember. As I've said before, I came from a very prejudiced upbringing. My father was very, very prejudiced. And I had to sneak around to watch these shows. I had to go to my room with my little black and white TV and watch Different Strokes and The Cosby because my dad didn't allow that in the house. Such a vast difference than to how I live my life now. It's so different. So different. I started at 11 this morning when they started because I knew we were going to have the Stephan Sterns hearing. And I really thought that would give us enough time to fast forward through all these breaks and stuff. My great ideas, right? And then my blonde moment, I'm over here with one earphone in and I'm hollering over here that I can't hear Sterns just because I only have one earphone in. Y'all, I'm telling you. And then I'm so intrigued with everything. I'm over here pouring my coffee and I accidentally poured. I have one cup that I keep for ice. This is my ice cup. I always keep ice in here. And then I have my coffee cup. Okay, my Spider-Man coffee cup and my refill cup. And I just take my refill cup and I pour it into my Spider-Man cup when I want refill. But I was so busy watching and paying attention and so flabbergasted by some of this. I'm over here. I poured my coffee over my ice cup so that I ended up with iced coffee. Okay, we like iced coffee. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. I know, Ty. I'm going to clean it all up in a little bit, buddy. She tore up everything and made a mess, didn't she? You've got to love dementia. Mom just came in here and said, Sheila, at 1:45, okay? And I said, okay, Mom, what's at 1:45? She says, it's at 1:45. Okay. And she walks out. I have no clue what she's talking about. It's 5:20 here in Houston, Texas area. I don't know what she's talking about, 1:45. You're here, you're finishing up chores around the house. I'm here too, Maria. I'm here too, waiting for these people to come back to watch this train wreck of a trial with the 1,000,001 breaks. With the 1,000,001 breaks. I know, GSD. I love her to death. I love her to death. I took care of my grandmother until she passed away, so I'm very familiar with dementia. I've lived through all this before, so taking care of the mother-in-law is just a drop in the bucket. I'm used to it, but I just have to laugh and make jokes about things and find the funny and humor in things. Otherwise, I would mentally not survive. That's how I deal with things, is humor. So therefore, Rubber Ramada. Hang on, I'm going to ask Tyler what she was talking about. Hang on. We'll see if he can tell me, because he went in there to ask her, Grandma, what were you talking about? Hang on. Okay. She was trying to talk about temperature. She was telling me how hot it's supposed to be and feels like outside. So I think she thinks that the TV told her that it was 120, like 120 degrees. I don't know. I don't know. But that's what Ty said, because she's talking about the weather outside. So yeah, it is what it is. Hey, Lola. Hey, pretty girl. Oh, you can't get up here. No. She wants to get in my lap so bad. Lola wants to get in my lap, but she's getting too big. She's getting way too big to be jumping up here in my lap. There's a good girl. There's a good girl. She's insistent. Puppy breath. Ugh. Okay, their short breaks last a long time, guys. Ow, Lola. Just roll with it. That's exactly what I do. With the that's the only way you can handle dementia is you just roll with it. You just let them talk. You agree with whatever they say. My grandma used to tell me when the sun started going down, she'd say, "It's getting dark. You need to go home." And I'm like, "Well, Grandma, let me stay." She lived with me. And I'd tell her, "Grandma, let me stay the night with you. Just one night. Let me stay." And she'd be like, "Oh, okay. I'll let you stay one night." I'm like, "Thank you, Grandma."
So I became aware of an issue that I need to address with those recording our proceeding.
Another issue. Jiminy Christmas.
If I could have the representative from Court TV come forward, please.
Uh-oh. I'm scared. What is happening? Oh, she doesn't look happy. Oh, Judge,
Have you
ma'am.
come to the podium? A law student from the University of Kentucky is apparently watching the live stream on Court TV, indicating that she is able to see the rules of evidence being applied in real trials. She's taking the bar exam next week, so this proceeding is educational. She indicated that the names of minors are not being redacted in the live stream. And that's what needs to be addressed because I specifically indicated that they could not be used.
Yes, ma'am. This has come to my attention too. I thought that the names are being redacted. We have done everything possible to ensure that that doesn't happen real time in the courtroom. But there are some times that the testimony is coming so fast that we can't capture all of the names. So we use our safeguard of with a delayed broadcast. But unfortunately, I'm trying to get more information about what's happening with our live stream. So that's what I was in the process of sending an email to our folks back in Atlanta to figure that out.
All right. So I'm not going to allow you to live stream if this is violated again. And so specifically, minors are to be protected. And there's a strong public policy in favor of protecting minors and their names. They can't be photographed. None of the exhibits that have the minors in it, because they deserve a right to privacy, despite the fact that this is a public trial. And so I do not believe that our current witness, other than potentially referencing the alleged victim with the initials FA, and potentially a reference to another minor IW, that there should be a reference to any youth. But if you can't ensure that the names are redacted in real time, and however you're recording this and live streaming it, then I have to revoke the permission because those rules have to be followed.
Yes, ma'am. Well, we are going to follow the rules, and I'm going to ensure that this doesn't happen going forward.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Stone, anything on this issue?
Nothing additionally, Your Honor. Thank you. I wasn't aware, so I appreciate the court's bringing that to our attention.
Mr. Kading, anything further?
No,
Mr. O'Leary?
No, Your Honor.
Go ahead and bring the jury in, and if you could bring the witness back in to return to the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, more delays. Oh my Lord. Feminine Christmas, this is. Yeah, they need to put a longer delay on their stream, like a 1 minute delay, right? 80s, you have to be a book of knowledge in order to be a judge. There's no way. But they should put a shorter delay and be able to beep that out before they broadcast it, I would think. I mean, this is court TV. They have that ability, or they should have that ability. But they say the name so fast that sometimes, the first name gets released out and they bleep out the last name, This trial has just been off the rails. Off the rails. Twist, turns, left, right, up, down, you name it. My goodness. And to think now, if Court TV doesn't bend to these rules of the judges, and do what the judge says, they're going to take away the live stream. Could y'all imagine that? Imagine us being in the middle of this trial and they take away the damn live stream. What would I do? I would freaking have a cow. Y'all would see me mooing. I'd have the biggest cow.
Please be seated.
Oh my God.
Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Officer Bell.
Good afternoon, sir.
You indicated you were a field training officer, right?
I am.
And you're an experienced officer, been around for, it sounds like 22 years doing police work?
Been in law enforcement for 23, yes.
Okay. And during that time, you've investigated many cases, right?
I have.
Okay. And just so we're clear, in this case, Officer Chavez is under your supervision essentially this day?
Yes.
Okay. And did it occur to you to tell her to maybe separate the witnesses before she interviewed them?
Overruled.
Could you please repeat the question?
Did it occur to you to tell her to separate the witnesses before she interviewed them?
No.
Okay. And do you typically then interview witnesses in a group?
No.
Okay. And when you arrived on scene, were you assigned any particular duties?
No.
Okay. And so you were it looks like from the videos and things, you were kind of walking around the parking lot?
Yes.
And up to the school?
Yes.
And talking to all the other officers there?
Yes.
Okay. And during that time, was Officer Shaw with you, or was she off doing other things?
She was off doing other things.
Okay. And so, did you know that she was out of paper to write witness statements?
No, I was not.
Okay.
Did he just say out of paper?
You mentioned in your testimony there was a truck parked there right near where everything was happening, right? You described it. It was a silver truck, I believe.
Light colored?
Yeah, light colored. Okay. And did you eventually determine or find out that that was Mr. Ali?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you ever take a witness statement that day?
No.
And did you see Mr. Ali when he was transported to the patrol car?
Could you re-clarify that question?
Mr. Ali, did you see him get transported to the patrol car when he was taken away?
I don't understand the question.
Did you see him walk past you?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, had you talked to any officers about what had happened at the scene?
At that time, no.
Okay. All right. And did you eventually come to know that Mr. Ali had been kicked and hit in the head?
Towards the end.
Towards the end, okay. And when you say towards the end, you mean of the 52 minutes you were there?
Yes.
Okay. And at the end of those 52 minutes, was he still there in the patrol car, or was he gone by that point?
I'm not aware.
Okay. All right. And you went up to the school office at some point, we saw in the pictures, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were up there, did you talk to any witnesses up there?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right. So, clarify if I'm wrong, but it doesn't sound like you did any independent investigation in this case, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And was Officer Chavez, were you riding in the same car as her?
I was.
Okay. And so did you leave at the same time?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Larry, cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here. You've been here all day, right?
Yes, sir, I have.
I appreciate it. Did you work last night?
No, I did not.
All right, so you and Officer Chavez, second and third officer at the scene, approximately?
I don't understand the second and the third.
Officer Hang first?
Yes.
And I'm just talking about in order. So you saw Officer Hang when you arrived, correct?
Yes.
And he had Mr. Ali detained on the ground?
Yes.
Did you see any other officers in the near vicinity when you arrived with Officer Chavez?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so that's what I mean by second and third. And so when you, on direct, you said that Officer Chavez was in phase 3?
Yes.
And so phase 3 of 3?
Yes.
Okay, so what does that mean exactly?
So with the program that we use, we have 3 phases. We have phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. And throughout every week is a new week. And so those weeks count through the training. So this particular area of her training, she would have been several weeks in.
Yeah. And so just so the jury understands, so you get hired as an officer, correct?
Yes.
And that's after going all through the physical, psychological, background check, all of that, correct?
Yes.
And then you wait for a slot at the academy, correct?
Yes.
Graduate from the academy, correct?
Yes.
And then go to your department and then have a field training session, correct? Or not session, but time with a field training officer.
Yes.
And so you are then teaching the officer and making sure that he or she knows how to apply the lessons from the academy and the specific rules and regulations of Lacey PD. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And that duration, depending on how they do, ranges from how long, short to long?
I'm uncertain with the short part of your question.
So, I mean, it can be as short as 3 weeks and as long as however long it takes. So kind of what is the expectations as far as how long somebody is with a field training officer?
I think it's over 10 weeks. I don't remember the exact number of weeks, but phase 1 is 4 weeks, phase 2 is 4 weeks, and phase 3, I believe, is 3 weeks.
Okay, so she is well past the beginning, past the middle, and is towards the tail end of her time with you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the difference between a patrol officer and a detective would be patrol officer kind of secures the scene, identifies witnesses, identifies suspects, and kind of does that initial contact. Is that fair?
Yes.
Whereas the detective then takes the case in the hours, days, weeks, months after and does follow-up. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So Officer Hang had Mr. Ali detained, correct?
Yes.
And so and you checked in with him, correct?
Yes.
All right. And so then the next piece is, okay, who here knows who should we contact, correct?
Yes.
And so did Officer Chavez contact the students on her own, or did you direct her to do that?
I don't remember.
Okay. And so in terms of training and what your expectation is as her supervisor or training officer would be is she's contacting people who potentially were witnesses to what actually happened. Fair?
Yes.
Okay. And we know that she identified, 4, correct?
I don't know the exact number.
Okay. And so are you, at this point, are you on her shoulder, or are you just kind of in the background at this point in the training process?
I'm more in the background at this process.
Okay. And so it comes to your attention, the state showed you Exhibit 89, which showed the older woman, later identified as Zahraa, approaching the scene, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then you are talking to her and basically keeping her away from her husband initially, correct?
Yes.
And that's what we saw in the first clip, which was
104.
Thank you, Your Honor. Admitted Exhibit 104, correct?
Yes.
And then we see a subsequent exhibit where you're having a conversation with her, correct?
Yes.
Did you have an opinion at that point as to whether she had information pertaining to this investigation?
At that time, no.
Okay, why not?
The statements she was making were specific.
Okay. Did you ask her if she was present when it happened?
No.
Did you ask her what she saw?
No.
Did you ask her what happened to her daughter?
No.
What happened to her husband?
No.
And so in Exhibit 97, which we heard, there's you talked about, that your husband is being detained. We're doing an investigation. Do you recall saying something to that effect?
Yes.
And they're going to figure out what's going on, correct? You said something to that effect.
Yes, something to that effect.
And I will be the first to confess, this is not a verbatim transcript from my head. Fair enough?
Fair.
Okay. And she says something about my daughter is missing, correct? Do you remember that?
No.
Okay. Tell you what, how about we play it?
Yes,
may
please.
I?
You may.
Thank you.
Oh my God, we're gonna listen to her do her hollering again, y'all. Take your earbuds out, turn your volume down, do what you gotta do. They're gonna play it, so we're gonna hear her do her whining and hollering again. He's not a chatty guy, GSD. He's like, but this lawyer's like, how you been? How was your weekend?
This is, thank you, 97, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And if I may publish.
Yes.
I understand. So, by the way, my name's Sean.
Okay. All right. So this is Exhibit 97. I'm going to roll it back to the start. So
I understand. So, by the way, my name's Sean.
okay. All right. So this is Exhibit 97. I'm going to roll it back to the start. So we just heard you introduce yourself by your first name, correct?
Yes.
And de-escalation is something you guys are trained on, correct?
Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, you're trying to humanize yourself, right? You're sharing your first name, right?
Yes.
Trying to put her at ease with you. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So hitting play. And so we know this is at 14:27:53, and this clip lasts a total of 1:22. Is that correct? Testing your eyes.
Yeah.
Okay. And we know 14:27:53 from the Axon timestamp at the top, right?
Correct. I'm trying to look at the lower right. I think, is that the number you're talking about, the lower right?
And the lower right tells us the duration of the clip, which is a 122.
Okay.
Okay. Hitting play.
I understand. So, by the way, my name's Sean. I'm a police officer at Lacey PD. Okay, well, so here's what's going on. We need to figure out what happened out here. And I know it's Fatima, right?
Okay, so I'm hitting pause at 13 seconds on the 122 clip, right? And
Yep.
so, you're using your hands in front of you. We can see that, right? And you're like, we're just trying to figure out what's going on, correct?
Yes.
After you've introduced yourself. And she says, my daughter. And then you say, Fatima. You say that. And so, hitting play.
The office. She's safe. She's safe. Okay, guys, so here's what's going on. Something happened out here that could potentially be a crime. So with it potentially being a crime right now,
okay, so hitting pause at 32 seconds into this clip. So there's a conversation with you like, hey, there's potentially a crime here. We're trying to investigate it. Correct?
Yes.
And she talks about her daughter and Isaiah, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Hitting play.
we're going to get there. We're going to get there.
They took the sound away. That was not me. Dang it. I guess since the judge complained to court TV, they're going a little dramatic with it.
So she did say something about her daughter, and you said she's in the office safe. Did you hear yourself say that?
I did.
Okay. And, you talked about we're going to get to the bottom of this. And so, how did you know at this point that she was in the office?
I believe
If you know.
I don't recall.
Okay. And that's fair. I'm not trying to beat you up about it. So, but you communicated to her that she was safe in the office. That's what we just heard, right?
Yes.
Okay. As a first responder with 20 plus years, starting out as a CSO and then as a reserve officer and then as a fully commissioned officer, safe to say that in an average year, you respond to 1,000 calls or more?
I don't like to ever put a number on something, sir.
Okay.
I
lot of calls.
I work patrol.
A lot of calls.
Yes, sir.
And it could be everything from this dog's barking too much, my neighbor, and it's I hate my neighbor. Correct? As you kind of grimace.
Yes.
Those are probably hard calls to deal with. To homicides.
Yes.
Okay. And safe to say that no two calls are the same, correct?
I agree with that statement.
And everybody's reaction can be different, correct?
Yes.
Some people can be stoic in the most horrific of circumstances, correct?
I would agree with that statement.
And people can also be very outwardly upset and crying, correct?
I would agree with that statement.
And there's no right or wrong way to respond. Would you agree?
I would agree with that statement.
Okay. So you and other officers were talking with Zahraa and her daughter, correct?
Can you repeat that one for me, please?
Yes. Just so the record, there was a little radio traffic in the courtroom. So you and your other officers were talking with Zahraa and her daughter, correct?
Yes.
And she indicated that she wished to be able to talk to her husband, correct? Do you recall that?
I recall it happening later.
Okay. And just so we're clear, the husband was within the detention of law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
And so you guys were in a position to control access.
Yes,
And if she was going to walk up to the car to go talk to him without getting permission, that wasn't going to be acceptable. Fair?
I would agree with that statement.
Okay. And from your understanding, her daughter was not in the custody of law enforcement. Fair? Her father.
Not to my knowledge.
Right. And you didn't tell her that she was in police custody in the school, correct? Just that she was in the school.
I don't remember saying that specifically.
Okay. And you guys accommodated the request. You let her talk to her husband for a period of time, correct?
Eventually, yes.
And then eventually you walked the backpack and the bags to the school, correct?
Yes.
And I guess I should say, did you watch the entire 15 to 2 minute of your body worn video, or did you just watch the clips that were introduced this morning?
Well, for my review, I've watched it.
The whole thing?
Mhm.
Okay. So you recall, grabbing the bags and walking into the school, correct?
Yes.
And you did that by yourself, correct?
Yes.
Officer Chavez remained in the parking lot with Zahraa, correct? And her daughter?
I don't remember who she'd be specifically with.
Okay, but there were multiple officers who were there with her, correct? In the
Yes.
parking lot. And she was not invited to go into the school with you, correct?
From me?
Yes.
No, she was not.
Okay. So she wasn't, afforded the opportunity by you to see her before she went in to the ambulance. Fair?
I would agree with that statement.
Okay. Now, Ms. Stone finished up direct by saying that at no time did my client say that her husband had strangled her daughter, correct?
Correct.
And at no time did you ask her to describe what her husband did, correct?
Correct.
She never said that her daughter had lost consciousness, correct? To you?
Correct.
And at no time did you ever ask her what happened to her daughter, correct?
Correct.
She said that she was a runaway to you, correct?
Yes.
And did you follow up as to when that had occurred? When she had run away? If you remember.
I don't remember.
Okay.
He had a very stumped moment there.
Did you ever ask her if her daughter was injured?
When he looked at the judge,
Now,
it was interesting.
You didn't write a report, correct?
Correct.
You didn't take anybody's statement.
Correct.
And you didn't direct Officer Chavez to interview my client, correct?
I don't know who your client is.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Zahraa.
Oh, okay.
You never told Officer Chavez to interview Zahraa, correct?
I did not.
Or to interview Honey, the older, the woman in the blue wearing the headscarf.
I did not.
And you talked about her kind of walking back and forth in the initial video, which I believe is 104. Let me confirm.
That's correct.
Thank you. You described her kind of pacing back and forth on the sidewalk, correct?
Yes.
When she was very outwardly upset, correct?
Yes.
At no point did she make a break for her husband, correct?
Correct.
And you had multiple officers there, and you just said, you can't go over there. And she's wailing and crying, but she never, made a break for it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Nothing further. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Ms. Stone, redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Officer Bell, what was your role on scene? Meaning like in primary investigating officer, investigator, or something else? How would you describe your role on scene?
I would say my role became a safety.
And what do you mean by that?
We had a very dynamic scene and we still needed more people and we didn't have enough people yet.
And so would it have been, at that stage, would it have been your role to specifically instruct Officer Chavez to go do something, or specific tasks to other individuals? Were you in charge of that scene?
If I wasn't completing the safety aspect, I would have been more direct with Chavez.
Okay. And I believe it was Mr. Leary asked you about whether you specifically asked Zahraa what she saw for injuries to her daughter. Is that correct? You recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Was she asked by Officer Dawes, based on the video we watched, to tell him what happened? Do you recall that?
No, I don't.
Okay. Let's replay. May I publish Your Honor 104?
You may.
We can at least look at the mom and the daughter while we have to listen to this one video. I did have that saved. I screenshotted it. GSD made me think about it.
Officer Bell, what does Officer Dawes look like? How would you describe him physically in terms of presentation?
Be a white male, and he wears gloves.
Did you say a white male that wears gloves?
Yes.
Okay. Is he tall, short, something else?
I honestly can't describe him right now. He's got darker hair.
Okay. I'm going to publish 104.
There's an issue with the stream.
An issue with the stream? What? Say that again, Judge, a little louder. Or was that the prosecutor? Somebody said there's an issue with the stream.
Hey, ma'am.
They muted it. Why did they do that? Don't do that. No muting it. We need to hear. Here, you know what? Let's throw the Hulk up there for a minute because I can't hear nothing. I feel the Hulk coming out in me. I can't hear nothing. I can't see nothing. Damn it. They muted. It's not me.
Was that Officer Dawes?
There we go.
That is.
Did he ask her to tell him what happened?
Yes.
Okay. At any point during that exchange, do you recall her telling anything about Fatima's injuries or how Fatima was her physical condition?
I do not.
During the course of that, as we just watched, Mr. Leary asked you specifically whether they made a break for it, and you said no. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you have to physically use your body to stop them from going towards Mr. Ali, having given them verbal directives not to?
That is correct.
Thank you. And in fact, did Officer Dawes also have to move his body in front of them to stop them from going forward despite those directives?
He did.
Y'all noticed.
And from where Miss Ali was, where you were, where Miss Ali was, or Mrs. Ali, excuse me, Zahraa, and the younger female in blue, where is Mr. Ali? Where is that individual being taken or located? Meaning, is it somewhere out of sight? Is it somewhere relatively close by? Is it still within view, essentially, of where you guys all are collected, or something else?
I would say it was close within view. Specifically, I believe it's going to be over my back in the parking lot of Timberline is where I think they were.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Kading, recross.
Thank you.
Just a little comment. Y'all notice Mr. Ali has taken off his
We're just
headphones and
watching,
putting it all away. It's all
Exhibit 104 again.
Yes.
And we saw in there again where Mr. Ali was being walked from point A through the screen, presumably towards the patrol car, right?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the officers with him was Officer Hank.
Yes.
Right? And the guy that was with him, that was hanging on to him and walking with him to the car, you don't know who that guy was?
From my knowledge, it was a civilian.
Okay. So not a trained police officer?
Not to my knowledge.
Not an undercover police officer?
Not to my knowledge.
Not any sort of volunteer officer?
Scope of cross or redirect.
Overall.
Not a voluntary officer or anything?
I'm sorry, could you re-ask? I may have missed more than one question.
No, I think we're up to whether or not he was a voluntary officer. You indicated at one point you had been voluntary police officer.
Yes.
This guy, you don't have any idea who he is?
Yeah, I do not.
Okay. And by the time that walk occurred, there were other officers on scene?
Objection to relevance.
Well, I'm trying to establish what he's doing.
Yeah, overruled.
There were other officers there. We saw Officer Dawes, for
yeah,
example.
yes.
Okay. And so this civilian guy participating in transporting
Objection
Mr. Ali.
to relevance.
Do you wish to be heard on that?
Your Honor, I
No, I don't want you to argue right now, but do you wish to be heard on that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask the bailiffs to come forward and bring the jury back to the jury room.
The jury's getting a workout. They're getting plenty of leg exercises today. Up, down, up, down. Up, down, up, down. Take the jury out so we can discuss this. This is outside of the scope, according to the prosecution.
Please be seated.
Relevance.
Mr. Kading, if you could address whether or not this is beyond the scope of the redirect and then relevance.
Well, Your Honor, we saw her bring up Exhibit 104, and we saw him walking through the scene. I had asked him earlier if he had remembered seeing him walk through the scene during cross, and he had said he wasn't quite sure if he remembered. So at this point, once it was replayed and his memory was refreshed to that, I was going to ask him questions about that fellow.
And what's the relevance?
Your Honor, I was going to ask him where I was going. He's a field training officer, and I'm asking him if this is one of the things they train their officers to do, is to transport with civilians prisoners.
Ms. Stone?
Your Honor, that's not the scope of the question. The state's replaying of 104 was in direct response to the questions asked on cross by Mr. Leary. If Mr. Kading wanted to ask further questions in his own cross-examination as to something associated with Mr. Wagner, he could have done that during his cross. The state's redirect was in direct response to Mr. Leary and only on those issues. It doesn't open up so that now Mr. Kading can restart a new cross-examination about everything associated with Exhibit 104. Additionally, it's not relevant. What purpose does that serve? What fact at issue does that relate to? Now Mr. Kading, it sounds like, wants to go into an entirely new line of questioning regarding police procedure, and that is not part of the redirect from the state's, redirect by the state.
She is right.
Mr. Kading, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to sustain the objection. First, it is beyond the scope of redirect. And second, I find that it is, not only is it beyond, well, and it is not relevant. Bring the jury back in.
Woo, she says, moving right along, people. She says, let's do this day. Done. Bring that jury in. We are, nope, not having it today. She looks tired. In all honesty, she looks tired. But hey, jury's getting their steps in for the day. I'll put a pedometer on one of them jurors and let them go in and out and see how many steps they take in a day. Interesting thought. Just a thought. You know, my brain runs wild sometimes, so y'all have to excuse me. Yeah, Maria, this trial has been a lot. This trial has had some twists, turns, off the rails, like I keep saying. I mean, this has just been nuts. And then Mr. Ali took off his little hearing device to be able to listen. He done threw it on the table, so obviously he don't need no translation, in my opinion, because he done threw that down there on the table, said he's done listening. So, you know, what's up with that? I mean, oh, Miss Ali, Mama over there, she still got her headphones on. She's listening. She wants to know. The dad's just like, I don't know. I mean, he hasn't had his headphones on in a while, so.
Please be seated. I've sustained the objection. Mr. Keating, you may continue.
Thank you. And then just finally, officer, you indicated that you needed more people at the scene. Was that your statement on redirect?
Yes.
Okay. How many officers would you estimate were at that scene?
I couldn't give you an accurate number.
All right. Thank you very much.
Mr. Larry Recross.
Just to follow up. So Ms. Stone played Exhibit 104 and you heard Officer Dawes say, "Can you tell us what happened?" You recall that? I talked over you, sorry.
Yes.
And he's asking Zahraa that question, correct?
It appeared to be that way, yes.
And she's crying at that point, correct?
It appeared to be that way.
And did she appear to respond to that question in any way?
Not that I could see on that.
Okay. And that question was asked a singular time by Officer Dawes, correct?
I'm unaware.
That you saw a single time, correct? That you personally saw?
On that particular video?
Yes.
I believe that was, I don't, it's hard to say for the rest of the video because it was stopped.
Okay. But to your recollection, from what you saw, was that single time, correct?
At least that moment, yes.
Okay. And 104 is when you're first arriving. It's the first video, correct?
I believe so.
All right. Now, you are trained both at the academy and follow-up training in terms of how to interview people, correct?
Yes.
How to interview suspects, correct?
Yes.
How to interview witnesses, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if somebody is asked a single question, kind of the expectation would be is that if you want the information, you would then follow up with them, correct?
I'm not understanding
Well,
that.
if you ask a question one time and they don't respond, are you done?
It depends on the situation.
Okay. Wasn't necessarily a very conducive time to sit down for an interview with her. Fair? At that point in this whole incident, correct?
I'd agree with that statement.
So her husband is being led away after being detained, correct?
Yes.
She is emotionally distraught.
Correct.
Okay. Didn't appear to be in a position to listen, correct?
I don't agree with that.
Didn't appear to be in a position where she wanted to sit down and talk. Fair?
I disagree with that.
Okay. She was wailing and crying at that point, correct?
She was.
Okay. Now, you were there for 52 minutes, correct?
Yes.
And the scene was significantly calmer after you went up to the school. Fair?
Yes.
Less dynamic, correct?
Yes.
Mrs. Ali had calmed down, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you could have then walked up to her and had a conversation with her, correct?
Yes.
Same with your trainee, Officer Chavez, correct?
Correct.
Where you would sit down and have an extended conversation with her, correct?
Correct.
And that would be something that would generally be expected if you're going to investigate what happened. Fair?
I would agree with that.
Okay. But that didn't happen, right?
Yes, it did not happen.
Okay, thank you.
Any further direct examination?
Super briefly, Your Honor. Officer Bell, you did in fact have a conversation with Mrs. Ali, correct? You did have a conversation with Mrs. Ali. She did tell you her concerns about the scene. Is that fair?
At some point, yes.
And did you observe a conversation between her and Officer Chavez?
Yes.
And was that another attempt at the apple to get information from Mrs. Ali?
Yes, it was.
And did she engage in that conversation with Haneen and Officer Chavez?
She did.
Did she provide details during that?
Yes.
And so you've spoken with her, if I understand your testimony. Officer Dawes has spoken with her, and Officer Chavez has spoken with her. Is that fair?
Yes.
And she has provided information to all of you in each of those cases, except for Officer Dawes. Is that fair?
I would agree with that
Thank
statement.
you. No further questions.
Mr. Kading, any further cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry?
You recall the specific questions that Officer Chavez asked Mrs. Ali?
In this particular part that I remember, I was further away, and Officer Chavez was primary.
And Officer Chavez has a body on video, correct?
Yes.
Nothing further.
May this witness be excused?
Subject to recall, yes, Your Honor.
You may step down. Thank you. Ms. Zoe, call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, this day would like to call Dr. Joyce Gilbert. Permission to get Dr. Gilbert.
Yes.
They are going on with another witness.
Please feel free.
Everybody stand and take a stretch break. Dr. Joyce Gilbert. All right, everybody take a stretch break. Wonder what
Dr.
Joyce
Gilbert, come forward, please.
Gilbert.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
I do.
Please be seated. You can pull that seat forward and adjust the microphone as you need.
Thank you.
Ms. Zoe, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good.
Please say your name and spell your last name for the record.
Joyce Gilbert, Gilbert.
What is your profession?
I'm a pediatrician.
And are you licensed to practice your profession in Washington State?
Yes, I am.
And when were you licensed?
In 2014 for the state of Washington.
Okay. And were you licensed anywhere else prior to that?
Yes.
And which other states?
The state of Iowa, where I attended my residency program, and the state of Idaho, where I practiced medicine.
Okay. And how long did you practice medicine in Idaho?
For 30 years.
Okay. And what was your profession in Idaho?
I was a pediatrician in a small community in Idaho.
Okay. And Dr. Gilbert, if you could please describe to the jury your education background.
Yes, I attended undergraduate school at the University of Iowa. I attended my medical school also at the University of Iowa, and then I completed a 3-year pediatric residency training program at the University of Iowa.
Okay. And are you also a board certified pediatrician?
Yes, I am.
And what does board certification mean?
It's a rigorous system where the American Academy of Pediatrics makes sure that your training has been appropriate and that you followed all the educational requirements. And then on a yearly basis, you have to have a certain amount of continuing education within your profession. And you have to pass board examinations to continue to be board certified.
Okay. And Dr. Gilbert, what is a pediatrician?
A pediatrician is a person who specializes in the care of children from the moment of birth, generally until their 18th birthday, although in some situations we go even up until their 21st birthday. As a general pediatrician, we take care of every aspect of care. We go to deliveries, we'll resuscitate a baby who isn't breathing well, we'll take care of the babies in the hospital, we take care of babies and children who come in for routine well-child checkups and any minor illnesses or injuries. We'll hospitalize children for minor infections or anything that needs a general hospitalization. As a pediatrician, we can also take care of children in a higher acuity setting. So, for instance, if a child is very sick and needs to go to Mary Bridge Hospital or Seattle Children's Hospital, those are also pediatricians taking care of those children.
Okay. And Dr. Gilbert, you talk a little bit fast, so if you could slow down just a little so the court reporter can capture everything you're saying.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And do you have a subspecialty as when it comes to pediatrics?
Yes, I do.
And what is that subspecialty?
I am also a child abuse pediatrician. So I specialize in taking care of children who have been injured or maltreated in any way.
Okay. And with regards to your subspecialty being in child abuse pediatrician, how long have you practiced that subspecialty?
Really, essentially, since I was a primary care pediatrician in Sandpoint. In the first week that I was there as a brand new pediatrician, the family doctors sent me the children who had been injured in any way or who they were concerned about any injuries for me to give them an opinion. At that time in 1985, there was no subspecialty on child abuse pediatrics. So as a general pediatrician, I was sent those children to confer and to give recommendations for treatment. Over the years, the subspecialty of child abuse pediatrics grew into a board certification process within the department or the American Academy of Pediatrics. By the time that happened in 2009, I was well entrenched as a primary care pediatrician and did not choose to go back for additional 3 years of training to then be able to become board certified in child abuse pediatrics. So currently, there are about 400 pediatricians like me around the country who are well trained in child abuse pediatrics, but not board certified. And there are another 350 board certified child abuse pediatricians who actually went through that additional training and have sat for those boards.
Okay. And Dr. Gilbert, you indicated that you're not board certified in child abuse pediatrics. During the course of your career, have you attended seminars or trainings when it comes to child abuse pediatrics?
Yes, extensively.
And have you also presented at those trainings?
That's not me. That's the stream. Not me. I didn't touch no buttons.
And where are you currently employed?
I'm employed by Providence St. Peter Hospital.
Okay. And what is your position at Providence St. Peter's Hospital?
I have two positions there. I am the medical director of the Providence Abuse Intervention Center. And I am also employed by Seattle Children's Hospital to be a pediatric-based hospital doctor at Providence St. Peter Hospital.
Okay. And what are some of your responsibilities as a hospitalist with Seattle Children's Hospital?
We attend deliveries for babies, and especially babies that there is concern that they may need to have assistance with breathing and respiratory effort at birth. Our hospital does 2,500 deliveries a year, so we will go anywhere from 5 to 10 deliveries in a 24-hour shift to support those babies. We take care of all the babies who are born at Providence St. Peter Hospital, both in the postpartum area where they stay with their parents, and also in a level 2 nursery where the sick babies come. It's a 13-bed nursery, and we will take care of any babies who are born 32 weeks, which is 2 months early and up. We will transfer babies who have serious medical conditions or are younger than 32 weeks. We will hospitalize pediatric patients up until their 18th birthday for any sort of infectious process or injury that they have. We will transfer children who require a higher level of care than our hospital can do. and we will do consultations in the emergency room for patients that have more complex health issues, and the emergency doctor would like our assistance in taking care of those children.
Okay. And are you also associated or have any affiliations with the University of Washington Department of Pediatrics?
Yes, I do.
And what is that association or affiliation?
I am considered an associate professor at the University of Washington. The medical students who are in their third year and doing rotations will rotate in Providence St. Peter Hospital, and we are in charge of teaching them pediatrics while they're with us.
Okay. And you indicated that you are also the medical director for Providence Abuse Intervention Center. What is the Providence Abuse Intervention Center?
Providence Abuse Intervention Center is a freestanding clinic in Lacey. Our clinic takes care of children in 5 counties of Thurston, Mason, Lewis, Grays Harbor, and Pacific counties. The referrals to our clinic come from medical professionals who are concerned about something that may have been occurring in that child's life. Also law enforcement and DCYF, the Department of Children, Youth, and Families, or CPS, will refer children to our clinic. We get referrals about physical abuse, sexual abuse, or any maltreatment to a child at all. And we will see those children in clinic or in the emergency room, or we will hospitalize those children at St. Peter Hospital. If they need a higher level of care, we will send them to either Mary Bridge Hospital or Seattle Children's Hospital.
Okay. And what are some of your responsibilities as the medical director?
As the medical director, I oversee all of the aspects of the Abuse Intervention Center. We have nurse practitioners who work and see patients. I have another lead nurse practitioner within the clinic who oversees the forensic nurse examiner program that provides services to children and adults in the emergency room who have been the victims of sexual assault. I oversee a nurse and front office staff and back office staff. So we have a complete staff of 8 to 9 people in our clinic, depending on the day. We are in charge of, again, running the program in the 5 counties. So we also are part of what's called a multidisciplinary team in each county. And we have meetings with law enforcement, CPS, prosecutors, mental health professionals, anybody who's involved in the ongoing care of a child after the abuse has occurred is going to be part of a multidisciplinary team to be sure that we're giving the best care to these children going forward.
Okay. And as the medical director of the Abuse Intervention Center, do you also see patients that are minors yourself?
Oh, yes, I do.
Okay. And how often do you see patients?
I see patients every day that I work. I will be the primary caretaker for, or the primary medical provider for patients about once a week or once every 2 weeks, depending on the schedule. I am the person who does all the consultations at the hospital, and I am the person who does what's called medical consultations through the Seattle Children's Program, where we will give the CPS workers information and answer questions about the cases that they are investigating.
Okay. And as part of your role as the a medical director at the Abuse Intervention Center, and then also with your subspecialty in child abuse pediatrics, have you ever examined patients yourself who may have suffered strangulation?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And are those patients under the age of 18?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And Dr. Gilbert, do you have any training in recognizing the physical signs of strangulation?
Yes.
And what is that training?
Through the conferences that we attend on a yearly basis, there's always an option to do a seminar or a training session on strangulation. I would say for roughly the past 10 to 15 years, Each time I go to a conference, I'm either presenting or attending seminars. And so I am going to estimate that I've probably been to about 10 different presentations or seminars at these conferences. I also support and co-present with Heather, our nurse practitioner who runs the Forensic Nurse Examiner program, and we do outreach education to law enforcement and CPS about strangulation, how to recognize it, and what type of medical care is necessary.
Okay. And do you also have training in recognizing the effects of strangulation on the human body?
Yes.
And do you also have training in recognizing injuries to the human body as a result of strangulation?
Yes.
And in the medical context, what is strangulation?
Strangulation is external pressure or force on the neck that involves the arteries, the veins, and the airway. That external force is different than choking, where something gets caught inside the throat and causes obstruction of airway. This is an external process.
Okay. And Dr. Gilbert, you testified that in the medical context, strangulation means external force applied to the neck. You also testified when you're giving the description of strangulation that it's different than the medical definition of choking. My question to you is, based on your experience in seeing patients who indicate they may have been strangled, have you ever had patients, when describing being strangled, use the term that they were being choked?
Yes, frequently.
Okay. And what are some ways that strangulation in the medical context can occur?
There's a number of ways that this can occur. It can be with a ligature, such as hanging or string or something around the neck. It can be a force by another person causing pressure on the airway and the blood vessels with a arm or a hand or both hands. It can be a knee applied to the neck structures and obstructing airway and blood. There are many ways that a strangulation episode can occur.
Okay. And based on your training experience, Dr. Gilbert, is the neck vulnerable to external injuries?
Yes.
And why is it vulnerable to external injuries?
Again, the neck is our area that allows blood flow to and from the head and air to enter from the mouth down to the lungs and the chest. So being a vulnerable area means that if there is obstruction to either blood flow or air, then that is a life-threatening injury or issue for that patient.
Okay. Your Honor, I think this may actually be a good stopping point.
All right. Members of the jury, at this time, the bailiffs will come forward and lead you back. We're at the end of the day. Thank you very much for your time and attention. I remind you of all the instructions that I have given you and request that you continue to be vigilant to ensure that you are not exposed to any outside information related to this case. We will see you tomorrow morning.
And don't look at any social media and all that other stuff. Remember your admonitions. I can't even speak. Yeah, predators go to the neck. I mean, this dad did it.
And Dr. Gilbert, you may step down and we'll see you in the morning as well.
Thank you.
Please be seated. Ms. Stone or Ms. Zoe, any issues before we recess?
No, Your Honor.
Can you tell me
Stay away
the
from telling
listing
them
of
else.
potential witnesses?
They muted potential witnesses for tomorrow. And it's muted, so we can't hear it. And they went to the headboard. So Ava, Miss Ali, for one, she had a restraining order, protective order against her, and she told that she was not allowed to go to the school. And you hope they close on Thursday. Yeah, she's also tried. She also tried to grab her daughter by the throat, according to them. And
Walter Myers.
they were going to talk about stuff happening in the future. And then they stopped. Damn it. Ugh. Yeah, she had burglary charge, and there was, oh my God, my mind is blank. Yeah, I know. I thought we were going to get to see a little bit more Lois, but that didn't happen. But yeah. So she has different charges than him, but she's still involved in the attempted unaliving, as they say. So we'll wait and see. They haven't like totally gone over all that. I'd like to know more information. So I don't know. We will see tomorrow. But until then, we will take our evening siesta, and I will be here at noon tomorrow Central. So Lois, you're on the time zone clock. I have no clue. So that would be what? 1 Eastern? Oh, I think I got that right. That's 1 Eastern, right? Yeah. Yeah. If it's noon here at Central, it's 1 Eastern. See, y'all, I'm learning. Poquito. Little bit at a time. Okay. Until tomorrow, y'all, I need to go take a nap. I'm tired. Peace. Rubber out. Y'all have a great rest.